Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 3 of What If Naruto Was the Devil Ninja in High School DxD. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto had always wondered what it would be like to have a girlfriend. Back when he was younger, he would often daydream about dating Sakura and imagined what that would be like. These images naturally had no basis in reality, as in them Sakura always acted kind and loving as opposed to violent and, well, not loving, but then, that is why they are called dreams. As he got older and after he met Shien, those dreams changed to what it would be like dating the young priestess of Demon Country and sometimes Sakura still. Yet for all his dreaming, nothing could have prepared him for what having a girlfriend in real life would be like. Truly, the difference between fantasy and reality were quite astounding. And now that he had one, a girlfriend, that is, Naruto could safely express his opinion on this matter. Having a girlfriend was fucking awesome. Sitting on lip of the tub, her back pressed against the tiled wall, Rias gave a surprisingly loud moan. The sound, a sweet symphony of beautiful music that served to spur Naruto on, echoed around the room due to the bathroom's unusual acoustics. Her feet were pressed firmly against the bottom of the tub and her legs were spread widely enough that his head could fit between them. A pair of rough, calloused hands rested on her thighs, which in turn were resting above a set of broad, strong shoulders. Feminine hands grasped at unruly locks of spiky blonde hair, barely matted down by the water pouring on them from the shower head above. Soft and delicate fingers threaded through strands of gold as Rias pulled Naruto deeper into the junction between her legs. As his tongue dove deeply into the folds of his devil girlfriend, Naruto could not help but revel just how damn good she tasted. Rias had a very pleasant flavor, sweet, and with just the barest hint of something else, a flavor he couldn't quite identify, but found delectable nonetheless. If asked, he would never be able to tell someone what Rias tasted like, because he quite simply couldn't think of anything to compare her to. That didn't change the fact that Naruto was pretty sure he'd found his second favorite food. Yes, second favorite. Nothing could beat ramen, not even Rias. Speaking of which, maybe he should come up with a name for this flavor, since it was so unique. Rias a la carte had a very nice ring to it. Actually, no it didn't. Never mind. HNNNH. N Naru yes. Oh, R right there. K keep doing that. Something Naruto loved about Rias was that, despite how embarrassed she got whenever someone talked about their relationship in public, which was just odd because of how cuddly she was with him when in a public forum, the crimson-haired beauty was extremely vocal when they were committing passionate acts of eroticism in private. Her extremely vocal responses let him know when he did something right as well as when he did something wrong and rewarded him by allowing Rias' wondrous moans to grace his eardrum. Rias had a beautiful voice. At least when she was moaning in ecstasy. Oh. On. Na Naru o. I'm on. Naruto knew what Rias wanted to tell him when her walls clamped down on his tongue and a deluge of her sweet nectar flooded his mouth. He did his best to drink everything she offered him, though a bit of it did make its way down his chin. Which may have been due to his preoccupation of playing with her clit, which he rubbed with his nose to help prolong her orgasm. In return, the sexy young woman with beautiful red hair let out a scream of ecstasy that bounced off the walls, and could probably be heard by every single person within their apartment complex. Rias' wails began to settle down. Naruto didn't know if he could truly call himself an expert at the art of making love. He'd had sex a few times before, back in the elemental nations, but 3 or so acts of doing the nasty did not make one a master. Yet, within the past 2 weeks, he'd gotten in a lot of practice. Ever since returning from the underworld, he and Rias had been going at it nearly every night. So yes, while no master in the bedroom with a sex level that was over 9,000, Naruto could at the very least say that he knew how to please Rias quite well, as proven by the loud vocals she unleashed. As the thighs resting on Naruto's shoulder relaxed, the reincarnated for just a little over a month devil looked up and admired his girlfriend. Rias always looked gorgeous immediately after she finished thrashing about in the throes of passion and lust. Her body, sparkling in the light as trails of both water from the shower and sweat accumulated from his ministrations traveled down her incredible figure, was one of the most breathtaking sights he would ever lay eyes on, Naruto was sure. Her shoulders and chest heaved, causing her bosom to jiggle enticingly. And her face, by the mouth, there were few things more beautiful than that half-lidded expression of satisfaction she wore after being pushed over the edge of orgasmic bliss. Unable to hold herself up, Rias slid down off the lip and into the tub. Because of how small it was, this meant Naruto was slightly squished between her legs, but he didn't mind that one bit. There were few places he'd rather be, except maybe cuddling on the couch and enjoying the afterglow that came from sex. He liked that just as much as the act itself. Grinning, Naruto's hands gripped Ria's thighs just a little tighter and, with a slight heave, pulled her to him. Her legs instinctively hooked around his waist as her body pressed against his. She didn't resist when Naruto pulled her into a kiss, instead choosing to kiss back just as hard. And while she shared a wet, sloppy, tongue-filled kiss with Naruto, her right hand went through the gap between their bodies and found his shaft resting on both of their bellies. She began to stroke him, starting from the tip and going all the way down to the base. Naruto groaned in her mouth and jerked his hips a bit, which allowed her the upper hand in their dance. She slipped her tongue into his mouth and continued to work him over, until she felt his twitching grow spasmodic seconds before he released his load on them both. The two ignored the cum covering their lower torso in favor of continuing to lock lips. Only after 10 minutes of fervent, passionate kissing did the pair realize something. "We should probably get out or we'll be late for school," Ria said, though she sounded reluctant. Yeah, Naruto had no desire to go to school, which became obvious with his next words. "Or we could just ditch school and stay here." Rias gave Naruto an indulgent smile. "That sounds nice, but you know why we can't do that." Naruto grimaced. "I know, but you can't blame a guy for trying." "I suppose not. Now come on, let's get out of the shower and get dressed. We might want to clean up first." Rias gave Naruto a queer look. "What do you mean? We're already clean. That's what the first half of our bathing entailed." "Yeah, but we're not clean anymore." Naruto pointed down. "We got dirty again, in case you haven't realized that yet." Rias looked down at what Naruto was pointing to. When she realized what he meant by dirty, her cheeks took on a very light shade of pink. "Oh, I guess I didn't think about that." She coughed into her right hand, trying to regain her composure. "Right then, let's clean up, again, and then we can get dressed for school." Naruto couldn't quite stifle a chuckle. Rias was just too cute when she tried to give off that whole, take charge, attitude. Although, calling someone cute when they were butt naked might be something of an oxymoron, especially when that naked person is a female who has boobs just a little over half the size of a person's head, but since when did Naruto ever care about semantics like that? Never. That's when. "Are you going to keep laughing at me or are you going to help me clean up, again?" Rias pouted when her words made him laugh harder. She would have crossed her arms, but they were currently around Naruto, so she had to make do with the pout. "Sorry," Naruto apologized, still chuckling quietly. "You don't sound very sorry," she muttered under her breath. "Did you say something?" "I said let's hurry up and get clean. I have to keep my perfect attendance." Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Contrary to Ria's belief, she and Naruto did, in fact, make it to school with plenty of time to spare. One of the many benefits to having a ninja devil boyfriend was that he not only was he incredible fast and possessed the stamina of a fucking bull, he could also hop roofs and do so in such a way that no one saw him. Naruto held Rias in a bridal carry as he jumped across the rooftops and set her down in a small alley several meters from the school. They made it to school in record time. Walking through the gates arm in arm, the young couple found themselves the center of attention. "Hey, you guys, check it out, it's Naruto and Rias senpai." "Damn that Naruto, he stole our Rias-sama from us. Why is Rias senpai dating a delinquent like Naruto anyway? Yeah, isn't Naruto, like, some kind of gangster or something? I hear he was a member of the Yakuza." "That's just a rumor. Naruto's never shown any Yakuza traits." Yakuza don't play pranks like he does." Don't mention that whisker-faced reprobate's pranks. The last time he pulled one it was on my gym class. We still haven't figured out how he put itching powder into all of our uniforms when our lockers were all locked. And don't even get me started on the superglue he put in our shoes. I'm still trying to figure out how he managed to do that without it drying before we put them on." Rias withheld her grimace as she listened to all the comments whispered by people who thought she and Naruto couldn't hear them. While some people had good things to say about them, she particularly enjoyed the one that claimed she and Naruto were the new power couple. Most of them were either remarks made out of jealousy, or degrading comments made by people who didn't know a single thing about Naruto. They honestly upset her, and only her strong will and poise kept Rias from lashing out at those people. Bunch of fucking jerks. Naruto, on the other hand, did not have her restraint. These people are getting their asses pranked ASAP. While I normally wouldn't mind letting you have a bit fun, I don't think I need to remind you that your schedule this afternoon is already quite full, Rias said. You really don't have time to be playing pranks on people. Naruto grimaced. Yeah, I know. I didn't say I would prank them today, just that they were going to get pranked. A good prank takes time, patience and knowledge about the person you're pranking. I'll have some shadow clones observe the people who made a crack at me and exact my vengeance later. Rias felt a small trail of sweat trickle down her left temple. Naruto always claimed to be a pacifist who abhorred killing, but he apparently had no trouble exacting revenge on people who wronged him. Of course, revenge for Naruto really just meant he planned on pranking someone, and while most of his pranks were really funny, some of them could be downright cruel. Perhaps his devil side had a stronger hold over him than even the young man realized. Buchou, Naruto-sensei, savvy me. Rias and Naruto turned just in time to see a frantic Issei running up to them. The young man stopped in front of the pair, gasping for breath. Eyes, Rias said in surprise. She felt a touch of concern as she saw the state her pawn was in. Why do you look like you just ran a marathon? And why are you only in your underwear? Yes, Issei was not wearing any clothes aside from a pair of black briefs and a white t-shirt. He didn't even have shoes on. Despite how hard she tried to think, Rias could not come up with a suitable reason as to why her pawn wasn't wearing his school uniform, or any clothes at all, for that matter. She really hoped he wasn't turning into an exhibitionist. And what are those red marks covering your body? Asked Naruto. It looks like someone took a flail or something and beat you with it. Naruto was, of course, referring to the numerous dark red welts all over Issei's arms and legs. There were probably a few on his chest and back, too, but they couldn't be seen. Rias didn't know what could have caused them, though Naruto's comment about a flail held some merit. The marks were long and thin and red, not at all like a bruise. What could have caused that kind of damage? It almost looked like they were from never mind that. Issei shouted, his eyes wide and frantic, and the whites slightly bloodshot. They flickered around, as if searching for an escape route. Possessing the maniacal gleam of a man on the edge of losing his mind, Rias could not help but feel a sliver of worry worm its way into her gut at the sight of her servant's gaze. How had her servant turned up like this? Was he going to be alright? And what in Satan's name happened to him? Era, why are you running from me, Aiz-kun? Ah, that's what happened to him. Wait. Gaia. Screaming like a little girl, Issei completely forgot about Naruto and Rias, and instead proceeded to run right past them like a devil out of hell. Naruto and Rias blinked. Aiz-kun come back. They blinked again when a blushing Akino ran past them, giggling all the while. She was holding a whip in her right hand. Ha, Aiz-san, Akino-senpai. Wait for me UWA. They would have blinked a third time, but all this blinking was pretty redundant. So instead of blinking, the pair simply settled for staring at Asia, who had tripped and fallen to the ground. After standing there for several seconds, their brains restarted and they did the most logical and nice thing they could for the bishop, help her stand up. Are you alright, Asia-chan? Asked Rias once she and Naruto helped the girl to her feet. Yes. Asia bowed to the pair. Thank you very much, Bushu-san, Naruto-san. Ma. Grinning, Naruto affectionately rubbed Asia's head, much like he would usually do with Kaneko. No need for such formality. We're both part of Rias' peerage, that practically makes us family. You can just call me Naruto, or Naruto-ni-san, if you want. Asia blushed a bit at Naruto asking her to call him by such a familial title. Rias felt a bit amused, but also pleased. Naruto really was a good fit for her peerage. Oh okay, Naruto, Oni-san. Naruto practically squealed as he pulled Asia into a hug and began fondly rubbing his cheek against the crown of her head. The blush that had been on Asia's face started from her cheeks, spread across her face and moved all the way down to her chest. Aren't you just the cutest little Imouto-chan a person could ask for? Thank you. Grinning that fox-like grin, Naruto looked down at the girl. Now, you'd better go catch up with Aizen Akino-chan. Who knows what that woman's done to the poor boy by now? That's right. Without a backwards glance, Asia took off running. Aiz-san, Akino-san, don't leave me behind. As they watched Asia run off after Issei and Akino, the two shared a glance out of the corner of their eyes. Well, that was certainly interesting, wasn't it? Asked Naruto. Interesting is not the word I would have used to describe what just happened, Rias said, her voice dry. She then sent Naruto an askew glance. And what's this about Asia-chan being your Imouto? I thought that title belonged to Kaneko. When she saw Naruto flinched, her eyes softened. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought her up. No, no, it's okay. Naruto sent her a trembling smile. Rias felt like someone had just jabbed her in the gut. That smile was so fake it hurt. I probably should have seen this coming. Rias grabbed his hand and gave it a squeeze, which he returned. As they continued walking to class, the young heiress turned her thoughts towards her rook. She honestly didn't know what type of relationship Naruto and Kaneko had. The two had connected almost right from the get-go. Sometimes it seemed almost like siblings, and other times Rias knew for a fact that Naruto had no feelings of brotherly love towards the white-haired girl. All she needed to do was look at his pants whenever Kaneko sat on his lap to know that. Perhaps the reason she joked about them being brother and sister was to make herself feel secure, though that didn't seem to be needed now. Ever since the raiding game had ended, Kaneko had been avoiding Naruto for some reason. Rias didn't know why. She had a few hunches, but they may be wrong and thus, she didn't say anything. Better to say nothing at all than make a guess, get it wrong and end up exacerbating an already tumultuous situation. I'm sure Kaneko will come around, Rias tried to reassure her servant and boyfriend. After all, you two get along so well. It doesn't make sense for someone who likes you as much as Kaneko does to ignore you. I'm sure she just has something she needs to think about. Yeah, I guess. Naruto didn't sound very convinced, causing Rias to fall silent. The rest of their trip was made without conversation, and while they did part ways with a nice kiss, Rias could not help but feel like she'd just ruined what started off as a perfectly good morning. Damn her and her big mouth. Tilda devil ninja tilda. On most normal days, school was a drag. Sitting still behind a dull-looking desk, listening to an even duller teacher lecture you on crap you couldn't give two shits about learning and were unlikely to ever use in the real world. You really couldn't get much more boring and useless than that. Which would explain why Naruto decided to skip class that day. Times like this made him truly thankful that he had his shadow clones back. Walking into the occult research clubroom, Naruto found that the room was empty, devoid of any and all life. With something of a sigh, he slumped down on the nearest couch and decided to just pass out while waiting for everyone else. Rias apparently had something important to tell them today, so it wasn't like he had time to travel anywhere else. It was perhaps several hours after falling asleep that his prankster senses began to tingle. A small shiver ran down his spine, alerting him to the pranking intent surrounding him. Like most badass pranksters, Naruto knew when someone was out to get him. San, I don't think this is a good idea. Of course it's not a good idea. It's a great idea. That's not what I meant. You're planning on pranking Kitsune-kun, are you? Fu, I suppose it would be fitting if the shoe was on the other foot for a change. Perhaps it would, Naruto said out loud, smiling when the two figures right next to him Asia and Issei he guessed shrieked like a couple of little girls. It was even more amusing because those shrieks sounded almost identical, right down to the high girlish pitch. But the next time you try to play a prank on me, you might want to be a bit more silent. He sat up, stretching to work out the kinks in his shoulders and arms, and then opened his eyes and took in all the people around him. Asia and Issei were on the ground in front of the couch he resided on. They must have tripped in their shock at hearing his voice when they thought he was asleep. Akano was some distance away, smiling gently, as she always did when not in what Naruto had taken to calling her S-mode. Fu, how long have you been awake? Since Issei decided it would be a good idea to try and play a prank on the master. Meep. Naruto smirked down at Issei, who looked pale. Just something to keep your mind on when committing pranks. They don't work if people can hear you when you're talking about them. Alright. Naruto sat back against the couch and watched Issei and Asia sit on the other couch, far away from him, he noted. Another thing he took note of was Kaneko, who not only wasn't sitting on his lap like she used to, but also sitting by Issei, which he would have never thought she'd do in a million years. Except she was, and she had been for the past 2 weeks, ever since they returned from the underworld. A familiar pain stabbed at his chest, like a white-hot poker piercing his heart. He did his best to ignore the feeling, but it was hard, especially when Kaneko was clearly doing her best to ignore him. The door opened again and Kiba walked in, followed soon by Rias. While the knight leaned against the wall near the window, Rias stood in front of her desk, leaning against a lip with her arms crossed under her chest. I'm glad to see you're all present, Rias started. As all of you know, I've decided that it's time for our 3 newest members to get their familiars. Issei raised a hand. Could you tell me what a familiar is again? Don't tell me you forgot, eyes. When all Issei did was nod and look sheepish, Rias sighed just a bit, before a resigned smile materialized on her face. Familiars are helpers for us devils, one of the most basic tools within our arsenal, although it may be more accurate to call them partners as opposed to mere tools. They can be used to perform a variety of different tasks, including but not limited to the delivering of messages, searching for objects and people, spying on someone, and any other number of activities you might think of. Almost every familiars also has the ability to use magic to some extent, though the spells they're capable of performing depend upon their type. Some familiars can even fight alongside their masters. As Rias explained the concept behind familiars to Issei, she held up her right hand. A brief flare of magic followed by a small cloud of expanding smoke later found a tiny red bat flapping its wings above Rias' hand. "This is my familiar." She smirked at Issei. "I believe you two are already acquainted, eyes." I'm pretty sure I would remember seeing something like that before." Just as Issei spoke, the bat exploded in another cloud of smoke. When the smoke dispersed, a cute woman with brown hair and a decently curvaceous figure appeared before them. Issei's eyes widened. "Wait, that's the girl who gave me that flyer." "That's right," Rias nodded. "And it's a very good thing she did. Had she not, Rainer would have truly killed you that day, and I would have never been able to resurrect you." Issei gulped, but didn't say anything. Rias dismissed her familiar, sending it back to wherever familiars go when they're no longer needed. Naruto looked at the other members of Rias' peerage. "So what types of familiars do you guys have?" "This is my familiar." Akino smiled as she summoned her familiar, a small green oni. "Isn't he cute? I actually have a small family of them." A little ways away, Kaneko summoned her own familiar, an adorable kitten with hair as white as its owner's. "This is Shiro." Naruto felt the temptation to go over there and pet the tiny kitten, although which kitten he wanted to pet was up in the air, but remembered how Kaneko had been avoiding him. The small stab in his heart struck again, but this time it came with something else. Determination. He didn't care what he had to do, Naruto was going to find out why Kaneko was avoiding him. Smiling, Kiba decided to join in. "And my familiar is..." "No one cares what your familiar is," Issei interrupted, causing Naruto to snort and Akino to giggle. Rias just looked resigned, while Kiba appeared somewhat put out. "Come on, man, why you gotta be hating?" "So did any of you three have any more questions?" asked Rias. When none of the newly reincarnated devils asked anything of her, she nodded. "All right then, remember that tomorrow night is when we're going to get you three your familiars. Try not to be late, okay? Devil Ninja Tilda." The peerage of Rias Grimoire appeared in the familiar forest within a crimson magic circle containing the Grimoire clan crest. Each of the people there decided to come dressed in the style of dress they felt most comfortable in. While Asia, Akino and Kaneko all chose to wear their school uniforms, Kiba and Issei had come in their track clothes. Naruto and Rias were the only ones not wearing some form of school get-up. Rias had decided to wear a pair of clothes Naruto bought her during one of their shopping dates, a black skirt with crimson rose motifs, a dark red shirt with black designs, and a pair of red and black sneakers. She would have worn sandals, but since they were in a forest filled with dangerous creatures, Rias felt wearing something a little more practical might be a better idea. Naruto, by contrast, wore his workout clothes, dark orange sweats, a dark orange muscle shirt and black arm warmers along with his shinobi sandals. On a side note, it had taken forever to find someone who could make Naruto a good pair of sandals. They just don't make them like they did back home. This is it, the familiar forest. This forest is a very special place that contains many different types of magical creatures you can turn into your familiars, Rias said the moment they arrived. All three newly minted devils stared at the surrounding forest. Decently sized trees stood over them, their dead, leafless branches casting shadows that swayed in hypnotic and haunting ways along the ground. The earth underneath their feet crunched as they moved, dried twigs snapping under heels. While the trees were not very large, and had no leaves, they were in enough numbers that they easily blocked out much of the light from overhead. Not that it would make much difference, seeing how the atmosphere appeared to be covered in gloomy clouds. "So this is the familiar forest?" Issei questioned, shivering. "Creepy." Asia seemed to agree. She moved a little closer to Issei. "I feel almost like I stepped into some kind of B-budget horror flick," Naruto murmured as he glanced around. He didn't seem nearly as disturbed as Asia or Issei. "Don't worry Asia, eyes," Yuto tried to reassure his allies. "This place isn't really that bad. It's where all of us got our familiars. Gotta catch 'em all." Yuto is right. And we did so with this man's help. Rias directed everyone's attention towards a person standing among the tree branches. He looked like, well, like a man-child, someone who had yet to accept that he was an adult and should no longer be wearing little boy shorts. Which he was wearing. Little boy shorts that were slightly loose and allowed everyone to see his hairy legs. He also wore a white wife-beater shirt, a cap that he put on backwards and a backpack that looked almost ready to burst. Yes, man-child was definitely the most apt description for this guy. He looked like an Ash Ketchum gone horribly wrong. Or an Ash Ketchum who actually grew up, in the most sickening way possible. I'm Zatoji, the familiar master. I can catch any familiar that you can think of. As the man began doing strange Sentai poses that looked like something Kamen Rider would have rejected because they were lame, Asia and Issei both felt trickles of sweat running down the side of their faces. This guy was a familiar master. Really? And was it just them, or had they actually been able to hear the capitals when Zatoji said familiar master? Akeno must have sensed their incredulity, because she quickly vouched for the man. Don't let his questionable appearance fool you. Zatoji-san is the one who helped Yuto-kun, Kaneko-chan and myself acquire our own familiars. Hey, speaking of Kaneko. Asia looked around, frowning. Just where did she go? Everyone else looked around as they, too, seemed to finally notice they were lacking one of their peerage members. Two, in fact. Wah, Naruto-sensei's not here either. Rias' right eyebrow began twitching. Really, Naruto? Really? Out of all the times he could disappear, it just had to be now. And while they were in a place like the familiar forest to boot. Damn that troublesome man. Idiot. What should we do, Bushu? Asked Akeno. Do you want us to go look for them? No, Rias decided, long red hair swaying as she shook her head. I'm sure they'll be fine on their own. Naruto is strong, and Kaneko's no slouch either. And neither of them is foolish enough to get themselves lost in this forest. At least I hope not. Despite her words of reassurance to the rest of her peerage, Rias had every intention of having some words with Naruto about responsibility and staying with the group when they returned to the human world. She might love him, but by the Mao he knew how to give her the most intensive migraines. Devil Ninja tilde. Kaneko could hardly begin to comprehend what had just happened within the last few moments of her life. 1 second she was standing around with everyone else, and the next she found herself being whisked away through the trees. Even now, as she surveyed her surroundings, trees passed by in an indecipherable amalgam of color and streaks. At least she thought they were trees. She was moving so fast they passed by as nothing more than a light blur. As her senses began to return, Kaneko was able to figure a few things out. 1. Someone was carrying her. She could feel an arm under her legs and another around her shoulders, holding her in a bridal carry. She also felt her lithe body being pressed into a masculine chest. 2. The person carrying her was Naruto. She wanted to feel panicked at this knowledge. Kaneko had gone out of her way to avoid the blonde ever since the rating games ended, but couldn't seem to muster up enough of the emotion to really put up a fight. Put me down. She still tried though, albeit weakly. Not yet. Not until we're far enough from the others that you and I can talk in private. Kaneko winced, both at his words and his tone. She really should have expected this to happen. Honestly, it didn't come as a big shock that Naruto would eventually do something like this so they could speak away from the others. Yet, for some reason, Kaneko still felt surprise. She thought about the merits of fighting her way out of his grip, but decided it would be pointless. She might be physically stronger than him thanks to her rook abilities, but he could still outfight her any day of the week. Even if she managed to escape, he would just catch up to her. Better get this out of the way then. Alright, I think we're far enough from the others. They eventually sat down in a small clearing. Kaneko didn't know how far they had traveled, but it had to be at least several miles. Naruto looked down at her. She was still in his arms. If I set you down, are you going to try and run? Kaneko shook her head. When Naruto let her down, Kaneko's head cleared enough for her to think. Her first thoughts were of running away, but she quickly discarded the idea. She wouldn't be able to escape from Naruto. And so she stood there, eyeing the young man warily as he frowned at her. You've been ignoring me. Kaneko winced. A small hole appeared in her heart. The hurt in his voice was almost unbearable. Sorry. I don't want an apology, Kaneko. I want to know why. The hole began to grow. Just being in Naruto's presence hurt her now. No longer did he bring comfort, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the feelings of comfort and love she associated with him also brought equal amounts of guilt and pain. Kaneko. She tried not to let her feelings slip. She really did. She didn't succeed. Kaneko felt something hot and wet fall from her eyes. Tears, she realized. Trying to regain her composure, she wiped at her eyes. Naruto noticed. Hey, Kaneko-chan. Naruto tried to place his hands on her shoulders, an act of comfort. She swiftly moved several steps back, keeping him from touching her. He gave her a hurt look, but she tried to ignore that. Are you alright? What's wrong? Kaneko tried to keep her thoughts to herself, but that dam had already burst. I don't know what to do, she admitted, finally tilting her head to look up at him. Naruto stumbled back, his eyes growing almost impossibly wide, like two dish pans, while his pupils became tiny pinpricks. Kaneko. I want to be with you. I want to be able to sit on your lap and have you hold me. I want you to run your hand through my hair and rub my ears. She trailed off before she could say, I want to kiss you. She couldn't bring herself to tell him that. It would only hurt both of them. But we can't do that anymore. Kaneko felt like something inside of her, some part of her was breaking, shattering into a million irreparable pieces. This strange sense of loss, of sorrow, was almost startling. Not just that she felt this way, but how intensely she felt it. Perhaps that was just a testament to show how easily Naruto had wormed his way into her heart. Naruto frowned. What do you mean you can't? Why can't you? Kaneko almost blinked. How could he even ask that? Because you're dating Rias. She trailed off when she saw the dark look overcome Naruto's face. That's why you've been avoiding me? He asked. Kaneko almost winced again at the sound of his voice. He sounded angry. No, not quite angry, but definitely moody. All this time, you've been avoiding me for 2 weeks because I'm dating Rias. What else am I supposed to do? Asked Kaneko. Rias has claimed you. You and she are together now. Kaneko looked down at herself, her small body with little in the way of a chest. It never really bothered her before, but her lack of boobs certainly did now. Would Naruto have dated her instead of her king if she had a figure like Rias? How can I compete with her? Why do you even have to compete? Kaneko looked up to answer, though she had no clue what she would say. Yet, the moment her mouth opened, the ability to form words fled, and she found herself staring into bright blue eyes that were mere inches from her own. Have you really been avoiding me because of that? Do you really think I would stop paying attention to you just because I'm dating Rias? Kaneko shook her head, partly because she knew he wouldn't, but also because he obviously didn't realize what she was talking about. It was almost shocking to see how someone so observant could also be so dense. Then again, he'd focused most of his attention on Rias, at least as far as romance interests went, so maybe he just didn't see her as romantic potential. Kaneko. A hand touched her cheek, jolting her. Look at me please. When she turned her head to look back at Naruto, it was to see his expressive blue eyes staring into her own. I don't think you realize how much you mean to me. His thumb lightly caressed her cheek, and in spite of herself, Kaneko leaned into his touch. You are one of the most important people in the world to me. Don't say that, she whispered. What? Why? Because if you say that, then I. She didn't get much farther than perhaps she would have, if given time, but Naruto, seeing her conflicting emotions, pulled her into a tight embrace. Warmth engulfed her, the same warmth that she felt when Naruto first began petting her hair. The same warmth she felt from him every time they touched. This warmth, this comfort, this feeling of safety and love that almost reminded Kaneko of her sister but was also wholly different. This was the feeling that she had associated with Naruto ever since their first meeting. It was also the feeling that caused her to break down. As she began to cry, a hand came up and began to caress her left ear. It felt soothing and comforting and just made her cry that much harder. Because Kaneko, despite her 15 years of age and unusual maturity was, in many ways, still just a lonely child. Devil Ninja. Time seemed immaterial to Naruto at the moment. He sat on the ground, leaning his back against a large, dead tree. Sitting on his lap, straddling him in a way that would have definitely looked indecent to anyone witnessing them right now was Kaneko. She was asleep, having exhausted herself crying in his arms a while ago. Her torso now rested against his chest, her head tucked underneath his chin. In return, Naruto had pulled the young woman close, and his arms were wrapped around her tight little body. As he listened to the young devil's rhythmic breathing, Naruto reflected on the last few hours. Well, he thought they were hours. They felt like it at least. Whatever. Anyway, he reflected on the last few hours of his life, or to be more specific, the conversation he and Kaneko had before the second most important person in his life cried herself to sleep in his chest. He couldn't believe Kaneko had been avoiding him because he was dating Rias. Did she really think that just because he was in a loving and intimate relationship with the red-haired Grimoire heiress that it would change their relationship? She was his friend, one of the few people in this world that he could truly say he loved. How could she even think that he would allow something like dating to get in the way of their friendship? It wasn't like he spent all his time with Rias. Sure, they hung out a lot more, but he always tried to make time for other things. His friends, training Issei, training himself, sparring with Kiba, talking smack to Akeno and giving her ideas to torture Issei with, just to name a few. He would have gladly spent time with Kaneko as well had she not been so keen on avoiding him. Naruto could only hope the conversation they had put all that in the past. He wasn't about to lose a loved one because they decided to be stupid and avoid him for a reason as dumb as not wanting to get between him and Rias. Dating and love were not always mutually exclusive. The feeling of Kaneko stirring against his chest caused Naruto to look down. Triangle-shaped ears twitched slightly, before she raised her head to look at him. Naruto smiled at the young devil hybrid. "Looks like you're finally awake. Did you have a good sleep?" Kaneko nodded, her mouth opening in a yawn. Naruto thought it was the cutest thing ever. Now if he could just convince her to rub her eyes with the back of her hand, then the Kodak moment would be complete. "Sorry," Kaneko whispered. "For what?" "Getting you wet." Looking down at the stain of water on his shirt, Naruto just grinned and began to caress Kaneko's ears. "It's fine," he said, watching in amusement as Kaneko's body stiffened, right before slumping against his chest. She then began purring, which made Naruto want to let out his inner fanman. Yes, fanman, because he was far too manly to have a fanboy. "I don't mind my shirt getting a little wet if it means we can be close again." Kaneko murmured. "Naruto." "Yes. Promise me you'll never leave me." Kaneko's arms came up and wrapped around his waist. "Even if it's just like this, promise that you'll always be with me." "Of course I'll always be with you." Naruto hugged the young woman back. "You don't honestly think I'll stop being caring about you because I'm dating Rias now, do you? I love you, and I promise to always be with you." "Thank you." Naruto didn't know what Kaneko was thanking him for. This was what friends did. They helped and loved each other no matter what. Still, she did thank him. It would be rude not to respond. "You're welcome. I really missed this feeling," Kaneko admitted as she sighed, her warm breath hitting his neck. Her large, white cat ears twitched as he delicately rubbed them. "My hugs?" asked Naruto, grinning. "Your chakra," Kaneko corrected. "Whenever you touch me, I can feel your chakra surrounding me. It's so warm and pure and protective. I always feel like I'm being wrapped in a warm blanket. I haven't felt this way since, for a while. Is that the only reason you let me get so close to you like this?" "Because my chakra feels good." Naruto didn't know whether he should be happy or depressed. "At first," the devil hybrid admitted. "When you first came into the clubroom and touched me, I felt your chakra and became a little addicted to the feeling." Naruto couldn't see her face, but he had the distinct impression that Kaneko was blushing. "It just felt so good that I let you pet me whenever we were together. I also knew you wouldn't do anything pervert to me like Issei would." "Because of my chakra?" asked Naruto, not really surprised by how much Kaneko was speaking. Most people never heard her talk this much, but that was just because they didn't know her like Naruto did. "Yes, everybody's chakra has a very unique feel to it, kind of like a fingerprint. I have a very strong ability to sense other people's chakra and can tell what kind of person they are from it." Kaneko looked up at Naruto, her large golden eyes peering up into his blue. "You're a very pure soul who has been hurt badly by something in your past. You're protective of the people you care about to the point where you're willing to put your life on the line for them, and have a very kind and caring personality that's been tempered by hardship." "Wow," Naruto whistled. Okay, now he was seriously impressed. All he had been able to tell from her chakra was that she had deep emotional scarring and needed help, which was the whole reason he first started treating her with so much affection and kindness in the first place. "You managed to get all that just from reading my chakra." "I'm Nekosho. Cat yokai, right, I thought they were called Nekomata." "They are. I'm a subspecies called Nekosho. We're the strongest type of Nekomata. Nekosho are high-level yokai." "That's really cool," Naruto said, grinning so widely his face felt like it was going to split in half, in a good, non-painful kind of way, of course. "I knew you were special the moment I laid eyes on you, but I didn't realize you were some type of awesome species of Nekomata." Kaneko blushed a bit at being called awesome. "I'm kinda surprised we haven't run into any other Nekosho though. I mean, since you guys are so strong, you must be pretty, Kaneko." Naruto stopped talking when he saw how depressed Kaneko looked. Her face was set in a melancholic frown, eyes downcast. Even her cat ears had wilted. What's wrong? Nekosho are pretty much extinct these days. Naruto flinched. The tone in her voice was heartrending. Several years ago, many devils went on a manhunt and killed off any Nekosho and Nekomata they could find. As far as I am aware, there is only one other Nekosho besides me. Kaneko's expression twisted into a mixture of snarling hatred and incredible pain. It's all her fault. Her. My sister. Kaneko slumped forward, the fight leaving her. Nekosho are naturally adept at using senjutsu and yujutsu. I know what senjutsu is, but what's yujutsu? The ability to craft and weave illusions. Oh, I didn't know you guys could use illusions. That's pretty nifty. I always sucked at genjutsu and… Naruto trailed off, blushing. And I'm rambling, aren't I? Sorry for interrupting. Please continue. When I was really little, I lost my parents. I don't remember much about them, or anything about them, really. All I remember from back then is my sister. We used to live on the street, with my sister taking care of me as best she could. It was hard, but we managed to get by, if barely. One day a devil came to us and offered my sister a chance to join his peerage. She did on the condition that I be allowed to come with her. He agreed and my sister became a member of his peerage. Life was much better after that. My sister's master was a high-class, pureblood devil, so we lived in a mansion and had all the comforts you could think of. We didn't need to worry about when we'd get our next meal. We didn't have to worry about attacks from devils and other yokai. Life was good. Kaneko's expression darkened. Odd shadows played across her face, casting her features in a grim light that seemed to be an expression her inner feelings. And then one day my sister killed her master. I hear she was training to use senjutsu and went mad with power. After that, everyone went out to search for my sister and bring her to justice. When they couldn't find her, the devils began slaying my kind so another incident like that wouldn't happen again. Even I was slated for execution, until Lucifer-sama rescued me and sent me to live with Rias Bushu. I see. No wonder Kaneko was usually so quiet. Scars like that change people. He couldn't even imagine what it would be like to go through all of that. She must be very strong-willed to have kept on living after something suffering from such a terrible tragedy. It was only after he felt his admiration for Kaneko grow that he found himself startled by something else she said. Wait, she went mad training in senjutsu. Kaneko looked at him oddly, but nodded. Yes, she said, slowly, as if confused as to why he was asking her such a thing. But why? How could she go mad while using senjutsu? Though her face didn't change much, Naruto couldn't help but feel like Kaneko was staring at him incredulously. Because whenever someone tries to gather the energy of the world, they also end up taking in all of the malice and ill will that taints the world. Kaneko frowned. Shouldn't know you this. You can use senjutsu, I felt you use it during the raiding game. I can, but I've never. Naruto paused. Wait, this malice you're talking about, is it like a voice in the back of your head telling you to slaughter everyone and bathe in their blood? Maybe, Kaneko said, sounding uncertain. I've been told that it's different for everyone. Some may feel as you described, while others might feel emotions like hatred, rage and the desire to spill blood. I've never tried using senjutsu before, so I don't really know what it feels like. Huh. Naruto scratched the left side of his head. In that case, I do actually know what you're talking about. Back when I was fighting against Riser, I heard some voice inside my head telling me to kill everyone there, even my allies. I'm surprised it didn't drive you insane, Kaneko said. It's nearly impossible for even yokai to use senjutsu. You're a human, or, well, you were human. I didn't even know they could use senjutsu, or chakra for that matter. Until I met you anyway. Yeah, I guess it's pretty rare for a human to use chakra here. Where I come from almost everyone could use it though. And senjutsu? No, I was actually one of the only people able to use senjutsu, and I had to train my ass off to master it. How did you deal with all that hatred? I just ignored it. Kaneko gaped at him. I ignored it. You ignored it. Just like that. Yep, I knew that voice didn't belong to me. That it wasn't my voice, so ignoring it was easy. Aside from that, I'm used to ignoring entities of hatred and malice. I did it all the time when I was younger. I resent that. I am not an entity of hatred and malice. I just didn't like humans. You might not be one now, but you were back then. Whatever. Are you embarrassed? PSH. No, now leave me be. I want to get some more sleep. Whatever, lazy bastard. Obnoxious brat. Naruto almost chuckled as he and Kurama finished male bonding through the use of insults. He focused back on Kaneko and saw her staring at him in wonder, as if she were seeing him in an all-new light. Something wrong? No. Kaneko looked down, her cheeks flaring. I was just wondering you would. Naruto blinked. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that last part. See, could you repeat that, please? A little louder. Kaneko took a deep breath, and then spoke. I asked if you could train me in senjutsu. Sure. Kaneko looked up in surprise. Really? You'll teach me senjutsu just like that? Of course I will. You're one of the most important people in the world to me, remember? Naruto's grin caused Kaneko to feel hot, and not just her face. I want to help you in any way I can, and if I can do that by teaching you senjutsu, then I'll do whatever I can to make sure you master it. Thank you. Kaneko pulled her body closer, which Naruto didn't know was possible, and hugged him for all he was worth. Naruto returned the hug easily enough, enjoying the feel of the light hybrid devil's body against his. She might not have Ria's amazing figure, but that didn't mean Kaneko's body felt any less amazing pressed against him like that. Naruto-senpai, Kaneko said after several moments of silence. Yes. You're poking me. Naruto felt himself flush a bit as he realized that he was indeed poking her in the stomach. That was actually kind of embarrassing. It can't be helped. I have a really cute girl sitting on my lap. Kaneko smiled into his shirt. He couldn't see her lips curving, but he could imagine it. It seems Naruto-senpai is a pervert like I-senpai. That was a low blow, Kaneko-chan. Do you deny being perverted? I thought so. Despite her accusation about Naruto's perverted nature, Kaneko made no move to get off his lap. Devil Ninja. Naruto returned to the clearing where he, Kaneko and the others first arrived in the familiar forest. When they got there, it was to see Rias, Kaneko and Asia practically naked. They were only wearing panties. What's more, Rias looked like she'd swallowed something stale. Her face was all puckered and pinched. Naruto could see that she was displeased by something, immensely displeased. What happened to you guys? Asked Naruto. Never mind that, Rias declared, her cheeks turning just a little bit red. She tried to cover her blush up with a glare, which she directed at Naruto and Kaneko as they walked up to the group hand in hand. Where have you two been? Oh, we've been around, Naruto said, smiling. He gave Kaneko a small wink, to which the little Neko's cheeks puffed just a bit as she struggled not to giggle. Rias' right eye twitched at his cryptic answer, but he didn't give her time to retort. So, I'm guessing something monumental happened while Kaneko-chan and I were gone. If by monumental, you mean monumentally stupid, then yes. Naruto raised an eyebrow. When Rias refused to say anything more, he directed his gaze towards Akano, who raised a hand to hide her smiling face, before giving a demure giggle. We ran into a slime monster. Naruto didn't know what a slime monster was, and apparently Akano realized that because she elaborated further by saying, it's a monster that looks like green slime. It also has the power to eat clothes. That would certainly explain why you, Asia-chan and Rias are naked. Naruto then looked over at his disciple. I take it this slime has something to do with the reason Issei is crying, too. Oh slimy, we were parted far too soon. Naruto looked at Issei, who was an absolute mess. Tears poured from his eyes in a never-ending river, and snot was coming out of his nose. The boy looked heartbroken. We got rid of it, Rias huffed. Naruto had the impression that the only reason she didn't cross her arms under her chest was because they were being used to cover her boobs. He felt some disappointed. Rias had awesome breasts, but he also didn't want Issei getting a free peep show at his girlfriend, because then he would have to kill the kid. It would suck to find another apprentice to mess with. Naruto felt a drop of sweat travel down the side of his face. This boy, he might just be more lecherous and perverted than his old sensei. He might even be more perverted than Ero Sennin and Kakashi-sensei combined. That was, like, twice the amount of pervage all bundled into one person. He didn't know whether to be impressed or shocked. Kaneko looked disgusted. So I take it you didn't find your familiar. Rias attempted to change the subject. No. Naruto shook his head. We got sidetracked talking and never bothered to even look for one. It's okay though, he said, grinning. I'm plenty awesome without a familiar. And besides, give me a few more weeks and I'm sure finding a familiar won't be an issue anymore. Oh, I take it you've got an idea on how to get a familiar, then. Not in the way you're probably thinking, Naruto said. Let's just say I have an idea that, should it prove fruitful, we'll be killing two birds with one stone. Rias stared at Naruto for a moment, before shrugging. Well, alright. If you don't think you need a familiar, then who am I to stop you? Although it does seem like most of our trip was a waste now, since 2 of our new peerage members didn't even get a familiar. Does that mean Asia got a familiar? Asked Naruto. Oh yes, Asia came up to them. It was only now that he'd started paying more attention to her that he noticed the dragon being held in the blonde girl's arms. It was small, tiny even, and possessed blue diamond-like scales and wings. This Rase. I named him after Aiz-san because of how protective he is of me. Naruto grinned when he saw Issei blush a bit, obviously embarrassed at having a dragon named after him. He's definitely a cute-looking dragon. Good potential too. I bet he'll be strong when he grows up. Dragons normally were. Asia beamed. Thank you. Rias interrupted their conversation before Naruto could say anything in response with a cough. Now that we're all here, let's go back to the human world. It's probably almost morning by now. I don't know about any of you, but I want to get some rest. Akeno and many of the others were nodding, apparently in complete agreement with their king. Except Issei. He was still crying. The life of a pervert sure is tough. Devil Ninja. Several miles out, far beyond the city limits, deep within the forest, 2 people were training. You need to be faster than that if you want to strip me of my clothes, Aiz-kun. Oh, don't you worry. I'm gonna strip you naked if it's the last thing I do. Yes, this was training. I've got you now. You're mine, Gwog. Standing on the sidelines, arms crossed over his chest, Naruto watched as Issei was kicked in the stomach by a female clone of himself. Several seconds later, the dragon-type sacred gear holder was blasted backwards, breaking straight through one of the trees, bark and wood flying in all directions as the trunk shattered, before landing on the ground and rolling to a slow, painful stop. Come on, Aiz-kun. Surely you've got more than that. You must not want to see me naked very badly if this is all the effort you're willing to put in. Issei struggled to his feet once more, shoulders slouched and his breathing heavy. Blood dribbled down the left corner of his mouth, which he wiped off with the thumb of his right hand. Ha, don't think this is all I have, Issei said, groaning in obvious discomfort and pain. I've still got way more fight left in me. And then, just like that, the young man seemed to gain his second wind. Just you watch. By the end of this spar, you're gonna be butt naked. Boost, 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 boost. With a loud shout, Issei raced towards the Naruto clone, who they dubbed Naruko for this training exercise. His speed picked up at a decently impressive rate. Before long, he was traveling at almost a third of Kiba's speed, which, while nothing amazing, was impressive for Issei, who used to be slower than molasses in winter. When he reached Naruko, Issei stretched out his gauntlet-covered hand and prepared to unleash unholy hell on the seemingly hapless young woman by using the most perverted attack in the history of ever. Haya-guu. He was then sent flying back as Naruko leaned backwards, bending and contorting her body at an angle that no male could ever come close to, and then planting a swift and powerful kick into Issei's chest. The young man was sent flying back, again. He also hit another tree. As Naruto and Naruko waited for Issei to get back up, they knew he had more fight in him. Rias appeared before him within a magic circle. Hey, Rias, Naruto greeted his girlfriend with a kiss. One that she returned eagerly, much to the enmity of a certain perverted disciple. Damn you, blonde bastard Sensgwa. Never take your eyes off your opponent, Aiz-kun. Guu, fuck that hurt. Issei staggered back to his feet after once more getting sent flying, this time by a double fist punch to the chest. He staggered around for a moment, seemingly experiencing some issues with his balance. Naruto and Rias watched the young man shake his head, then slap his cheeks, before finally charging back into the fight, if getting his ass kicked like nobody's business could really be called a fight. Boost. How is Aiz coming along? Naruto glanced over at Rias, then returned his attention to Aiz. Now that he'd boosted himself 5 times, Aiz's prowess seemed almost equal to Naruko's. At least, until Naruko decided to up her game and started attacking with even more ferocity, speed and power than before. Once that happened, the young man began to take another beating. He's doing pretty good, actually, Naruto said, smiling when he saw Aiz actually manage to get several quick swipes in despite the pounding he took. It might not look like it, but Aiz's improved a lot. You're right, it doesn't look like it. Rias winced when she saw Aiz's face almost cave in from one of Naruko's punches. That had to hurt. Blood flew everywhere, and she could have sworn she even saw a tooth fly from Aiz's mouth. By the way, why does your clone look like a girl? This is how I train him, Naruto admitted. Aiza's two greatest strengths are his loyalty and desire to help his friends, and his lust. Many people would consider lust a weakness, Rias commented. Many people are also idiots, Naruto shot back. Haven't you and everyone else said it before? That our greed is what gives devils our power. Going by that logic, using Aiza's lust to increase his power has merit. As Rias' lips turned into a thoughtful frown of silent contemplation, Naruto continued. Right now, I am using Aiza's lust to increase all of his abilities as a fighter. Naruto's purpose is not only to present Aiza with a pleasant piece of eye candy, but also to make him push himself more. His goal right now is to strip Naruto of her clothing, which motivates him and allows him to transcend his previous limitations. Within the past 2 weeks, his speed, strength, reflexes, hand-to-eye coordination and ability to adapt to new and dangerous situations on the fly have all improved by leaps and bounds. I would say that his strength has increased by about a third of his overall previous prowess. Rias gawked at him. You've managed to improve his physical abilities by that much. Yep. Naruto felt a small bit of pride, both at Aiza and his own accomplishment in helping the pervert get to his current level. I don't think he's even realized it yet, but after each session, Issei is just a little bit stronger, a little bit faster and a little bit better. I do this by having Naruto increase her own abilities in proportion to Aiza's growth. She always makes sure to stay just out of the range of what he is capable of, making it feel like he actually has a chance to increase his confidence, but also posing a real enough threat that he's going to get hurt if he doesn't improve. That's really cunning of you, actually, Rias admitted. Naruto shrugged. That's how my sensei trained me. Whenever we sparred, my teacher would limited his fighting abilities to just above my own and slowly upped his level over time. It was still a horrible match-up, he admitted. Ero Sennin had way more experience than I did, so even though he limited his strength, speed and techniques to just a bit better than what I could do, our fighting abilities were still horribly disproportionate. Much like you and Aiza are now. Exactly. But that will also help Aiza get stronger. By fighting against someone who has more combat experience and therefore more tactics to use in battle, I'm forcing him to become more capable of thinking on his feet. Naruto looked over at Aiza and Naruto. He could see some of his female clone's clothing had been removed. It was just a sleeve, but it meant Issei was getting better. He would have Naruto up her fighting prowess during their next spar, but for now. Alright, Issei, I think we can call it quits today. Oh thank God, ouch. With Naruto telling Issei he was done training, the young man slumped to the ground and winced when God decided to tell Issei not to use his name, exhausted. Lying on his back, arms and legs spread wide, the boosted gear user looked about ready to pass out. Are you ready to head home? Asked Rias, holding her hand out to him. Yep. Naruto grinned as he took Rias' hand. Much like everything else he and his girlfriend did, the act of holding hands sent just as much of a thrill through him as having sex. He really did love this feeling. Truly, nothing could be more addictive than being close to the person you loved. They began to walk off hand in hand, but not before Naruto gave the dead-tired Issei, who was just now climbing to his feet, one last parting comment. Oh, and Aiza. The perverted boy looked up. You'd better get a lot of rest. Tomorrow we're training your speed and strength. Issei just groaned, too tired to even shout. Devil Ninja tilde. When Naruto and Rias arrived home, it was to a surprise of epic proportions. What the hell happened to my apartment? It was also the biggest shock of Naruto's life. His entire apartment complex, as well as the two complexes on either side of it, were no longer present. In their place was a mansion, a literal, honest-to-God mansion. Built in the traditional Japanese style, complete with lintel posts, sloping roofs, paper walls, wooden walkways and everything he'd ever seen in a Japanese mansion, the entire structure held all of the aesthetic appeal that of a daimyo's palace. It even had a koi pond. Oh. Rias also looked surprised, though not as much. It looks like Onisama has finally decided to upgrade our living space. I knew he planned on doing this for a while, but didn't know it would be so soon. You mean Aniki did this? Arg. Wait. Where are you going? Naruto. Naruto growled as he ran into the mansion. His sandal-clad feet banged against wooden floorboards as he rushed towards the two large energy sources in the mansion. He could feel them getting close. Wooden boards became tatami mats. The energy signatures got closer. Finally, after opening one last shogi screen door, Naruto found them, Searsx and his wife maid, Graphia. Ha, Aniki. Searsx looked up and smiled when he saw Naruto standing in the doorway. Ah, Ototo. The much larger man stood up, his armored joints clinking and clanging. He walked over to Naruto, until he stood right in front of the younger man. I see you've finally returned. How do you like the renovations? Renovations. Naruto took another deep breath, and then plastered a smile on his face. They're great, he said, his smile turning into a grin so large and cheesy it forced his eyes to close and his whiskers to stretch. Amazing even. I've always wanted to live in a mansion like this. Sears looked like he couldn't be more pleased. His chest swelled and his smile grew. Really? No. Pow. Oof. Sears was forced to double over as Naruto's fist made a hard impact with his gut. Falling to his knees, the greatest of the four mows curled around his stomach, arms wrapping around his torso for good measure. He looked at his little brother, as Naruto took several steps back, tears springing from his eyes. Ototo, why? Because you renovated my home without permission. Naruto ran a hand through his hair, sighing. Seriously Aniki, you can't just do stuff to my property without my say-so. That's a violation of the bro code. The bro code? Yes. Naruto gave him a serious nod. There is a powerful code of honor among brothers. A certain form of laws that all brothers must abide by. One of those many rules is, thou shalt not mess with another brother's swag unless granted permission. I see. Sears sniffled. He looked up at Naruto, his eyes looking at the blonde imploringly. I am sorry, Otuto. I didn't even realize there was a brother's code. His long red hair swayed as he shook his head. Please, can you forgive me? Of course I forgive you, Aniki. Naruto knelt down and clasped a hand on Sears' shoulder. You just let your overeagerness get the best of you. So long as you know better now, it's okay. Tears soon sprang to Naruto's eyes. Everything's okay now. Ototo. Sears' eyes grew large and moist. It was all kinds of disturbing. Aniki. So did Naruto's, for that matter. They looked like puppy eyes, all big and blue and teary. Ototo. Ankiki. Graphia's eyes widened as she realized what was about to happen. She tried to stop it, tried to keep them from committing an act so heinous it caused even her devil blood to run cold. Ototo. Aniki. Yet she could do nothing, like a person staring at a train wreck or a bunch of children beating on a puppy, she found herself incapable of stopping them. All she could do was watch in horror as Naruto and Sears hugged. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Rias arrived just in time to witness a sight she would rather never see again. Her eyes widened in horror as brimstone and fire sprung up from the now cracked and craggy ground. The walls and ceiling dissolved around her to reveal a dark purple sky. Her skin began to swelter, droplets of sweat trailing down her forehead in small rivulets as the overwhelming heat from the fire got to her. And in the center of his wasteland, this hellish nightmare made manifest, was Naruto and Sears. They were hugging. Shudder. Rias tried to calm down. Get a hold of yourself, Rias. Damn it. Stay calm. Think. You managed to stop them before, you can easily do it again. Yeah, like that. Graphia. Rias shouted at Graphia, who once again appeared absolutely horrified by the sight before her. It was a testament to how truly terrifying this technique was that even the one who earned the title, Strongest Queen, seemed defenseless against the horrific trauma of this technique. Graphia, we need to stop them. Graphia's wide, frightened eyes snapped to her. She blinked, and then nodded. The two of them rushed towards Naruto and Sears, intent on ending this terrifying ability. Seconds later, the sound of two people getting smacked in the back of the head followed by two equally loud yelps of pain rang through the room. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. After being dressed down for nearly 15 minutes by two irate females, Naruto and Sears found themselves sitting down in a strangely European-styled living room. Strange because the rest of the house looked Japanese. Sitting by Naruto's side was Rias, while Graphia stood behind Sears, looking very much like a maid of the Grimoire clan should. Naruto thought she looked kind of ridiculous. Why did she need to maintain her maid persona when it was only the four of them? This wasn't some kind of big gathering where pomp and propriety were needed. Then again, maybe the woman just had a maid fetish. Yes, that must be it. Like how people like feet and lolicons like lawless, this woman must have a thing for dressing up as a maid. May I ask what brings you here, Onisama? Asked Rias. In her hand was a cup of steaming hot tea, which she took intermittent sips of every few seconds. You don't travel to the human world very often. I have two reasons for being here, actually, Sears said. The first is to inform you both a little bit about Naruto here, more specifically about the evil piece that you used to resurrect him. The second reason I am here is for a favor. Naruto and Rias looked at each other, and then back at Sears. So there's something special about the evil piece used to resurrect me. Indeed there is. I am sure that Rias has already mentioned how she does not know what the evil piece she used on you is called, correct? Rias and Naruto both nodded. That is because the evil piece is not one of the known pieces used in regular chess. It's a very unique piece. I am hesitant to call it a fairy piece, despite how similar it is to one. I'm sorry, but I'm not very familiar with chess. Naruto scrunched up his face. What's a fairy piece? A fairy piece is an unorthodox chess piece that is not used in conventional chess but incorporated into several different chess variants. Because of the uncoordinated nature of unorthodox chess development, the same piece can have a different name and different pieces might have the same name depending on the context. Naruto had absolutely no clue what Sears was talking about. I see. So he said that. Think of fairy pieces as special chess pieces that you won't find in a traditional game of chess. In the evil piece system, a fairy piece can grant the person resurrected by its special abilities or powers that you won't find in traditional pieces. For example, an empress piece has all the speed of a knight and the impenetrable defense of a rook. An Amazon piece, on the other hand, is a combination of queen and knight. They have the incredible boost in all of their base properties like any queen would, but their speed is maxed out far beyond those of traditional queens. Ah, that makes sense. Naruto gave Rias a kiss on the cheek. Thanks, Rias. You're welcome. Rias smirked at Sears, who appeared to be skulking. How come Ototo understood Rias Tan's explanation but not mine? Graphia, seeing her husband getting depressed, snapped him out of his funk using the most tried and true method. She whacked him in the back of the head. Anyway, Sears coughed into his hand, getting back on track. Ototo's evil piece is very similar to a royal piece in that, should he be taken out of the game, then you would automatically lose. What? Rias' eyes grew wide and round, like two ping-pong balls. How is that possible? I'm not sure, Sears admitted. The evil piece system is always evolving, always changing. That's how the mutated and fairy pieces came to be in the first place. However, no one really knows why this is. Even Ajuka, who created the evil pieces, doesn't understand why some are different from orthodox chess pieces. What we do know is this. Sears shifted in his seat and a sudden tension rose into the air, causing Naruto and Rias to straighten almost subconsciously. When Naruto appeared in the underworld 4 months ago, one of the chess sets that Ajuka was working on responded to him and began to change. The pieces combined into one, creating a fairy piece that was a combination of every single piece, yet didn't seem to contain any of the power that comes from the other pieces, which is the reason I was able to trade it in a mutated pawn for 2 of your pawns. This is very hard to take in, Rias said. Unlike Naruto, who knew only enough about chess to kick her butt with random moves that he pulled out of his ass, she understood what her brother's words implied. Naruto's evil piece was created by combining an entire chess set, all 15 pieces, but contained none of their powers and, like a king, would cause her peerage to be disqualified should he ever be taken out of a rating game. That actually made him a weak link. Or it would, if he weren't so powerful. Does being this strange evil piece come with any benefits? Asked Naruto. Not that we've determined, Sears said. From what Ajuka told me, the evil piece responded to the incredible energy emissions you unleashed when you tore a hole through the dimensional gap and ended up here. Somehow I'm not surprised you know I tore a hole through dimensions and wait. Did you just say dimensional gap? Yes, the dimensional gap is the gap that exists between worlds and is considered a void world, because it is said to be devoid of all life except for the one known as Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon or infinite dragon god. Infinite dragon god. Rias saw Naruto perk up at the mention of Ophis and inwardly cursed her brother. Couldn't her brother have left that part out? She knew of Naruto's goal to become, in his own words, the ultimate badass of the universe, and with the knowledge that there was a being powerful enough to be considered a dragon god, never mind the infinite part, he would undoubtedly seek them out and challenge them to a fight. Naruto may abhor killing and bloodshed, but combat was something he seemed to love almost as passionately as he loved her. She really hoped Naruto wouldn't become a battle maniac. You mentioned something about the dimensional gap. Rias tried changing the subject. Fortunately, she was successful. Yes, for a long time now, the dimensional gap has been considered the gap between the 3 worlds of heaven, hell and earth. Naruto's appearance disproves this theory, leading Ajuka and I to believe that there may be many other worlds out there, paralleling our own. This is all theory, of course, and I hardly understood half the stuff Ajuka was talking about. But I do know that Naruto is not from any of the 3 worlds that we know of. Sears grew silent after that, allowing Rias and Naruto a moment to reflect on what they learned. Rias already knew that Naruto was from another world. That had been one of the first subjects Naruto spoke of after they got together, so this didn't surprise her. Although, she was surprised to hear that her brother knew Naruto wasn't from this world. She probably shouldn't have been, but she was. Now that you two know this, there is something else important that I need to tell you. Naruto and Rias were snapped out of their thoughts and looked at Searsex. From this moment on, I want you two to be very careful. Word about your power has spread to all the devils in the underworld, and if they know about you, then others are bound to find out sooner or later. There have been rumors of devils with strong powers disappearing in the human world recently, so I want you two to watch yourselves. I say bring them on. Naruto pounded his left fist into his right palm. I'll shove my foot off in the ass of any jabroni stupid enough to mess with me. Ouch. We'll be careful, Oni-sama, Rias said after cuffing Naruto in the back of the head. Good. And since we've gotten all that out of the way, I have a request I would like to ask of you. Rias felt her curiosity grow at the mention of the request. She couldn't help but wonder what he needed from her. A glance at Naruto revealed that he, too, was likely feeling a touch inquisitive to know what the most powerful of the Four wanted from them. A red magic circle appeared on the floor off to the side. Rias recognized the crest as the crest of Lucifer, her brother's personal crest. A figure soon appeared from within the circle. The person, a female, stepped forward, allowing them to get a better look at her. Rias was shocked. Even Naruto's eyes went wide. It has been requested of the Grimoire clan by the Phoenix clan that we allow Revel to transfer into Kuo Academy, so that she may gain experience living in the human world. While Revel stood there, hands clasped in front of her and appearing almost nervous, Searsex smiled. And because you have proven yourselves so capable, it has been decided that you and Naruto shall be tasked with helping her acclimate. I hope you two don't mind. The afternoon sun beat down on their backs. Naruto stood in a semicircle with Issei and Kiba. They stood in a small clearing surrounded by forestry. Trees and bushes and shrubs covered much of their vision and didn't allow them to see more than several dozen feet. The canopy of branches and leaves above blocked out the sun. So what's the plan? Asked Issei. Do we just go in and bust heads, or are we actually going to, think this through or something? I'm sure Naruto-san has a plan, Issei. Kiba smiled at the pervert. And then turned to Naruto, his face a mask of skepticism. You do have a plan, right? Of course I've got a plan, Naruto said, sounding insulted. Who the hell do you think I am? How about a man who, for all his surprising intellect, tends to come up with the stupidest plans? Kiba offered. Oh, screw you. Every single one of my plans have worked so far, haven't they? Maybe for the last game, yes, but what about the one before that? They just got lucky. And the one before that? Or how about? Okay, I get your point, Naruto grumbled. So my plans are a little out there. They're still good plans. The Grimoire Peerage was currently in the middle of a mock-up rating game, Rias, Akino and Kaneko vs Naruto, Issei and Kiba. Asia was acting as the healer for after the battle and not allowed to participate because doing so would have given the team she was on an unfair advantage. She'd pouted a bit, but a few whispered words from Akino had the girl forgetting all about participating. Naruto would have wondered what was said, but felt he was better off not asking when he saw the blood leaking from Asia's nose. There are some things a man just isn't meant to know. These, rating games, had been an idea that Rias had cooked up a few weeks back. She'd been watching their rating game with Riser, compared it to the other rating games, the ones played professionally, and decided they were lacking. While their strategy had been sound enough, most of it had relied on whether or not Naruto's seal would work against Riser and seal away his ability to regenerate. While that seal had indeed worked, and worked well, it didn't change how they'd been over-reliant upon it working. If it hadn't worked, their victory could have very easily turned into defeat. The others had agreed. And so every Wednesday and Saturday the group went out into the woods, set up a barrier to keep unwanted guests away, and paired up into threes so they could have mock rating games. This particular game just happened to be set up so it was men versus women. So what's the plan, then? Right, I'm going to act as a distraction for Akino and Rias. I want you two to gang up on Kaneko and take her out of the game as quickly as possible. I don't know how I feel about ganging up on someone, Issei said, looking uncertain. It doesn't feel right to gang up on a girl like that, especially one as cute as Kaneko. I have to agree with Issei, Kiba added. Ganging up on someone, not fighting fair and square. It just feels wrong. It isn't honorable. Being honorable is for losers, not winners. Naruto dismissed their thoughts. Remember this, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. I have to be the distraction for Rias and Akino, so I can't fight her. That means you two will need to take my place. And trust me when I say that neither of you would win if you faced her one-on-one. Naruto had been training with Kaneko just like he had with Issei. At least 2 days a week for 3 hours she and he would spar in another clearing several miles from Kuo City. While Kaneko hadn't made much progress in Senjutsu, which Naruto had also taken to instructing her in, her skills in hand-to-hand combat were easily on par with his own. Then again, Naruto was never a taijutsu specialist, preferring close-range ninjutsu attacks like his Rasengan as opposed to straight-up taijutsu. It was still impressive, though. Naruto might not be Rock Lee or Maida guy, but he was no slouch either. Kaneko really had improved. I still don't like the idea of ganging up on a little girl, Issei said, crossing his arms over his chest. Even if said little girl can kick your ass 6 ways to Sunday? Naruto asked wryly. Issei's cheeks flushed. Whatever. Say we do go along with this plan, Kiba interrupted. How exactly are you going to get Rias and Akino to follow you? You can't. I know. Naruto waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I think. Kiba deadpanned. Your comprehensive answering is inspiring. Really? No. Quote ellipsis. Meanie. Tilde devil ninja tilde. Akino, Kaneko and Rias stood around a clearing, waiting. They could have made a plan, but knowing Naruto, any plan they made would be shit on the moment they actually tried to enact it. The blonde-haired devil came up with some of the most insane ideas ever conceived. They didn't always work, but they never failed to make any plans the other team conceived unusable. What do you think he's going to do this time? Akino asked. Probably something insane, stupid and reckless, Rias said. I think he's going to rile up Akino somehow and get her and you to chase after him, Kaneko said from where she was crouched on the ground, absent-mindedly playing with the grass. My guess is he'll do something stupid like smack Akino's ass or even grab her boobs in the hopes it'll anger her and make you jealous. Akino and Rias shared a look. Then they looked back at her. That was highly specific. Era, what makes you think he'd do something like grab my boobs? Akino asked. Other than the fact that my breasts are way better than Rias's. You think so, huh? Rias straightened her shoulders and glared. Her breasts bounced with the action. You wanna put that to the test, Lightning Queen? Era. Akino's smile was as devious as they came. I'll gladly show you why my breasts are better than yours anytime, anywhere. Saying this, she thrust out her own chest, causing her ridiculously sized bust to bounce and jiggle. Kaneko looked at them both, then looked down at her own flat chest. She started twitching. Boob monsters. Era, don't be so mean, Kaneko-chan. There is nothing wrong with being flat. More twitching. Indeed, having large breasts isn't all it's cracked up to be, Rias added. I often have terrible back pains and need Naruto to work the kinks out before they become overbearing. Kaneko twitched some more. How is that a problem? Rias huffed and crossed her arms under her chest, which pushed her bust together. Kaneko felt like smacking the redhead's boobs with her rook-given strength. It just is, okay. And that was when Naruto came onto the scene. He burst out of the treeline from their right, already throwing several ninja stars at them. Rias almost scoffed as she used her powers of destruction to destroy the ninja stars. The only reason she didn't scoff was because she felt wary. Naruto, contrary to the way he acted, wasn't an idiot. If he was committing to a full frontal assault, then he must be planning something. Testing the waters, she sent a blast of her powers of destruction at him, only to narrow her eyes when Naruto went up in a puff of smoke. Shadow clone, she muttered. Of course he would use a shadow clone as a distraction. It was his favorite jutsu. There he is. Akino spotted another Naruto, this one running right toward her. Cackling in glee, lightning arcing at her fingertips, she sent a lance of electric power at her foe. That Naruto also went up in smoke, revealing it to be another shadow clone. Oh my, he's quite the tricky one, isn't he? Not as tricky as you might think, a voice said behind her. Akino's eyes widened. On reflex she turned around. Amused blue eyes stared into startled purple. Her hand rose to do. What, exactly? Rias didn't know her friend's plan, or if her friend even had a plan. For all she knew, the woman was simply so stunned she had acted on instinct. Honk. Rias, right eye twitched. Akino looked even more shocked. I told you so, Kaneko said knowingly. Rias didn't know how to feel in that moment. Angry at her boyfriend. Stunned by his audacity. Should she applaud that same audacity? She didn't know, couldn't know. However. Must not face palm. Must not face palm. It was almost interesting to watch as Akino's face flashed through a variety of emotions. First came shock, her eyes became wide and round, her pupils tiny little pinpricks. She tilted her head down to stare at her chest, and then back up to stare at Naruto. You are groping my breasts. That I am. Even as he said this, Naruto continued blatantly handling Akino's breasts. I must say, these aren't bad. I almost feel jealous of Issei for being able to touch these so often. He paused to look at Akino. He does touch these, right? Unable to even think of not answering, all Akino could say was, ah. Yes. Right. Just checking. Naruto then went back to his fondling. However, while I can definitely tell these are actually bigger than Rias's by a fair bit, I'm gonna have to say that Rias has better boobs than you by far. Their fullness of their shape and general perkiness makes her bust superior to yours. Sorry, Akino, but sometimes, size just isn't everything. Rias felt slightly vindicated by his words. She'd always known that Akino had bigger breasts. It had been something her queen liked to flaunt, the fact that her boobs were bigger. Hearing Naruto say he preferred hers over Akino's was a big relief, not to mention an ego booster. On the other hand, must not face palm, must not face palm, must not face palm. You think Rias's breasts are better than mine? Way better. I see. Akino got over her shock and smiled. It wasn't a very nice smile. It was a smile that spoke of pain and suffering, of a desire to inflict harm upon others, of taking joy in another's pain. It was the smile of a sadist. Foo foo foo. You know I'm going to kill you now, right? You are certainly free to try, Akino Oni-san. Calling me Oni-san isn't going to save you this time. Akino didn't give Naruto time to respond before shoving a lightning-coated fist into his chest. Mere seconds after that, however, the Naruto in front of her disappeared within a cloud of white vapor and a log took his place. Having made a quick, on-the-spot and seal-less replacement, Naruto stood several feet away and clapped his hands together in prayer. Oh dear log, I thank thee for your honorable sacrifice. You have always blessed this worthless ninja with your protection, and in repayment, I shall plant 100 saplings in this forest to ensure that the log shall never die out. Naruto clapped his hands together twice. Aim, ai. Naruto was unable to finish his prayer, forced as he was to dodge Akino's lightning blast. Oi, can't you see I'm praying here? Naruto raised a fist and shook it at Akino, whose smile only widened. O Kitsune-kun tilde, she cooed, more lightning coating her hands. Please hold still for a moment while serve up your punishment. You'll never take me alive, sadist Oni-chan. Hold still you. And not make you work for it. Just who the hell do you think I am? Uzumaki Naruto never lets people just beat the crap out of him. At least not anymore. Either way, I ain't letting you take your sadistic frustrations out on me without a fight. Foo foo foo, very well then. Punishment is always so much more satisfying after the hunt anyway. Rias resisted the urge to sigh as she watched Naruto lead Akino into the forest. She noted that he was leading her in the opposite direction he arrived from, which likely meant Kiba and Issei were somewhere over that way as well. She turned her head. And found herself staring at a hand. Kaniko's bored yellow eyes looked up at her. Pay up. Rias grumbled as she handed her rook several coupons for her favorite sweet shop. She didn't understand. How did her rook know Naruto's habits better than she did? Kaniko didn't live with Naruto, didn't sleep with Naruto, and she certainly didn't do eki things with Naruto. Rias did. Yet somehow, Kaniko sometimes seemed to know her boyfriend better than her. It was frustrating. Kaniko counted the coupons, making sure they were the correct amount. Then she pocketed them and looked at her king once again. You should probably go after them. Akino-senpai is strong, but she can't handle Naruto-senpai on her own. Yes, you're right, Rias said, sighing. So this was his plan. Divide and conquer. A sound strategy, and one that worked. Naruto knew Rias couldn't afford to lose Akino, the strongest piece after her. Kaniko, for all her talent, wasn't as powerful and therefore not as important. Expendable. She detested the word, but there was no denying the facts. In a game of outright strategy, Kaniko was more expendable than Akino. She still didn't like it, but she accepted it. Will you be alright on your own? Rias asked. Kaniko nodded and tightened her gloves, the metal bracers Naruto had given her before the raiding game with riser finnex creaking. I can handle Kiba-senpai and the perv just fine. Rias nodded at her rook before taking off into the forest, chasing after her two other servants. Bam. Ha 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 ha. You'll have to do better than that, sadist Oni-chan. Era. In that case, why don't I try something a little different then? Crash. Not like it was a hard thing to do. Tilda devil ninja tilde. Kiba couldn't keep the sweat from dripping down his forehead. Really, Naruto? You just had to go and grope Akino's breasts. I thought Issei was supposed to be the perverted one here. He knew that his blonde companion could be a tad eccentric at times, but Kiba was only now beginning to realize something he didn't think the others had figured out yet. Naruto wasn't all there. He was kind and compassionate and friendly to be around, but he was also clearly insane. Only someone without a lick of common sense and no self-regard would possibly do something so stupid. His straining muscles alerted him to Issei's increased struggling. Kiba grunted as he held the young man back, arms under the other boy's armpits and locked around his chest. The other boy kicked his feet out, trying to find some kind of purchase along the ground. Kiba wouldn't let him, however, and kept his feet firmly in the air, wincing when strong heels struck his shins. Let me go, Kiba. I'm gonna kill that bastard. And now just calm down, Issei. I'm sure he only did this as part of the plan. Screw the plan. He just touched Akino's oppai. Her oppai. I'm the only one allowed to touch them. Well, I can kinda understand where you're coming from, Kiba admitted. It was kind of a dick move, groping the oppai of a friend's girlfriend, but he knew that was exactly the reason Naruto did it. Shock factor. And stupidity, but mostly for the shock factor. And it worked well, maybe even a little too well. Even now he could hear explosions and howling laughter off in the distance. But you've gotta calm down, Issei. You can beat up Naruto-san later. Right now we're in a competition. Don't let your anger cloud your judgment. Kiba didn't know if it was due to his words or something else, but Issei did calm down. You're right, he said. Kiba blinked. I need to focus on the training now. I'll get back at blonde bastard sensei after we win. Oh yes. He's gonna regret ever touching Akino's oppai. Kukuku. Kiba stared at his friend, his look unfathomable. Let's just hurry up and beat Kaneko. Why was he surrounded by crazy people? Tilda devil ninja tilde. Naruto enjoyed this little game of cat and mouse he and Akino played, even if he was currently the mouse. Dodging the lightning storm the sadist threw at him was excellent exercise, a great way to train his timing and reflexes. It was made all the more interesting because the lightning seemed capable of seeking him out, almost like it had infrared sensing or whatever. The crackling of lightning burning ozone had Naruto tilting his body to the left and springboarding to another branch. The branch he'd been on, along with the tree, exploded in a shower of sparks and wood chips. Naruto offered a silent prayer to the tree whose logs would never see the light of day. Amen. He clapped his hands twice. And then dodged another blast of lightning. Get back here, Kitsune-kun. Naruto called back, turning around just to toss Akino an infuriating grin. Then he pulled down his left eyelid and stuck his tongue out at her for good measure. You want me, you're gonna have to catch me. A smile no longer on her face, Akino snarled at him. Fine. Lightning gathered along her arm, long arcs of electricity jittering off her fingers, striking at the ground and flora around her, igniting several shrubs and trees. Her index and middle finger formed a spear point to which all of the lightning gathered into a tiny ball that hummed and crackled with repressed power. Akino thrust her entire arm forward, and the lightning, all of that compressed energy in the shape of a sphere, was released in a single conical beam of destructive power. Whoa! Naruto had to make quick use of Kawarimi in order to avoid getting barbecued. The tree he'd been standing on, along much of the surrounding area in a several-meter radius around it, exploded in a violent shower of sparks and fire. Phew, that was too close. Naruto eventually found a spot he deemed appropriate for a confrontation, a semi-large clearing without any trees and only a few bushes. He could feel Rias also closing in from the other side. Smart move, trying to hem him in with a pincer. That would have worked if he hadn't gotten a feel for her devil powers. Her signature was very distinctive and easily recognizable. He stopped in the middle of the clearing, his back to Akino when he heard her barge out of the sea of trees. Finally decided to stop running, I see. Akino's wings retracted into their back as her feet alighted the ground. I'm glad to see you're willing to take your punishment like a man now. You can think that if you want. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Grinning like a loon, Naruto turned and pointed a finger at her. But don't think for one second that I'm actually going down easily. It's game time now, and I'm playing to win. Pretty words from a mouth that's about to get roasted. Akino sent another blast of lightning at Naruto, who charged headlong into the arcing danger's path. As the electrical damage washed over him, the blonde teenager vanished in more smoke. I'm beginning to hate these shadow clones, Akino muttered, looking around. Naruto was no longer visible. He wasn't in front of her, nor to the left or the right. He wasn't behind her or above her. That could only mean. Aha! Akino's eyes widened as the ground exploded underneath her and a grinning Naruto popped out. Her body jerked backwards, barely managing to avoid the fist set to plant itself under her chin. She stumbled several steps, which allowed Naruto to close the distance fast. TCH. Akino realized she was in trouble the moment Naruto moved within hand-to-hand combat range. She wasn't a frontline fighter. Her body might have a rook's strength and a knight's speed, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. It just meant she could dodge quicker and take more of a beating. The simple fact was she had no talent in the martial arts. Naruto's fists whizzed by her head, each strike buffeted her hair, causing it to flutter in her eyes. She blinked, but that proved to be a mistake when, in the time span it took her to blink, his fist was in front of her face. Only her speed, the same speed granted to knights, saved her from what would have likely been a serious black eye. Come on, sadist Oni-chan. Naruto's joyous laugh rang through the air, showing quite clearly how much fun he was having. I thought you were going to fry me. A straight jab was dodged by jumping several feet back using her rook-granted strength. Naruto tried to follow, but Akino sent a blast of lightning at his feet, forcing him to leap back. The ground exploded between them. Tendrils of electrical discharge burnt the ozone, arcs of energy that skittered across the ground and through the air. Akino used the moment this granted her to take to the sky. While Naruto could follow her if he desired, she knew he wouldn't. For some reason, he hated flying. Something about not being able to fight properly in the air. Now, Kitsune-kun. Cheeks flushed red, breathing heavy, Akino smiled as more lightning began crackling between her fingers. Let's see how long you can keep dodging me. Tilde Devil Ninja Tilde. Naruto knew he was in trouble the moment Rias joined in the fight. While confident that he could take them both at the same time in a real fight, this was a spar, a training session. As such he couldn't use any of his sure kill techniques, not that he would use those against allies and friends. In either event, this limited his abilities substantially. He had the Rasengan, his chakra chains, his ninja supplies, and his ability to manipulate wind chakra. Plus a few magic spells, which he didn't like using. The Rasengan was out of the question. He didn't know how damaging it would be on a devil. It might only do a bit of cosmetic damage on their more durable bodies, or it might drill a hole through skin, muscle and bone. He didn't want to find out. His chakra chains were useful, but only good for restraining people, and they were slow. Like, really slow. Akino and Rias could dodge them easily enough. They'd done so a number of times already. His wind manipulation was good, but it required some time to build up the chakra and transform it into wind-based chakra. If he knew the hand signs for jutsu, he'd be able to just let the signs manipulate the shape and transform the chakra for him. Sadly, he'd never really focused on hand sign jutsu. Most of his attention had been on shape and nature manipulation. What about his magic then? He had a few spells, low-level ones. They probably wouldn't even singe the two above him, but maybe they'd make a good distraction. Instincts warned him of sudden danger and Naruto jumped to the left. Dark red matter struck the spot he'd been standing on, incinerating it and leaving a small, perfectly round crater. Ooh boy. Naruto whistled. These girls are taking this pretty seriously. He looked up in time to see a combination attack, lightning and destruction swirling around each other like a double helix heading right for him. He gathered a bit of wind chakra to his fists and thrust them at the ground, launching himself over the attack, which struck the earth with incredible force. Wings popped out of his back, keeping him aloft. So you've finally decided to take the fight to us? Asked Rias, smiling at her boyfriend. Naruto sighed. Well, I guess I had to get serious sometime. Era. What an arrogant thing to say. Akino's smile, flushed face and heavy breathing showed she'd forgotten all about being angry. She was clearly fully immersed in her S mode. Naruto could see why it freaked Issei out so much. Akino was kind of freaky. It looks like I'm going to need to put this little fox in his place. A snort echoed within his mind. Listen to this woman calling you a fox. I feel like I've personally been insulted. Don't be like that, Kurama. I can be foxy when I want to be. Keep telling yourself that, kid. Maybe one day it'll come true. Naruto would have pouted at his friend's words, but several blasts and beams of electricity and destruction hurtling his way forced him to put that out of his mind. He spent the next few seconds simply dodging attacks, trying to get used to flying. He didn't do it very often. While the concept of flying appealed to him, putting the idea into practice was hard. His wings just didn't do what he told them to. This meant he spent more time sputtering around and almost crashing than anything else. He did have to be grateful for one thing, though, at least it kept him from getting hit. Look at that. Kitsune-kun can't fly very well. Akeno took much pleasure in this fact. If Naruto didn't know any better, he'd say she was holding a grudge. It looks like foxes really are meant to be bottom feeders. Now that's just rude. Agreed. She shouldn't lump foxes in with you. Ah, Kurama, so mean. Naruto eventually got the hang of flying and soon found himself weaving between blasts of lightning and waves of destruction far more easily. He juked and jinked, moving left and right, drawing inexorably closer to the two. Akeno. Right. The two launched a simultaneous attack at Naruto. Red energy and blue lightning combined. The energy turned into a cylinder of sheer destruction while the lightning skittered along the outside, enhancing the already devastating power. Naruto pulled out a kunai and enhanced it with wind chakra. Wind chakra is used in order to increase the sharpness of bladed weapons, so much so that in the hands of an experienced user even small blades are capable of piercing substantial rocks easily. This chakra is unparalleled offensively in close and mid-ranged fights. This effect is achieved by utilizing two opposing chakra currents, which are ground against each other in such a manner that they sharpen one another into fine pieces. Naruto remembered Asuma's lessons from way back when. How to increase the sharpness of bladed weapons using wind-natured chakra flow, creating two opposing currents of chakra that ground against each other, sharpening one another until his wind became so sharp it could slice through just about anything, including demonic energy. Releasing a wordless battle cry, Naruto swung his wind-enhanced kunai at the upcoming storm of energy. The wind sliced the beam of crackling destruction in half, causing it to split apart and flow on either side of him. Earth rumbled as the attack struck groundside, creating a small seismic quake, leaving two large craters about 4 meters wide in the shape of perfect circles upon dispersing. Naruto clicked his tongue as he looked what was left of his kunai. Everything except the handle had been reduced to slag. He discarded the handle with a sigh. Kunai just weren't cutting it these days. With the enemies he faced, a mere kunai simply wasn't enough anymore. He'd have to find a weapon that could withstand the power people of this world seemed to possess. Patience, brat, Kyuubi growled. Once your chakra has had the chance to synchronize with my new chakra, we'll be able to replicate those truth balls of yours. You'll be able to make pretty much whatever you want then. Yeah, I know. I just hated waiting. Impatient brat. Scruffy old fox. Naruto was forced to suspend further conversation when the battle began anew. Rather than rely on easily destroyed tools, he focused on drawing wind chakra into his fists and launching them out in powerful bursts of hammer strength gusts. They didn't do as well. The power of deconstruction was too strong to be beaten by blunt force trowel, but at least the lightning was negated by his wind. It seems we're at a bit of a stalemate, Rias said after her 7th unsuccessful attack. So it would appear, Akeno agreed. I hope that doesn't mean you two are giving up, Naruto said, grinning, hardly winded. While he was being given quite the workout, his energy levels kept him fresh and raring for more. I'm still ready to keep going. Rias crossed her arms under her chest. You're having way too much fun with this. And she's not. Rias looked to where Naruto was pointing, and then promptly felt a small trickle of sweat run down her face. She looked away from the disturbing sight of Akeno's flushed, sweaty face, and the way her friend's bosom shook with every heaving breath taken. Okay, so maybe you're not enjoying it as much as her. Enough talking, Akeno muttered, her sadistic grin coming on full force. Lightning crackled and ozone burned as her arms became covered in blue arcs of energy. Let's continue this. I wanna have some more fun. Hey, I'm ready whenever you are, Sadist-chan. My, such big words from a little lech who gropes a taken woman's boobs. I don't wanna hear that from someone dating the king of lechers. Ah, touché. Before the battle or banter could progress any further, Kaneko walked into the clearing. Her clothing was torn and her body a bit scuffed up, but she didn't look too injured. On the other hand, the unconscious Kiba and Issei slung over her shoulders looked like they'd been put through the ringer. Kaneko dropped the two on the ground and looked at the trio in the air. I've beaten them, she said unnecessarily. Damn, looks like we lost. Naruto sighed, and then pouted. That girl is getting way too strong for her own good. I'm almost beginning to regret training with her now. No, you're not, Rias said, snorting. We all know how much you love teaching Kaneko. Her eyebrows twitched at Naruto's sheepish grin. Now come on, let's get the barrier down and head back home. All this exercise has made me hungry. Amen to that. Tilde devil ninja tilde. Revel Phoenix stood in the kitchen, an apron tied adorning her front, tied around her waist. Her blonde locks had been tied back into a single bun instead of her usual drills. She didn't really like the hairstyle, but didn't want her drills getting in the batter. She'd already mixed the batter, poured it into the pan, and it was now cooking in the oven. The timer said 15 minutes were left until it finished baking. Revel turned away from the oven and focused back on the mixer, currently mixing her ingredients for the frosting. It looked about ready, just a few more seconds. While waiting, Revel thought of her the past week. Living in the same house as the person she admired was an amazing experience. Naruto-sama always maintained an attitude of good cheer, which she couldn't help but feel drawn toward. That he treated her with kindness and respect only made him more desirable. Rias-sama didn't seem to like her, though. That kind of hurt, but Revel figured the other devil just didn't like her encroaching on what could be considered the redhead's territory. Just as she put the finishing touches on the cake, spreading the frosting across its surface, that she heard the mansion's front door open. "We're home." Hurrying out of the kitchen and walking down the hall, Revel tried everything she could think of to calm herself down. She couldn't allow herself to get worked up or overly excited. She needed to keep her regal bearing and calm demeanor if she wanted to impress Naruto-sama with her ladylike charm. She stepped into the entrance hall wearing what she hoped was a graceful smile. Naruto and Rias were taking off their shoes, and Revel could tell they'd been working hard. Their bodies were covered in a light layer of sweat, Naruto more so than Rias. Good afternoon, Naruto-sama, Rias-sama. Revel cursed. A stutter. Really? She was stuttering. That was not going to help her get into Naruto's good graces, and it definitely wouldn't help her with Rias. Calm. She needed to be calm and composed and show them what an amazing companion she would make. I hope your training went well. Damn it. Naruto graced her with the brightest smile she'd ever seen. Revel felt her cheeks grow warm. We had an excellent practice session, I think. We're learning a lot more about each other by working together, and it's definitely helping the team's cohesiveness. His smile turned to Rias. This really was a great idea, Rias. Revel frowned while Rias smiled. Thank you, Naruto, but I can't really take all the credit. I only got the idea after hearing about how you were training with Kaneko and Issei. It made me want us to get stronger as a group, to grow and become closer, like family. Before the two could get lost in each other's eyes, Revel interrupted with a small stutter. Naruto-sama. She tried not to flush when he looked at her, his head tilted quizzically. She tried not to cower when Rias glared at her. I baked some cake today and I was wondering if you'd like to try some. Cake. Feeling bashful under his gaze, Revel nodded. Why yes. Naruto didn't even seem to contemplate the offer before giving her a wide smile that caused her heart to race. I would love some. Devil Ninja. Here you go, Revel muttered as she set down a small plate with a slice of cake on it. Naruto gave her a thankful smile, and absently wondered about her change in facial color, before turning his attention to the cake. It was truly a masterpiece, and he meant that in a literal sense. The cake wasn't a standard square or circle, but shaped like a leaf, which he realized she must have gotten from his headband. Forest green frosting covered the top, which had been artistically designed to look like the skin of a leaf. Starting at the center and expanding outward in orange frosting was the Uzumaki swirl, the symbol of his clan. He couldn't tell what kind of cake it was, but Revel had clearly put her heart and soul into baking it. Wow, Naruto whispered. This looks absolutely incredible. Thank you, the blonde Ojo-sama devil muttered, seemingly wanting to duck her head into her clothes. Naruto thought Revel's blushing face was one of the most adorable things conceived by man, or devils. Naruto's first bite of cake strangely reminded him of the first time he'd ever eaten ramen. They tasted absolutely nothing alike. Ramen was salty and robust, this tasted of sugar, lemons and strawberries. There was no correlation between the two. And yet, for reasons he didn't quite understand, he couldn't help but think of that first time he'd walked into Ichiraku Ramen and old man Tucci gave him a free bowl of ramen. Weird. He finished his first bite and turned to Revel. This is really, really good. Revel's cheeks couldn't have possibly gotten any redder. Do you think so? Naruto found it odd to see Revel playing with the hem of her apron. She seemed so embarrassed, and not at all like how she acted when they first met. He would have wondered about it, but it seemed like a natural shift, so he guessed she was just acting this way now because she'd grown more comfortable around him. He was glad. Revel didn't belong to Rias's peerage, but he really wanted to be friends with her. Hopefully, they would become close in the coming days. Of course I do. Giving her his most enthusiastic grin, he thumped his chest. I've never been really into sweets, but your cake is incredible. Amazing even. I would have never guessed that such a pretty Ojo-sama would be able to make such awesome tasting cake. TT thank you, Revel stuttered. The girl seemed very shy about accepting praise. He guessed her family didn't do it very often. It made sense. She was an Ojo-sama, so her maids probably did most of the cooking. He doubted her family ever had a chance to taste her cooking, or if they did, they probably attributed her amazing cakes to the maid, or something. Naruto made a promise to compliment her some more. Everybody enjoys compliments, especially girls. I do have to admit, this is delicious, Rias added. She had an odd look on her face that Naruto recognized as jealousy. Rias was also an excellent cook, but her skills lent themselves more toward traditional Japanese cuisine, not sweets. She was also competitive and didn't like people being better than her at something. She also seemed possessive of him for some reason. He didn't get it. They were already dating. It wasn't like he planned on getting another girlfriend or something. He loved Rias and wouldn't dare cheat on her. Thank you, Revel said, bowing to Rias. Naruto noticed that she didn't seem to react as strongly to his girlfriend's compliment. No blushing, no stuttering, just a smile and a bow. Was it because Rias was also a pureblood devil and Revel was used to accepting compliments from her peers? How strange. Naruto finished off his slice of cake and was about to ask for another when Revel beat him to the punch. Here, let me get you another slice, she said, hurrying to turn words into action. Thank you very much. Naruto eyed his next slice with delight. He was almost positive he was drooling. He cast his gaze off the slice long enough to pay Revel another compliment, complete with sparkling grin and a thumbs up. You're going to make a really great wife someday. WWW wife. WWW what the heck are you saying? Naruto laughed heartily as Revel slumped into a chair, her face steaming. The smile left when Rias grabbed Naruto's cheek before he could dig into the amazing cake. OWCH. Riaf, waf are you foing? What Naruto means to say is that you're going to grow into an amazing young woman, Rias said, smiling at Naruto. Isn't that right? More or wef. Han you wet go now, please. Rias let go and Naruto began eating his cake. It was almost as good as ramen. Meanwhile, Revel recovered from what appeared to be a minor slip of her Phoenix powers over fire. So how's your group training going? She asked. You mentioned it was going well, but you weren't really specific about it. We've been making great breakthroughs with our teamwork, Rias said, setting aside the now empty plate and placing her forearms on the table. By training together like this we've learned a lot about each other, even some things we'd never realized despite how long we've known each other. This has helped us phenomenally, and I believe will be one of our strong points in the future. Of course, some of us need a bit more work than others. When Rias looked at Naruto, the blonde devil had the decency to appear sheepish. While he worked well with everybody else, it was also true that he tended to go his own way at times. It had nothing to do with his inability to work as a team and everything to do with his desire to take on the heavy lifting for himself. It was a problem he'd always had, but only recently discovered. I imagine that by working in smaller groups, you've also made great strides in learning small unit tactics, Revel added, even as she served Naruto another piece of cake before he could ask for thirds. Rias seemed surprised. Yes, that is true. That will probably be your greatest strength, Revel said, almost to herself. Most people who play rating games tend to play either one of two ways, focusing on strengthening one or two individuals and using the rest as cannon fodder, or focusing on strengthening the team to fight against threats by overwhelming them as a team. I believe your brother is the latter case, while mine is the former. Why yes, that is correct. This will actually do you a lot of credit. Revel was off in her own world now, eyes gazing at something only she could see. By focusing on small unit tactics, you'll be able to form a combination of hit and runs, blitz tactics, I think they're called. This will allow you to whittle away at an enemy before combining forces for one final push. It's a rather brilliant idea. Rias looked at the girl in stunned silence. Naruto was impressed, too. He'd never been one for well-thought-out strategies, preferring on-the-fly tactics over strategies thought of in advance. But even he could see how beneficial Revel's strategy was. I actually hadn't thought of that. Rias looked put out and Naruto realized it was because Revel thought of something she hadn't. Thinking on it, Revel actually kind of reminded Naruto of a less lazy and really pretty version of Shikamaru. She was wickedly intelligent, like his lazy friend, but didn't lack motivation. You're not only good at baking cakes, but also strategizing. Naruto gave the girl a grin. You're just full of surprises, aren't you? Revel squeaked. After cake, Rias and Naruto adjourned to the living room. It was a really big living room. Gigantic even. Dark red carpet covered much of the floor. Naruto would have preferred orange, but didn't complain. Several sofas and couches centered around a coffee table and a large, flat-screen TV complete with surround sound hung on the wall at the far end. It would probably be more accurate to call it a media room instead of a living room. Revel had gone off to change. Naruto had mentioned how she had some stains on her apron and clothes. The girl had let out a sound he could have sworn he'd heard from someone else long ago, before scurrying from the room. She'd entered the living minutes later dressed in a pair of very princess-white pajamas, pink bottoms and a pink t-shirt with frills. Naruto thought it suited her. Revel blushed when he mentioned this. "Come on, sit down, sit down." A grinning Naruto patted the spot on his left. Rias sat on his right, snuggled firmly into his side. He in turn had wrapped an arm around her waist, deriving great pleasure from feeling her glorious and beautiful body pressed against his. Revel looked unsure for a second, however, upon Rias' smile, seemed to settle down. Okay. She sat on the same sofa as Naruto and Rias, though did not join in the cuddling, for obvious reasons. The lights soon dimmed and the TV turned on. Rias's eyes began to sparkle as the opening theme to her newest favorite anime, Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works, began playing. Naruto also focused his attention on the animated series about a teenage boy their age with ideals of becoming a hero. Devil Ninja. The next morning was Monday, the start of the school week. Naruto didn't particularly enjoy these days, mainly because he didn't enjoy school, but today was special. Revel would be joining them at school. It would be her first day there. That morning Naruto and Rias did everything they normally did, wake up, shower, cook breakfast, etc. Revel joined them at the table. Like most mornings, her hair was in a bit of disarray and it was clear she was still half asleep. The blonde Uho-sama wasn't much of a morning person, that's for sure. After breakfast, the group finished getting ready. Revel woke up enough to do her hair, and together they set off for school. While they walked, Naruto spoke with Rias about what he planned on doing after school. "I plan on taking Kaneko-chan up to the mountains for some training." "That far?" Rias frowned. "Why do you need to head all the way up there?" "We're doing senjutsu training," Naruto explained. "I understand that the basics of senjutsu in this world is a lot different than my own. There is a huge risk of the person using it turning into a raging berserker." He paused. Kaneko mentioned something about taking in the world's hatred. "I'm not too sure on this, but I think she's actually speaking of the taint of hatred left over from the hundreds of wars and various atrocities that have taken place in this world. War and greed and other negative emotions are breeding grounds for hatred. It stands to reason that this world has gone through so much war and suffering that the hatred of the people has literally stained the earth, something like that. Anyway, I believe the best thing to do is take her as far from humanity as possible. It's just a theory, but I think if she's surrounded by nature, gathering senjutsu chakra will be easier and cause less strain." "That does make sense." Rias nodded slowly. "All right then, I'll allow that. Just promise me you'll be careful." Naruto gave her a lopsided grin. "Hey, this is me we're talking about." Rias's flat look spoke volumes about her lack of reassurance. "And that is exactly what worries me." Naruto pouted. As they continued walking, Naruto noticed that Revel appeared to get more and more nervous. After thinking about it for a moment he realized why, and he felt like smacking himself. Revel was the Ojo-sama to a powerful devil clan. She'd probably never been to school before. Did most devils even go to school? Rias, Sona and their respective peerage seemed to be the only ones who went to school. Granted, he knew little about other young devils, but this seemed to be the case from what he'd seen thus far. Knowing what it's like to be nervous about something and not wanting her to suffer alone, Naruto grabbed Revel's hand with his free hand. The girl looked startled. She stared at her hand in his, then up at him. Her face broke out into flames. "WWW, what do you think you're doing?" she shouted, jerking her hand out of his grasp. Naruto just caught it again, however, and stroked the back of her hand with his thumb. "It's okay to be nervous," he told her, grinning, "but try not to worry too much, nay. I might not share any classes with you, but I'll be around if you need anything. We also have you sharing classes with Kaneko-chan, so you'll have someone you're familiar with." Ah, the girl's cheeks turned red and steam began pouring from her ears. It was an impressive feat, to be sure. He wondered if all phonexes were capable of that. See. In that case, Thank you, she mumbled, then glared. But don't think I'm doing this because I like holding hands, got it? I'm only letting you hold my hand because I recognize your good intentions, understand? I gotcha, Naruto said. Revel just huffed and looked away. What an odd girl. What are you doing, Naruto? Naruto froze. Something about Rias's tone set him on edge, though he did not know what. Turning, he noticed that she looked annoyed by something. Doing what? That. Rias gestured towards the hand holding Revel's. Why are you holding her hand? While Revel blushed, Naruto just felt confused. Moral support, he said, though it sounded almost like a question. Moral support. Rias's face was deadpanned. Yeah, haven't you ever been nervous and wished someone was there to support you? Naruto asked. To make you feel better and more confident. I can't tell you the number of times I used to wish I had someone who'd supported me when I was younger and going to the ninja academy. I remember watching all the other students coming to school with their parents holding their hands, and I kept thinking to myself, I really wish someone would do that for me. Naruto smiled as sadness seeped into his heart. It's a little late for someone to do that with me now, but I thought I could be someone else's support, you know. This is Revel's first time at school, and her family isn't here to support her. That means we should support her in their stead. He looked down at Revel, squeezing her hand in comforting gesture. The girl's still red cheeks gained even more color, but she squeezed back. Rias sighed. Fine, I guess that's okay. Naruto frowned. He knew that voice. She was jealous. It looked like he'd have to find some way to let her know that she had no reason to be jealous. Just because he was holding someone's hand didn't mean he planned on seducing them or something. Really, sometimes this girl overreacted from the simplest of things. As they walked through the gates of Ku Academy, the other students noticed them and stopped what they were doing. Who is that? Who cares, she's cute. What's she doing with Naruto and Rias Onisama? Why is Naruto holding her hand like that? Gasp. Do you think he's two-timing Rias Onisama? Two-timing? That jerk. I should kill him for cheating on our beautiful Onisama. Naruto frowned at the idiot speaking. Really? Two-timing? Who the hell would be stupid enough to two-time their girlfriend when said girlfriend was standing right next to them? Never mind the fact that he had the best girlfriend ever. It seemed stupidity ran rampant in this school. And to think, this place was supposed to make you less stupid. He shook his head. This was why he didn't like school. It killed brain cells faster than an eroge. They stopped in the hallway. Rias turned to face them. Being a senior, she had a different schedule than either of them. So, she eyed Naruto's hand still holding Revel's. The frown grew. I guess I'll see you two later, then. She turned around to leave. Naruto wouldn't let her. Before she even had a chance to make a single step, Naruto grabbed her by the hand and pulled her back him. Rias spun angrily, but before she had time to do much more than open her mouth, Naruto was kissing her. A gasp of surprise escaped her muffled lips. More gasps came from those around them, including Revel. Naruto ignored them and focused on putting his emotions into his kiss. He needed to let Rias know that she didn't have any reason to be jealous. They didn't come up for air for several long seconds that seemed to stretch into minutes. When they did, Rias gasped as her oxygen-deprived lungs heaved in several gulps of air. She barely had time to do more than take a single breath before Naruto kissed her again, and then a fourth time for good measure. By the time he was finished, Rias's face was flushed the same color as her hair. Rias, Naruto said in a serious tone. Rias blinked before her eyes focused on him. I love you. Her eyes widened. You know that, right? She stared at him for several seconds, cheeks still red, and then her eyes softened. I know, she said softly. So you know there's no reason to feel insecure, right? She looked away. I know. Sorry. There's no need to apologize. Naruto chuckled. I just wanted to know that you have nothing to feel insecure about. Our relationship is rock solid. On instinct, Naruto grabbed a strand of Rias's hair and brought it between their faces. Connected by the red threads of fate. Rias snorted. Red threads of fate? Really, Naruto? Hey, it worked with my parents. A grinning Naruto winked. I'm sure it'll work with us, too. I guess, Rias said, smiling. So, I'll see you later then. She looked at Revel, who appeared slightly insecure by the display she had just witnessed. Both of you. The blonde girl looked at her in surprise. Naruto nodded. See you after class. Rias walked away and Naruto tugged on Revel's hand, getting her to follow him. As they walked down the hall, Revel looked up at Naruto. Naruto-sama. About. Back there. I was just wondering. Oh, that. Naruto grinned at her reassuringly. Don't worry too much. Rias can be a bit, possessive of me. I guess she felt threatened since you're living with us now. Oh. Don't worry about her right now, Naruto said. For now, just focus on school and making as many friends as possible. They soon arrived at Revel's classroom. The place was already filled with a number of students. Most of them stopped talking when Naruto and Revel entered. Naruto ignored the students who stared at them and the whispering that started up. He searched the room and soon spotted the familiar white hair of Kaneko. The 15-year-old Neko devil hybrid was sitting at her desk, munching on some sweets. Warmth spread through his chest. Same old Kaneko-chan. He walked up to her, Revel in tow. Morning, Kaneko-chan, he greeted, reaching out and rubbing the girl's hair. Kaneko paused in her eating to enjoy the head petting. She closed her eyes and leaned into his hand. Naruto-senpai. Even though her voice sounded emotionless, Naruto could tell she was happy to see him through her chakra. Are you ready for our training after school? He asked. Yellow eyes cracked open to stare at him. You're bringing snacks, right? Of course. I'll have your favorites all ready for you, and if you do really well, I'll take you to that sweet shop you love so much this weekend. Kaneko didn't say anything, but she did crack a small smile. Anyway, I was hoping to ask for a favor. What is it? Today is Revel's first day, he said, pulling the blonde beauty forward. Revel looked confused. She blinked at Kaneko, who merely stared back with a blank look. She's gonna be in your class, so I was hoping you'd help her out by showing her the ropes. I can do that, Kaneko said. Great. Naruto rubbed her head some more, making a promise to give her some extra head petting later on. In that case, I'll take my leave. He smiled at Revel. If you need anything, don't be afraid to ask Kaneko-chan. Oh, and be sure to drop by the occult club room during lunch break. That's where I always have my lunches. Okay. Revel seemed a bit confused, or maybe overwhelmed. Naruto felt for her, but was sure she'd get used to how things worked in school quickly. She was pretty perceptive, from what he'd seen thus far. He soon left the room and began walking down the hall. It wasn't until he was halfway to his own classroom that he heard a loud shout that could have only come from Revel. Did you just call me Yakitori? He smiled. It's so nice to see those two becoming such great friends already. Devil Ninja. Naruto and Kaneko were surrounded by nature, a beautiful spring located deep within a forested region several miles outside of Kuoa Academy. Trees and other types of flora surrounded them, grass and a multitude of colorful flowers. Not 7 meters away, several fish leapt out of the waters to a crystal-clear lake that glittered in the afternoon sun. Naruto and Kaneko sat on the ground. They sat in seiza, their knees touching. Kaneko looked frightened and nervous, while Naruto exuded a calming aura. Having listened to what you and Aniki know about senjutsu, I have come to the conclusion that your sister and everyone else who've ever managed to use it in this world have been learning it the hard way, Naruto said. As I understand it, you're not taught to clear your mind while using senjutsu and all you do is gather it around a limb, usually your fist, and push it outside of your body. Kaneko nodded, but didn't say anything. The first and most important thing you need to understand about controlling senjutsu is that you can't just gather it. Doing so is not only dangerous but foolish. This is probably why people who try using it are overtaken by the malice and hatred of the world. You're not just taking in the hatred and malice of the world. The hatred and malice of the world is mixing with your own negative emotions, avarice, envy, greed, lust. All these negative thoughts and emotions you feel mix in with the world's own negativity, making it impossible to distinguish which feelings are yours and which are the world's. Kaneko frowned, her lips curving down in thought. So you're saying that my sister and everyone else have been learning it wrong? Not wrong, just more difficult, Naruto said. The way I am going to teach you will allow you to take in the world's energy more easily. You'll still have to deal with the malice and hatred, but you'll at least be able to distinguish between your feelings and the world's feelings. This will make it easier to ignore the world and gather senjutsu chakra. Kaneko nodded. What do I need to do first? The first step toward learning senjutsu is learning to sit completely still, Naruto explained. You must become a part of nature. By clearing your mind and learning to still your body you can mimic nature. Allow me to show you. Naruto closed his eyes and took in several slow, deep breaths. Kaneko watched as his body suddenly stilled so completely that, for a single second, she almost thought he died. She blinked. And Naruto vanished. She blinked again. Naruto appeared before her, completely fine, still breathing, his eyes open and staring at her. Kaneko rubbed her eyes. When she saw Naruto still sitting there, grinning at her, she blinked again. What just happened? She asked, not bothering to hide her shock. One minute you were so still you looked dead and the next you disappeared, Naruto said, grinning. It's because I became a part of nature. Do you see the rocks on the ground? Or the trees when you walk past? Naruto asked rhetorically. Barely, right, you see them, but only in that abstract sense of knowing they're there. Your mind fills in the image with what it already knows from memory, but you don't really see them as anything more than indistinct shapes. When you still your body and mind completely, you become a part of nature, your presence all but disappears. Only skilled sensors and other senjutsu users can sense someone who's become one with nature. That sounds like it would be very useful, Kaneko said. Naruto shook his head. Not really. In order to become one with nature you must still your body and mind, so really, all you can do is sit in one place. Sure, it might be a good way to hide from others, but that'll only work if you're surrounded by nature. Try gathering it in a city and you'll stick out like an udon addict in a ramen bar. Kaneko's sweat dropped. Oh. Now, Naruto said, amiably putting his hand on Kaneko's head and rubbing. No need to look so depressed. Truthfully, it's not a bad idea. The problem is it's impossible to use senjutsu to hide without finding a way around the need to stay still. Which is actually impossible. Believe me, I've tried. He shuddered. It wasn't pleasant. The two spent a moment in silence. Naruto continued to rub Kaneko's head while the Neko devil hybrid purred. Right, Naruto started again, removing his hand from Kaneko's head, much to her disappointment. Let's begin by doing some basic meditation. This will help clear your mind, which is key to becoming still. You can't be still if your mind is filled with thoughts, after all. The two soon got to work. They would stay in that clearing for several hours, with Naruto helping Kaneko reach stillness and Kaneko trying her hardest to become one with nature. She would soon realize it was more difficult than it sounded. Devil ninja. The hour was late. The sun had gone down. Day became night. This would normally be a time when everyone slept, snuggling in their beds and dreaming whatever it is people dreamed about. A few were not sleeping. Issei was likely still out completing jobs. Despite growing stronger each and every day, the young pervert still had yet to complete a single job. It was kind of pathetic, but that's just how Issei was. Naruto also remained awake, though not necessarily by choice. He'd been sleeping peacefully, lying on his bed, a fully naked Rias cuddling with him. He would have loved to just stay there and enjoy the feel of her warm body pressed against his, her breasts pushing into his chest and her nipples tickling his skin. Alas, there are some things that one simply can't ignore. The call of nature was one of those things. After relieving himself, Naruto left the bathroom and ambled back toward his bedroom. The long walkway was empty, as expected since only 3 people lived there. Naruto's feet lightly patted along the wooden tile, and while he walked, he also grumbled, "Stupid Aniki, who the hell builds a frickin' mansion for 3 people?" The Japanese-style mansion that Sears had built for him, Rias and Revel reminded him of the Hyuga compound. It consisted of several structures in various sizes, connected via a series of roofed walkways with wooden floorboards done in a highly lacquered finish that gleamed in the light. No matter which walkway you were on or where you looked, all you'd see were trees and plants arrayed together in a plethora of color, beautiful flowers and sakura trees and all manner of gorgeous plant life. This place was like an oasis in a desert, only instead of being in a desert it was in a city. It even had several streams running through it and koi ponds dotting the landscape. As he walked along the walkway, something near one of the sakura trees caught his attention. A beautiful girl with long blonde hair dressed in a white nightgown that went down to her ankles, revealing her bare feet. Revel Phoenix stared up at the night sky, an oddly solemn or maybe introspective expression holding sway over her features. Her hair wasn't done up in its usual drill style. While he thought her drills were pretty, Naruto couldn't deny that she looked beautiful with her hair down. "Revel," Naruto greeted the girl as he walked up to her. "Kya." Naruto stopped when Revel squeaked and spun around. She lost her footing on the rock she'd been standing on and nearly fell into the small pond beside the sakura tree. Naruto moved before she could fall. An arm slid around her waist. With chakra keeping him from falling with her, the blonde teen pulled Revel back up. Naruto." Revel stuttered, staring up at him in surprise. Naruto gave her a bright smile. His arm remained wrapped around her waist. "That was a close one, Naruto said, chuckling. "WWW, what are you? What are you doing?" Revel's face began to steam as she roughly pushed him off her. "Doing?" Naruto blinked, his hand coming up to scratch the back of his head. "I'm not sure I understand the question." I just saw you standing here and wanted to talk to you. He paused as a thought suddenly occurred to him. Ah, I'm sorry. You probably wanna be alone, huh? In that case, I'll leave you alone. Wait. Naruto had scarcely turned around before Revel called out to him. He turned back around to see the younger girl staring at her feet, thumbs twiddling together. Her actions seemed vaguely familiar, though he couldn't for the life of him remember where he'd seen it before. I didn't say you had to leave, she mumbled lowly, and Naruto's ears twitched. I just didn't want you getting all, like, huggy and stuff. Huggy and stuff. That's right. Revel nodded her head, seemingly getting back in her groove. It's not like, I don't really like your strong, warm body holding me so tenderly. I mean I don't want you holding me like that. It's weird. She turned her head and huffed. Especially since you have a girlfriend. But all I did was make sure you wouldn't fall into the water, Naruto said, pointing at the small pond. Revel followed his finger. I didn't want you getting wet, especially since it's kind of chilly outside. Oh. Revel seemed embarrassed and a little disappointed. That couldn't be it, could it? Maybe she thought his words meant he didn't want to hold her because he didn't find her attractive or something. Was that it? Yes, that must be it. She must think he wasn't attracted to her, which just wasn't true. It looked like he needed to clear the air some more. Oi, come on now. There's no need to look so depressed, Naruto said, giving the girl a kind smile. It's not like I'm refusing to hold you close because I don't like you or don't think you're attractive. You're a very beautiful young woman. Honestly, if I wasn't so in love with Rias and we weren't dating, I'd probably ask you out on a date. Critical hit. No that's, Naruto started, looking slightly worried. Are you alright? You look like you're burning up. Shut up. Don't think you can just go around saying things like that. A red-faced Revel pointed an accusing finger at him. And don't think saying something like that will make me happy. It does, it doesn't. Okay, Naruto said slowly. Had he said something wrong again? Maybe he should change the subject. So, how has your first week of school been so far? Revel blinked, startled by the change of subject. Her face returned to its normal fair color and her pointing finger dropped back to her side. School has been alright, she said, frowning. Most of the people in class are nice, if a bit simple-minded. I haven't really made any friends, but everyone's treated me well, so that's good I guess. Naruto frowned. You have no friends. But what about Kaneko-chan? I thought you two were friends. Revel's face took on an angry expression that was, well, it was actually kind of adorable, really. Her cheeks turned all red and swelled like a balloon, and her eyes narrowed. Naruto felt the temptation to squeal like a fanboy who'd just caught a glimpse of his favorite seiyuu. What makes you think she and I could possibly be friends? I'd never be friends with someone like her. She always acts so cute and innocent when she's got a really vicious tongue, always making fun of me and calling me yakitori. Worse still, she's always taunting me by sitting on your lap. Gah, it makes me so frustrated. Revel stopped ranting, her breathing heavy and her face flushed red with anger. Her shoulders heaved up and down as she caught her breath. It was only several seconds after speaking that Revel realized what she'd said. And not that I want to sit on your lap or anything. I don't. So don't get any funny ideas, got it? Naruto could see that this subject bothered her, so he did the smart thing and decided to change the subject again. How about everything else, then? Are you enjoying your experience in the human world so far? Revel regained control over her emotions and, having suddenly realized she'd just had a very unladylike outburst, became very demure, almost timid even. It was utterly adorable. It's been alright, she said softly. It's a lot different than I first expected it to be. What were you expecting it to be like? Naruto asked. Just, not like this. Revel tried emphasizing her point with her hands, but it didn't work out too well, and she seemed to realize that. I guess I just didn't think it would be this. Nice. Her cheeks turned pink. I've always been told such bad things about the human world by my brother that it made me never want to go there, but so far it's been a mostly enjoyable experience. I really like spending time here. I'm glad to hear that, Naruto said. Still, you seem a little worried about something. Revel fidgeted. I wouldn't say I'm worried, per se. It's just, she turned around to look up at the moon, her expression almost melancholy. I came here for, well, reasons. But now that I'm actually here, I'm beginning to realize how impossible my goal seems to be. It just feels like I'll never be able to accomplish what I set out to do here. Her sad smile caused minor ache to well up inside Naruto's chest. Someone so pretty should not look so sad. He placed a hand on her shoulder, startling the poor girl. She looked up at him, about to snap, but he smiled before she could. You shouldn't be so pessimistic. I didn't get as far as I have by thinking about how impossible my situation seemed or how far away my goal was. The only way to ever accomplish anything in life is through hard work, perseverance and grit. If this goal is important enough, then all you need to do is keep it and I'm sure you'll reach your goal eventually. Naruto gave her a gentle, warm smile. And if you ever need any help, don't hesitate to come to me. I don't know how much help I'll be, but I'll do whatever I can to help you reach your goal. Revel stared at him for about a second, then looked away. Yet in that second, Naruto had seen it, her smile. She had a very beautiful smile, he thought to himself. Idiot, Revel whispered softly, yet still loud enough for him to hear. Naruto pouted. That's not very nice. Tilde devil ninja tilde. Alright, Issei, let's take a break. Hi. Sensei. Naruto, or rather, a clone of Naruto, sat down with Issei in the clearing they'd been using for training. The clearing had certainly seen better days. Covered in pockmarks, scorch marks and craters, it looked like a meteor shower had hit the area. Issei didn't look much better. His face, chest and back was covered in bruises, making him look like he'd gone several rounds with a Mao, but it wasn't as bad as it used to be. Once upon a time, Issei would have passed by this point. That he was still conscious showed marked improvement. Issei ate some sandwiches that Asia had made for him. They were really good. Asia was such an extraordinary cook, and she cooked it for him. To think he'd have such a lovely and pretty girl like Asia cooking him food. It was a dream come true. Are you crying, Issei? Asked an amused Naruto. Honestly, it's just a sandwich. I can't help it, Issei cried, tears streaming down his face as he ate the sandwich. I'm just so blessed to have someone like Asia in my life. Ah, she's my panacea. Naruto chuckled a bit. Speaking of relationships, how is yours with Asia and Akeno? At the mention of Akeno, Issei began shaking horribly. His face paled and his hands became clammy. He liked Akeno, he really did, but sometimes, all the time, that woman just scared the crap out of him. Naruto's sweat dropped when Issei curled into the fetal position and began muttering something about chains and whips. Okay, forget I asked. Issei eventually finished his sandwich. Are we going another round, sensei? Issei asked. It still felt a little odd calling someone his age sensei, but he'd grown used to it. Or are we going to work on boosting? Neither, clone Naruto said. Sit back down, Issei. I've got something important to talk about. Okay. Issei sat back down. What do you want to talk about? To start, I want to tell you that you've improved remarkably over the past few weeks. While I wouldn't call you a hardcore badass yet, you're definitely on the right track to hardcore badassery. Issei felt himself swell with pride. Times like these made him forget that Naruto could be a right bastard when the mood struck. However, I also wanted to bring up a problem you're about to face. Well, that just did not sound good at all. What kind of problem? Asked Issei. Thus far, all of your strength is derived from your lust, Naruto started. The stronger your lust is, the more power your boosted gear gains, the stronger you become. And that's fine. It works well, and it gives you a remarkable boost in power. But it's only a temporary boost. What do you mean? Naruto sighed and scratched at his head. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that powers derived from emotions like anger, greed, envy and lust aren't enduring. They grant short-term boosts in strength but never last long. This would be fine if you were strong enough to destroy an enemy in a single shot, but there are many powerful enemies out there that you won't be able to one-hit KO. Issei became worried. So you're saying that my lust isn't enough? This was not good. What would he do if his lust wasn't good enough? That was all he had. Right now your goal is to become a harem king. It is your current driving force. However, what happens after you reach that goal? Having completed your goal, you'll have nothing left, no great goal to help you gain strength, no driving force to push you forward. Your progress will stagnate and you'll eventually grow weaker. This is why you need to think about finding another emotion aside from just lust to rely upon, something that will endure regardless of the hardships you may face. But I don't have anything like that. Issei cried. All I've got is my perversion. Opire my life. You do have something else, Naruto told the crying pervert, who stopped crying upon hearing those words. You just haven't realized it yet. I do. Issei blinked. What is it? Naruto shook his head. I can't tell you that. If there is one thing I've learned in life, it's that the lessons that stick with us the most are the ones we learn for ourselves. This is one of those things you'll have to discover yourself. Issei pouted. He knew Naruto was just doing this to be a cryptic bastard. Stupid, blonde bastard sensei. Can't you at least give me a hint? Naruto thought about it. I guess I can give you a hint. He gave Issei a mysterious smile. It's something that is different for all of us. Each person has something precious that they're willing to give their lives to protect, and it is this precious something that gives us the strength to break our limits and become truly strong. Issei thought about what Naruto said, but thinking about it gave him a headache, so he had to stop. He didn't get it. What's your precious something, sensei? Naruto smiled. Isn't it obvious? My precious somethings are the people I've surrounded myself with, my most cherished friends in the occult research club. Devil Ninja. While clone Naruto and Issei sparred and conversed some distance away, the real Naruto stood with Kaneko. They were once more in the clearing he'd found. Light hit the small pond and several fish swam around. This place presented a calm and peaceful atmosphere, which was needed for what they were trying to accomplish. Trying being the keyword. Kaneko fell to her knees, her body shaking uncontrollably. Tears fell down her eyes as she hugged herself. Kaneko-chan. Naruto rushed to her side and knelt down. He didn't touch her because he wasn't sure what was wrong. She looked up at Naruto and he almost reeled back as if struck. An icy fist clenched his heart when he saw red, puffy and swollen eyes gazing at him. He could see the fear and self-loathing they contained, fear of the power he was trying to teach her and self-loathing because she believed her inability to learn, or rather, her desire to not learn senjutsu, disappointed him. I can't do this, she murmured. I'm sorry, Naruto-senpai, but I just can't do this. She looked down at the ground and the shaking increased. He didn't understand what was happening. They had been doing so well in her training. Kaneko had gotten to the point where Naruto planned on her teaching her senjutsu. Yet the moment they'd started training to gather senjutsu chakra, Kaneko just stopped. No explainable reason why. She'd just stopped and now she was like this, on the ground, crying her eyes out, and shaking like a leaf caught in a hurricane. Naruto might not know what was happening, but he knew that something had to be done. If Kaneko kept crying like this he'd never forgive himself. Girls should never be made to cry unless it was in the bed. He wrapped his arms around her lithe, trembling frame. He sat down with a plop and pulled the girl onto his lap, heedless of the tears that began staining his shirt. Time became indeterminable as he sat there, holding the girl close, gently caressing her hair as she cried into his chest. Kaneko's tears eventually stopped, though the shaking continued for several minutes after that. Are you feeling better, Kaneko-chan? Naruto asked, one hand tenderly stroking her hair. Kaneko nodded. I'm sorry, Naruto-senpai. For what? I failed. I just can't. I can't do this. Learning this power, senjutsu, Shish. Naruto quieted the girl down. That's enough of that. There is nothing to be ashamed of here. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Kaneko didn't say anything. Nay, Kaneko-chan, Naruto spoke into the silence. Do you mind if I ask why you're so afraid of this power? Kaneko remained silent. Naruto thought he might have said too much when the silence stretched out. Just when he was about to apologize, she spoke. I know that you can use it. And I've seen how you've been able to use it and not lose yourself to it, but I'm afraid. That power is so dark, so frightening. My sister used it and lost herself, she became consumed by it and I don't want to lose myself the way she did. I don't want to become the monster she became. More importantly, I don't want to use a power that can bring so much misfortune to others. Naruto felt his heart wavering. Her voice sounded so destitute and fragile, like even the simplest of things might cause her to shatter. He truly felt for this girl. He wanted to hold her and never let go, to wrap her in his arms and protect her from the world that hurt her so much. He also wanted to beat the crap out of her sister. Kaneko, I may be out of turn to speak about this, but senjutsu. It's a part of you. You are a nekosho, a species of yokai where senjutsu comes naturally. It's as much a part of you as your own heart. This isn't something that you can just sweep under the rug and forget about. I know you don't want to, but this isn't something you can avoid. Someday you'll need to face this part of yourself. I wish I wasn't nekosho, Kaneko muttered bitterly. Then I'd never have to deal with this. Oh, Kaneko, Naruto whispered, resting his cheek on the crown of her head. You should never wish yourself to be anything other than what you are. If you weren't the Kaneko that you are right now, we might have never met, and I'd have never become friends with you. I want you to accept yourself the way I accept you. I don't want you to have to hide yourself out of fear or shame. You have nothing to be afraid or ashamed of. A hand buried itself in her hair. A minor application of chakra dispelled the genjutsu used to conceal her cat ears. Kaneko stiffened, but soon melted when he began gently caressing her ears. This is a part of the Kaneko that I love, that Rias loves. It's a part that you should love, too. I hope that one day, you can learn to love everything about yourself as much as Rias and I do. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Naruto whistled a tune as he headed home, several bags in hand. Normally, he'd already be at home by this time, but he'd needed to run few errands, namely, he had to do some shopping, very important shopping. Rias and Ravel had tried going with them, but he couldn't very well have them come along or it would have ruined the surprise. It was something he'd wanted to do for a while now, buy presents for his friends. He wanted to show them how much he appreciated them. While he wouldn't go so far as to say he would have died a bitter old man without them, it was they who gave him a new purpose, new people to protect. Throughout his life, Naruto had gained his strength by protecting the people he loved. The bonds he forged lifted him, pushed him, drove him to heights and feats he'd never be able to accomplish without those bonds. Defeating Haku, beating Gaara, fighting Akatsuki, going to war against Madara and then battling Kagaya. He'd only been able to do these things because of his friends, those bonds he'd forged with them, so precious and fragile. They were his greatest strength, and without that strength, he was nothing. Hee, Naruto chuckled to himself, smiling widely. I bet Rias and the others will love the presents I bought. A pause. Well, maybe not everyone. I'm not sure if the present I bought for Kiba will be so well received. I'm sure he'll be thankful, but really, I don't even know if this is something he'll like. Frowning a bit, Naruto held up the bag containing Kiba's present. Shopping for the others had been easy. The hottest eroge on the market for Issei, bondage equipment for Akano, a fake cross that wouldn't hurt devils to wear for Asia, a $100 gift card to the best sweet shop for Kaneko, several new outfits for Ravel, and the latest not even supposed to be on the market archer figurine complete with Kansho and Bakuya for Rias. All of those had been very easy gifts to acquire, the archer figurine being an exception and requiring Aniki to pull a number of strings. Kiba's gift had been impossibly difficult, not only because he'd not interacted with Kiba as much, Guy's Night being the exception, but also because he just didn't know Kiba that well. Though they had all spent a good deal of time together, Kiba was, oddly enough, the most mysterious of the bunch. He was polite and friendly and respectful, but he was also really reserved. Kiba never talked about himself. What little Naruto knew he learned through observation, and that didn't tell him much. Naruto sucked at observing people. So yeah, he'd not been sure what to get Kiba. He still hoped his friend would appreciate and use the gift he bought. As he continued walking down the street, Naruto felt something at the edge of his perception, a presence lurking near him. Was he being watched? No, well, maybe, but it felt more like curiosity than negative intent. It reminded him, oddly enough, of a cat. Nya. Ah, that would explain it. Turning his head, Naruto saw a black cat with yellow eyes sitting on the wall to his right. It was looking right at him, its head tilted with a sort of inquisitiveness only a cat could possess. Grinning, Naruto went over to the cat. Well, hello there, he said, reaching out with a hand. The cat sniffed his hands a few times, before letting him run a hand over its head. He paused for a second, but quickly resumed petting it, his experienced hand finding the cat's special spot behind the ears, causing it to purr and its head to tilt. Aren't you a beautiful kitty, though you're nowhere near as cute as my Kaneko-chan. Kuroka. The moment he spoke those words, Naruto was forced to jump away as a spike of chakra alerted him to an attack. And not a second too soon. Naruto watched as the area he'd been standing on went up in an explosion, sending pillars of fire and large chunks of cement sky high. Naruto whistled. That's quite the explosion, he said, turning his head to the left. That could have seriously injured me if it hit. He stared at the woman before him. She looked young, no older than maybe 20-something. Her long black hair had split bangs that gave her a sort of just finished having a wild night of sex kind of look. Yellow eyes with slit pupils stared at him with amusement, glittering like two yellow spinels reflecting the evanescent lights of a glorious sunset. She was beautiful, but it was a dangerous sort of beauty, like the siren that lures sailors to their demise. Her clothing didn't appear all that unusual, a black kimono and a yellow obi. The kimono hung loosely off her frame, leaving her shoulders bare and exposing ample amounts of cleavage. This woman obviously knew the benefits of using her sex appeal to distract her opponents. The interior of the kimono shone the color of blood. A set of golden beads hung from her waist and an ornate headband sat upon her head right next to her triangular cat ears. Two black tails swished behind her. "I'm sure you would have survived, Nya," Kuroko retorted, winking at him. "You seem like a durable young man." She tilted her head, yellow eyes peering out from beneath a curtain of black hair with a cat's curiosity. "How did you know who I was?" "Don't go assuming that you yokai are the only ones capable of using and sensing chakra," Naruto admonished lightly, even as his eyes scanned the still blue sky. "I've been using chakras since I was a brat, and I'm well versed in how it feels. The fact that you've got senjutsu chakra gathered in your body and that your chakra signature is very similar to Kaneko-chan's was just the icing on the cake." "Nya, I didn't know humans could use and sense chakra, Nya." Kuroko seemed surprised by this. "No wonder she wants you so badly, Nya." "She." "That's right, Nya," Kuroko said, "I'm here on behalf of my benefactor. She wants to meet you." "This benefactor of yours has a really odd way of asking to meet people, then," Naruto countered. "You show up unannounced and almost take me out with an explosion." "Nya, that's just because you surprised me. I didn't expect you to know who I was, Nya." "And the barrier?" Naruto asked. "If this was just a friendly invitation, why separate this space from the rest of the world?" "Oh, so you noticed the barrier I put up?" Kuroko looked impressed. "I hadn't realized you were so good at sensing the fluctuations in my chakra. In either case, you shouldn't worry about the barrier. I simply put it up so that we wouldn't be interrupted. We're in a very public location, you know, and it wouldn't be very good if some human stumbled on us while we were talking." Her words rang true. It would indeed be troublesome if a human stumbled on two non-human entities in the middle of a conversation, or a battle. Yet he also knew the other reason she had put the barrier up, the unspoken one. It would be a shame if his friends felt the spikes of energy and came to investigate, which implied this was a conversation she meant for his ears alone, which consequently implied it would probably be something that could potentially harm Rias and the others. Naruto gave Kuroko a cold smile. "You can tell your benefactor that if she wants to meet me, she can damn well come here and meet me herself. I don't deal with middlemen." Kuroko's smile turned vicious. "Now that's a shame, Nya. I was told to bring you to her using any means necessary, including force." Naruto's body tensed when Kuroko released a thin, mist-like substance. He could feel the unnaturalness of it. He didn't know what this mist did, but it could not be anything good. A strong gust of wind blew from Naruto's body as he released wind-natured chakra from his pores. The intense burst forced the mist away and caused it to dissipate before ever reaching him. Kuroko's eyes lit up with interest. "You can use nature transformation." She appraised him again, as if seeing him in a whole new light. "What else can you do, Nya?" Naruto relaxed his body, muscles loosening, fingers flexing and knees bending as he danced lightly on the balls of his feet. He raised a hand and gestured for her to come at him, smiling confidently. "Why don't you come over here and find out?" "Ho ho, look at that, Nya. Such confidence." Kuroko, eyes half-lidded and a smile of pure sensualism on her face, winked. "I like that in a man. Very well then, show me what you've got, tough guy, Nya." Naruto jumped out of the way as Kuroko disappeared within a burst of speed. She was even faster than Kiba. Seconds after she vanished, the ground he'd been standing on exploded as her heel smashed into the cement. Landing on the ground several meters away, Naruto placed his left hand on the surface, fingers splayed. A second later Kuroko moved into a series of backflips as chains broke through the cement and shot at her, attempting to tangle her up. "How kinky, Nya," Kuroko said. "I didn't know you were into that kind of stuff." "I'm not really into the S&M scene," Naruto admitted. "That's more Akeno Oni-san's style, but I have been thinking about using these with Rias during our bedroom play." He paused, cupping a hand to his chin. "Thinking on it, maybe we can find some use for this when we're roleplaying." That actually sounded like a very good idea. They could do something like Gilgamesh capturing Saber and Shiro coming to rescue her. Or maybe Rin getting captured by Shinji and her getting rescued by Archer, since Rias seemed to like Archer better than Shiro. He would have to think about this more once he beat Kaneko-chan's sister. She came at him again, faster this time. Naruto reacted with nothing more than instinct. His body moved to the left, feet shuffling along the ground. He dodged her strike, a double palm thrust to the chest, and then countered with a high kick that she pillowed with her left forearm before pushing his leg wide and hitting him in the nose quicker than he could react. Naruto was sent flying backwards to hit a wall where then disappeared in a burst of smoke, a log appearing in his place. "What sort of jutsu is this?" Kuroko wondered out loud, turning her head. Naruto stood behind her, crouched down on the wall like some kind of jungle cat readying to pounce on his prey. Substitution jutsu, Naruto answered. I simply replaced myself with a log seconds before you hit me. What an interesting technique, NYA. Kuroka tilted her head. And where did you get the log? No one knows where the log comes from, Naruto answered in a solemn tone. Neither do we question it, for the log merely is, and it is the duty of those under the protection of the log to give thanks for its blessing, nothing more. Kuroka blinked, and in that time Naruto shoved himself off the wall and shot forward like a cannonball. The black-haired Neko jumped out of the way just in time to avoid getting a face full of Rasengan, which hit the ground instead. Naruto burst from within the expanding smokescreen his jutsu created and chased after Kuroka. The woman in question raised her hands and shot what appeared to be magic bullets from her palm. 6 bullets came at him and Naruto went low, getting onto his knees and sliding under the attack. He came back up and thrust out his hand from which another chain emerged and shot forward. It was avoided, but he yanked on the chain and it flew back to strike Kuroka in the back of the head. Or so he thought. Genjutsu, Naruto muttered as Kuroka disappeared. He clicked his tongue. He hated genjutsu. That's right, creating illusions is easy for someone like me, Kuroka said. Naruto leapt several feet to his left, avoiding another blast of magic that struck the ground and gouged out a large trench. I'm not only skilled in senjutsu, but yujutsu as well. Naruto, tsked. He knew what yujutsu was, the yokai's form of spellcraft. It wasn't as powerful as light magic or devil magic, but it was versatile and, in some ways, had more potential than either of those types of magic, which were limited in what they could accomplish. A flicker to his left had Naruto swerving around to avoid a powerful blast of magic that ended up striking a wall. The wall exploded and the magic continued onward, destroying several houses as well. Naruto was thankful they were in a space separated from reality. He didn't want to be the cause of so much death and destruction. He spun around. From his left hand, a chain emerged, which he threw at Kuroka. Rather than dodge the chain, she swatted it away with her hand, sending it careening to strike a wall. Naruto realized she was channeling senjutsu chakra to her hands. She came at him again, and Naruto moved backwards to avoid her strikes. He kept his distance and made sure to dodge fully and not just minimize his movements. He didn't know if she could extend her attack range like him, but he didn't want to chance it. It seems you've gotten yourself into quite the pickle. Kurama, where have you been? Sleeping. TCH, I should have guessed. Lazy fox. Insolent brat. Kurama paused, and Naruto could almost see his friend moving to sit on his haunches. You're facing another senjutsu user. I knew it was possible for people aside from yourself to use senjutsu in this world, but I had not realized we'd be running into another one so soon. Me neither. Think you can lend a hand? I'm confident I could beat her without senjutsu, but I'd rather not chance it. This woman is on par with ultimate class devils, after all. Sure, though I won't be able to lend you my power yet. Your body is still adjusting to the overwhelming chakra flowing through you. It'll be at least another week before we can begin synchronizing our chakras. I figured as much. You shouldn't allow yourself to get distracted so easily, NYA. Kuroka said, coming in hot. Naruto dodged a strike to his chest by jumping to the right. A blast of energy shooting from the closed fist destroyed another house. Who said I was distracted? Naruto shot back, I'm perfectly capable of multitasking in the middle of a battle, thank you very much. NYA. Looks like someone's a little cocky, NYA. Let's see if you can back those words up. Kuroka rushed in and renewed their taijutsu battle. Naruto soon discovered through experience that she could not, in fact, extend the range of her attacks like he could. Her senjutsu ability was different, perhaps due to her learning how to use it differently, like the difference between Gamma Senjutsu and Hubei Senjutsu. Some things remained the same however, like all of her base physical stats getting a monumental boost. Her dexterity, speed, strength and reflexes were all enhanced to levels beyond what a mere devil could accomplish. Then there were those magic bullets she could shoot from her hands. Naruto could not do that with his senjutsu. He grit his teeth as Kuroka's left leg swung at him. Already knowing that he couldn't hope to block that in his base state even with chakra enhancement, Naruto dodged, leaning his body backwards and allowing the lovely leg to pass by overhead. He could feel the first epidermal layer of skin scraping off as her foot grazed his nose. Coming back up he launched his own attack, a Rasengan to the gut that she avoided. But that was merely a distraction. Naruto stomped on the ground at the same time he thrust his jutsu forward. Kuroka dodged the blue sphere of spinning destruction, but could not avoid the chain that shot from the ground and wrapped around her, or so Naruto thought. TCH. Naruto clicked his tongue when Kuroka disappeared. Another genjutsu. How annoying. You're quite skilled to have lasted this long against me, NYA, Kuroka said, now standing several feet away. I'm amazed. Even high-class devils cannot defeat me, yet here you are, a newly reincarnated low-class devil fighting on par with someone like myself, NYA. She licked her lips and Naruto felt a shiver run up his spine. You're quite strong, NYA. Somehow, hearing you say that fills me with dread, Naruto said dryly. Now don't be like that, NYA. Kuroka winked at him. It was a compliment. Kuroka rushed him again. Naruto moved, once more avoiding her blow, or so he thought. Instincts warned him of the danger and not a second too soon. His arms came up in a cross guard, blocking the sudden surprise punch to his chest. Pain exploded in his arms as the bones snapped. His body skid backwards along the blacktop. He winced, feeling the searing heat as his leftover healing factor kicked in and the bones snapped back into place and healed. Truly impressive, NYA. To be able to block a punch when I'm using senjutsu isn't something most people can do, NYA. Naruto did not like the way Kuroka looked at him. Not at all. Oh yes, you are very strong, NYA. I think I might even have to keep you all to myself. Please don't. Here I come, NYA. As Kuroka shot forward like a magic bullet, Kurama spoke within his mind. I'm done. Get ready, brat. Naruto closed his eyes as he felt the senjutsu chakra enter his body. It felt different than it did back home. He could feel the malice within this world, the hatred. It coursed through his body, unhindered and uninhibited. Yet it did not touch him, merely passing through. He could feel the hatred, but it was separate from himself. He opened his eyes to see a foot filling his vision. He blocked it with one hand. Kuroka's eyes widened. What? My turn. Naruto yanked the foot in his grasp, pulling Kuroka to him. The black-haired Neko stumbled right into Naruto's powerful right hook. Unfortunately, the Neko turned out to be another illusion. This didn't matter, though. He could sense where she was easily now. With Sage Mode boosting his sensing abilities to abnormal levels, finding her was a simple matter. You can't hide from me now. Naruto channeled his senjutsu chakra into his fist and then combined it with wind-natured chakra. The air around his fist distorted the atmosphere before it was catapulted toward the direction he sensed Kuroka at. The distortion, a whirling cyclonic ball of senjutsu-infused wind rushed forward, striking a building several meters away. An explosion went off, not one of fire but wind instead, a fierce torrential storm of unbelievable devastation. The building was engulfed in a hurricane-like force that took the shape of a gigantic sphere. The house disappeared and still the sphere continued expanding. It grew in size, enveloping several more houses in its destructive energy. Oddly enough, none of the devastating power from the jutsu extended beyond the sphere. It remained within the dome-like shape, a concentrated ball of mass destruction. When the jutsu ended and the sphere faded, Naruto caught his first glimpse of the damage his jutsu caused. He whistled. What once consisted of a dozen houses had become nothing but a large crater. He could not judge how wide or deep it was, but it had to be at least several dozen meters in diameter. Holy crap, Naruto muttered, his eyes wide. I didn't realize my new attack would be so damn destructive. I didn't even put that much chakra into it. It is definitely impressive, Kurama agreed. I'd say its destructive capability is even greater than your Rasen Shuriken, at least in terms of property damage. It can't sever things at the molecular level, but if you want to level a mountain or something, this jutsu could get the job done easily if you added more chakra. Thinking on it, I wonder if you becoming a devil has somehow increased the power of your jutsu. Could be. It's something to think about later. For now, let's focus on this battle. Naruto cut his connection with Kurama and turned to face Kuroka. She'd managed to avoid getting swept up in the blast, but not completely, he noticed. Her kimono had several tears in it and she was bleeding from a number of cuts on her arms and legs. So it's true, you really can use senjutsu, Kuroka said, her smile gone. She looked irritated, but Naruto knew it wasn't irritation. It was fear. She was scared of him, of what he could do. How is it that a former human can do senjutsu? How is it that a former human can use nature transformation? Naruto asked rhetorically. Because I'm fucking awesome, that's how. Grinning, the blonde Uzumaki pointed at himself with a thumb. You're looking at the biggest badass of the century, the one who will become so powerful that he'll surpass everybody else. The Maos, ultimate class devils, gods, even the Ouroboros dragon. I'll become stronger than all of them. Kuroka took a step back, her eyes wide, though Naruto could not tell if it was from fear or something else. "You can't beat me," Naruto declared, still grinning. "Why don't you just give up?" Kuroka clenched her hands into fists. Her arms shook and her knuckles turned white. "Looks like you're having some trouble, Kuroka," a voice spoke up from somewhere. Naruto frowned. He couldn't sense this person's location. A tear appeared in the space between him and Kuroka. Out of the tear stepped a man, a young teenager around the same age as him. He wore spectacles and his blonde hair was neatly combed to one side. He wore a business suit that looked quite dapper on him. The sword in his hand gave off a strong aura of dread, a holy sword, Naruto realized, and a powerful one at that. There was another sword on his back. It also gave off the feel of a holy sword. This could be trouble. "Arthur, what are you doing here?" Kuroka sounded surprised. So this person's name was Arthur. Good to know. You were taking too long bringing back our guest. Arthur spoke in a voice that reminded Naruto of a gentlemanly knight, sort of like Kiba, but the accent was different. "I came to see what the problem was." He turned to face Naruto, who tensed. "I didn't expect you to have so much trouble defeating a reincarnated devil." Kuroka looked a bit put out. She crossed her arms under her chest. "He's stronger than he looks." "I can see that, however, we don't really have time to waste fighting against him," Arthur said. "It is only a matter of time before the Grimoire group notices that something is wrong. Allow me to deal with this." Naruto forced his body to remain relaxed and ready. He didn't know who this person was, but he could already tell a battle with him would be more difficult than fighting Kuroka, if for no other reason than he possessed two holy swords. "If you think for 1 second that I am going with either of you, then you're sorely mistaken." "No," Arthur said, his hand reaching behind him and grasping the hilt of the sword on his back. "It is you who are mistaken." The sword slid from the sheath and the hair on Naruto's neck stood on end at the power pouring off it. This sword is Excalibur Ruler, one of the 7 holy swords of Excalibur that was created after the original was destroyed. It is the strongest of the 7 and possesses a very unique ability. He pointed the sword at Naruto and spoke a single word. "Kneel." "Kneel." Naruto made a face. "What the fuck makes you think Naruto's eyes widened as he suddenly found his body moving without his control. His legs shook and his mind rebelled as he struggled against the order. Yet no matter how much he fought, his body didn't obey, and he soon found himself being forced to kneel. "Impressive," Arthur said, sounding genuinely impressed. "That you can even try to struggle against my command is admirable. However, it's useless. None can defy the power of Excalibur Ruler, the ultimate Excalibur whose power grants me the ability to control anyone I wish. Even ultimate-class devils can do nothing but submit to my command." Naruto grit his teeth as he continued to fight, his head tilted toward the ground, shadows hiding his eyes, fists clenched. Arthur walked up to him, stopping only when he was less than a foot away. "Now then, you will be coming with us." Omake, guys' night out. It had become something of a regular occurrence with them. Every Wednesday night, the men of Rias's peerage would hit the town. Men needed the occasional night away from the women in their life. Too much estrogen would turn them into sissies, and neither Naruto, Issei or Kiba wanted to become sissified. That night they decided to hit up a karaoke bar. Otoko ni ha uranakaya naranai toki ga aru. Teiti buffoon ga yaroreta toki sa. Koitsu ga anakucha hajimaranai. Dakara or ga osumasuda. King of Kabaru. It was a mistake at least 2 of their members were beginning to regret. Sor ga otoko no hanamaiki. Sor ga akiru michi. Hito ha kage no kayaputen to yobu. Captain Usoppu. Issei and Kiba covered their ears as Naruto sang into a microphone, their teeth rattling as the atrocious tones released waves of agony into their eardrums. Antanya warui ga. Warad morau z. Usot sweet demo. Warad morau. Sormo jinsei, warau ga kachi sa. It should be noted that while Naruto was many things, a singer he was not. Otoko ni ha uranakaya naranai toki ga aru. Teiti ba hikori ga yogosareta toki. Umi no senshi ni ha risupekuto. Dakara or ha nigararani. King of Tenon Pama. Issei groaned as blood poured from his ears, leaking between his fingers. "Someone, please," he whimpered. "Make it stop. Sor ga otoko no hanamaiki. Itsumo ichidaiji. Hanafubuki detuju suru z." Captain Usoppu. Kiba, his ears covered much like Issei, didn't say anything mainly because he couldn't hear, his eardrums having exploded some time ago, near the beginning of Naruto's deft-tone singing. Antanya warui ga. Wareya shiny z. Otoko no hikori. Warawaseni z. Sormo jinsei, umemite iko. The last verse came, mercifully putting an end to Naruto's Satan awful singing. Issei and Kiba both determined that, from now on, whenever they went out, it would be anywhere but a karaoke bar. Naruto, his cheeks a little red from all the singing he'd done and the alcohol he'd imbibed, devil magic works wonders on the human mind, grinned at his two friends. So what should I sing next? No more singing, the two shouted. Kiba then continued in a more polite tone. I mean, you've done so much singing and neither Issei nor I have had a turn yet. It just seems a little unfair of you to hog the mic. Yeah, Naruto sighed, I guess so. He perked up a second later. So, which one of you wants to sing next? Kiba and Issei looked at each other, suddenly unsure. Neither really wanted to sing, it just wasn't something they were good at. Well, Issei wouldn't mind, but it was kinda embarrassing, singing in front of others, that is. He didn't know how Naruto could do it, especially because Naruto sucked at singing. Fortunately for them, before either had to make a decision on who would sing first, the door to the room burst open and several dozen girls wearing what looked like nothing but glitter stormed in. There he is, girls. Get him. Oh God. No. Get away from me. Get away from me. No, no, no. Issei and Kiba mutely watched as the girls swarmed over Naruto like fangirls on Yaoi Dogenshi. They grabbed the boy, lifting him up and carrying him out of the room, the door closing behind them. In the awkward stillness now permeating the room, Kiba and Issei blinked. Well, Issei said, scratching at his cheek with an index finger. I don't know what just happened, but at least this means we won't have to listen to blonde bastard sensei's atrocious singing. Kiba could do nothing but nod in agreement. Arthur and Kuroko watched as Naruto's struggles ceased. His head dropped as if his neck had become boneless, spiky blonde locks swaying forward with the motion to cover his eyes. His hands, which had been gripping the pavement hard enough to leave indents, relaxed along with his shoulders. Arthur smiled. I see you've finally decided to stop struggling. Wise choice. There is no point in pointlessly fighting against the inevitable. No one can withstand Excalibur ruler. Better to just give up and allow yourself to fall under my command. Now then, come here. It is time for us to leave. Naruto didn't move. Arthur frowned. I said come here. Naruto still didn't move. Do you think he's still fighting against Excalibur ruler's ultimate command? Kuroko asked unsurely, wincing as she rubbed at her left breast where Naruto's fist had bruised her badly. She clearly still remembered how powerful he'd been when they were fighting and wondered if perhaps the blonde could resist even Excalibur ruler. Doubtful. Look at how his muscles have completely relaxed. He's not struggling anymore. And besides, the command of Excalibur ruler is absolute. None can withstand it. Certainly not a mid-class devil. Arthur walked up to Naruto until he stood right in front of the spiky-haired blonde. He looked down at the young devil, frowning. I believe I've had enough of your impudence. Arthur reached out to grab Naruto by the hair and pull him to his feet. It's time for you to get up and, he would never get the chance to finish that sentence as Naruto, reacting quicker than the Excalibur wielder could have anticipated, launched himself from his prone position and slammed his cranium against Arthur's nose, which crunched under the sudden and violent assault. Gah! Stumbling back, Arthur held a hand up to his nose, which was now broken if the blood pouring from it was any indication. Grunting in pain, he cracked the nose back in place and blew the remnants of blood out of his nostrils. Meanwhile, Naruto stood in front of him, staring the two down with a squinty-eyed glare. Who the hell do you think I am? Naruto pointed a finger at Arthur. Listen up, Blondie, because I am only going to say this once. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the greatest ninja in the entire world and the person who will become the strongest being in the universe. There's no way in hell some weak-ass little sword with the power to control people's minds is going to get the best of me, but if you'd like to try your luck then be my guest. I'll kick your ass from here to the underworld. How were you able to escape from Excalibur ruler's hold? Arthur asked, too flabbergasted by this recent turn of events to be angry about his broken nose. It shouldn't be possible for someone like you to break free of my sword's ultimate command. Excalibur ruler's ability to subjugate the minds of others is absolute. There is no way some mid-class devil like yourself should be capable overcoming its power. Don't underestimate me, jerkwad. I've dealt with mind manipulation abilities far stronger than that puny little stick of yours. Compared to the Sharingan and some of the other things that have tried fucking with my mind, your Excalibur ruler is nothing. Is that so? Arthur said, not at all pleased by Naruto's insult to Excalibur ruler's power. Glaring at the young man, he slid into a basic two-handed sword stance. In that case, it looks like we shall need to use force, after all. I should have known it would come to this. Kuroka also slid into a basic fighting stance, though she did not appear as enthusiastic as Arthur. She clearly remembered how Naruto had her on the ropes last time. Mai Shiron would never pick someone weak, after all. Naruto had no clue what Kuroka meant by picking someone, but found himself not really caring. This woman no longer had any right to call Kaneko her sister as far as he was concerned. Even her continued use of Kaneko's old name bothered him immensely, though he didn't say anything, as he had far more important things to worry about than something like that. The situation was about to get dicey once again, and he needed to be on top of his game if he wanted to fight a 2-on-1 battle and win. What do you think, Kurama? Individually, they are not strong enough for you to worry about. That Kuroka is talented, but lacks your strength and stamina, and aside from that Excalibur ruler and the other holy sword he wields, I cannot sense anything else about this Arthur character that would prove detrimental to you. Just so long as you do not let his holy swords damage you, victory should be within your grasp. I'll begin gathering Senjutsu chakra for you again. Resisting that sword's command expended the last of it. I know, we were pretty lucky you were gathering Senjutsu chakra for me. I hate to admit it, but I might not have been able to resist that sword's control without having the Senjutsu chakra in my body to counteract the worst of that sword's effects. Arthur, you need to be careful when fighting him, Kuroka warned. This boy is a Senjutsu user. He's even better at using it than I am. He might even be a master, I see. Arthur narrowed his eyes. I had not realized human devil hybrids were capable of using Senjutsu. Could that be the reason he managed to break free of Excalibur ruler's control? Maybe. Hey, if all you two are going to do is talk, then I'm going to be the one to start this dance. Get ready for me, cuz here I come. Arthur and Kuroka leapt out of the way as Naruto barreled towards them, leaping into the air and descending upon the spot they'd been standing with a mighty roar. The ground exploded with dust and debris, which scattered across the ground. Several shuriken were launched from within the natural smokescreen. Arthur blocked the projectiles with his sword while the weapons went straight through Kuroka, who vanished, revealing herself to be another illusion. Naruto then burst from the dust, a fierce grin on his face as he raced straight at Arthur, who he'd already deemed the bigger threat due to those holy swords. Seeing the spiky-headed blonde traveling toward him, Arthur attacked with a downward slice of his Excalibur ruler. Naruto didn't pause in his charge as he pulled a kunai out of the pouch he kept hidden behind his back and used chakra flow to strengthen the blade with the wind element. The intense sound of steel clashing against steel precluded the tiny projectile weapon blocking the much larger sword. Arthur seemed shocked by this new turn of events, but quickly tried pushing against the kunai with little success. I have no idea how you managed to block my sword with such a tiny blade. Excalibur ruler is the most powerful of the 7 Excalibur fragments and should be more than capable of cutting through such a minuscule weapon, Arthur said, gritting his teeth as he and Naruto fought for dominance. Hey, Naruto smirked. Something like this is easy for someone as awesome as me. You'll find out soon enough that I'm just full of surprises. You may be full of surprises, but I doubt even you can get out of this. Kuroka shouted as she came at Naruto from behind, her clawed left hand ready to rend flesh from bone. Naruto realized the danger he was in and moved quickly, shifting his body to the left while grabbing one of Arthur's hands and pulling him into Kuroka's attack. The Nekosho had excellent reflexes, however, and managed to stop from skewering her comrade by leaping into the air, flipping over the young man and attacking Naruto from the other side. The blonde dodged the flurry of attacks sent at him, then slipped into her guard and kicked her away by planting his right foot in her stomach. Kuroka slid along the ground, holding her stomach with one hand. The other she used to launch a magical bullet at Naruto, which he dodged by sliding underneath it, allowing the projectile to blow apart a wall somewhere behind him. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto created several clones, 2 of which attacked Arthur and 2 that went after Kuroka. 2 more clones stuck by the original side as he held out his hands for them and created a Rasengan in each hand. While Naruto handled the shape manipulation, the clones took care of adding the wind-natured chakra. A bell-like screech soon filled the air as the 2 Rasengans gained 4 blades that spun fiercely like a pair of windmill shuriken. The noise alerted Arthur and Kuroka to the danger just as they were finishing off the clones. What kind of attack is that, There's a lot of compressed energy in those attacks. We'd better not let either one hit us or we'll be finished. Why don't you two try this on for size? Rasengan shuriken. He threw them. Arthur yelled in shock as Naruto chucked the two Rasenshurikens at them, one at him and the other at Kuroka. As the dual Rasenshurikens flew toward the pair, the ground splitting apart, chunks of black top flying everywhere as they were shredded to bits by the incredibly powerful jutsu. Kuroka and Arthur leapt into the air, away from the attacks that continued on to strike the walls they'd been standing in front of, which the Rasenshurikens bore straight through like they were made of soggy bread, before continuing on for several more meters, tearing apart walls and buildings with ease and then exploding with impossible violence. Houses were destroyed like they were nothing as the materials that made them were sliced apart at the molecular level by countless millions of wind blades. While the amount of sheer destruction did not reach the same size as his newest attack, everything within the dome-shaped radius of the jutsu was annihilated to the point that nothing remained, as if his jutsu had disintegrated everything caught in its destructive blast. By the time the two Rasenshuriken's power ran out, there was absolutely nothing left but two large dome-shaped, perfectly smooth craters. What kind of attack is that? Arthur asked in shocked awe. Kuroka didn't answer, or to be more precise, couldn't answer, because she was too busy gaping in barely masked fear at the damage done by the two attacks. How can a mere mid-class devil use such destructive techniques? I can do a lot more than that, Blondie. Naruto shouted as he placed his hands on the ground and channeled his chakra. 6 chains shot from the ground around Arthur and Kuroka, forcing them to move as the chakra chains tried to capture them. Kuroka began shooting orbs of destruction from her palm, blasting the chains apart as she used her cat-like agility and reflexes enhanced by senjutsu to dodge them before they could capture her. At the same time, Arthur backpedaled while swinging Excalibur ruler around in graceful arcs, slicing apart the chains sent his way with ease. Naruto clicked his tongue when he saw that his jutsu wasn't doing anything and dismissed them, allowing the parts that hadn't already been cut into itty-bitty pieces to disperse. Damn it, I wish I had some long-range ninjutsu to use. Having always preferred fighting up close, Naruto didn't have many attacks that could reach long distances. His Rasenshuriken was one of the few in his arsenal, and that took time to gather the chakra and charge it with the wind element. It also took a lot of chakra, and he really didn't feel like being wasteful at the moment. You could always use that new fighting style you created based off Tsunade's super strength technique. It's not complete yet, Naruto told Kurama, eyeing Kuroka and Arthur as they came at him from either side in a pincer maneuver. Tisking, he began gathering wind-natured chakra along his hands and arms, making it swirl around the appendages like a tornado. But it seems like I don't have much choice in the matter. Alright then, here we go. Tatsumaki Ken. Thrusting both fists out and away from himself, Naruto unleashed a powerful blast of wind at Arthur and Kuroka who came at him in a pincer grip. The fierce winds, enhanced by the senjutsu chakra running through his body, smashed into them like the fists of an angry god. Arthur just barely managed to bring his sword up in time to block it, and even then he was pushed back for several meters, smashing through 6 walls which all crumbled around him, before coming to a stop. Kuroka turned out to be another illusion, the blast of wind traveling through her and causing her image to disperse like a ghost. Knowing what that meant, Naruto rolled along the ground, dodging the magic bullet that Kuroka sent his way, allowing it to strike the ground with incredible force and leave a decent, foot-long crater. Kipping back to his feet, the blonde Uzumaki charged wind into his fist and sent a wind bullet hurtling toward Kuroka, who flipped out of the way. The bullet, unable to maintain its shape for long, dissipated before it could hit anything. So he was right, all this was jutsu style was good for was mid-range attacks and enhancing the power of his fists. Oh well. Arthur charged at Naruto in a full-on frontal assault, forcing the young devil to dodge the many swings and slices of his Excalibur ruler. To counter this man's sword, Naruto pulled out another kunai and enhanced it with chakra, blocking the holy sword in a series of lightning-fast moves. He used the smaller weapon to his advantage and fended off the sword with one hand while he lashed out in a heel kick at Arthur, who leapt backward to avoid getting hit. Despite Arthur backing off, Naruto wasn't given much time to recover as Kuroka attacked immediately after, which forced him to utilize some fancy footwork while moving backwards to escape, avoiding the senjutsu-charged strikes when he could and blocking them when he couldn't. Unfortunately, he'd underestimated Kuroka and she slipped a hand around his guard and fired a magic bullet at him point-blank range. The blonde hissed as he was sent skidding backwards along the ground, his damaged torso steaming as it quickly healed up. That healing ability of yours is almost unfair, Kuroka said, pouting. Naruto smirked. I'm a ninja, we don't care about being unfair. Besides, you two are the ones fighting me 2-on-1. I'd say that you have an even more unfair advantage than I do. Yes, well, you have proven quite aptly that we cannot attain victory over you unless we team up against you. Arthur stepped up alongside his partner in crime, Excalibur ruler at the ready. I will admit, I can see why she wants to meet you. Your powers and abilities are most impressive. Flattery isn't going to convince me come with you, just so you know, Naruto told them flatly. Of that I have no doubt. Arthur's shoulders relaxed while Naruto tensed, sensing the holy energy wafting from the sword increasing in power. His fellow blonde was definitely planning something, and whatever that something was, it couldn't mean anything good for him. I was merely being complimental. It does not matter how powerful you are. As the strongest holy sword user, I shall defeat you and take you to meet our leader one way or another. And I already told Kuroka that I'm not interested, Naruto shot back. If your leader wants to see me so badly, then they should come and meet me themselves. I see that words will not get through to you. Very well then, it appears more force is required. Naruto sensed the shift in the air. The area surrounding them became saturated with holy power, sending his devil instincts haywire. They warned him that whatever this man was planning to do, it would not be good for his health if he allowed it to hit him. Arthur rushed at him again, faster this time. Naruto pushed chakra through his limbs to keep up. He blocked a strike from Excalibur ruler, then watched in shock as his chakra-enhanced kunai was sliced through as if it was paper. He jumped back, narrowly avoiding injury by taking several great leaps that put him out of Arthur's attack range. This didn't allow him any reprieve, though, as several magic bullets fired from Kuroka, who'd leapt onto a roof, kept him on the move, weaving around attacks and explosions that saturated the area in fire and dust. Deciding to fight fire with fire, or magic with wind, Naruto channeled more wind-natured chakra into his limbs and began smashing the magic bullets apart with punches and kicks. His chakra, enhanced by the Senjutsu chakra Kurama channeled through him, blasted the bullets to pieces. When the attack ended, Naruto was presented with Arthur already moving in to cut him in half. The hell, I thought you were trying to take me alive. Naruto shouted as he leapt backwards. He could no longer block Excalibur ruler with something simple like a chakra-enhanced kunai. His devil powers made his own chakra weak against holy swords, it seemed, so he'd have to avoid Arthur's attacks from now on. How annoying. We were ordered to take you alive, Arthur said. However, it has become clear that we cannot capture you without inflicting grievous injury upon your person. Arthur and Kuroka attacked again, and Naruto quickly discovered that the two were not well versed in teamwork. They worked well enough together that they didn't get in each other's way, but they couldn't really work as a team. At most they tried attacking him at the same time or occasionally took turns attacking him to ensure that he never had a moment's rest. It was a decent enough plan. Were Naruto not such a stamina freak, it would have worked well. But he was a stamina freak, and therefore an attack plan like this didn't do much, as it required exhausting the opponent by never letting up, and this plan was more than likely going to exhaust them before he started running out of steam. Not that this meant a whole lot. Their plan of attack might not be exhausting him like they hoped, but he still had to deal with two people who never gave him a break. It was difficult getting an attack in when he was always having to worry about one of them attacking him from behind while the other kept his attention. Good thing he had clones. Naruto made liberal use of the shadow clone and substitution jutsu to escape death via being bisected by Excalibur ruler. By this stage in his life, he'd become so talented at those two jutsu that it only took 0.08 seconds to cast both simultaneously, allowing him a near-instant escape from most situations. Unfortunately, Arthur wasn't the only person fighting him, and his other opponent was a senjutsu user to boot. Kuroka managed to track his movements via the sensing abilities granted to her and fired off several magic bullets, forcing him to repel them using the frog kata he learned from old man Fukasaku. While Naruto dealt with the magic attacks sent his way, Arthur closed the distance and attempted to slice through his waist. Naruto sensed him coming and avoided massive injury by leaping over the horizontal slice and slamming his left heel onto the flat end of the blade, letting it strike the ground and gouge out part of the street. With his path of attack clear, Naruto finally managed to land a solid hit, knocking Arthur upside the head with a powerful senjutsu-enhanced kick that sent the young man flying backwards to smash through a wall. At that moment, Kuroka came in at Naruto with a series of lightning-fast strikes infused with senjutsu chakra. Naruto met her attacks head-on, matching her strike for strike, the air becoming displaced with a series of loud booms. Like crashing thunder whenever their fists met. Arthur pulled himself from the large hole he'd made in the wall and charged toward them. Kuroka sensed him coming and jumped away at the last minute to allow the holy sword user to strike at Naruto and hopefully end this battle. Too bad for them, Naruto had also sensed him coming, being even more in tune with senjutsu than the Nekosho, and quickly replaced himself with a clone that got sliced in half. Arthur, above you. Arthur looked up as the sun was blotted out by the body of a descending Naruto, green-wind-natured chakra swirling around his arms like a maelstrom. Not wanting to get caught up in whatever Naruto planned, Arthur leapt backwards seconds before Naruto's fist could impale him through the head. Instead of striking the Excalibur wielder, the fist struck ground, causing the earth to split and crater with a thunderous roar. "This is getting us nowhere," Arthur said as he and Kuroko regrouped. "He isn't tiring down and I can't land a clean hit on him. And my fists aren't damaging him either, Kuroko added. She'd managed to slip a few blows through Naruto's guard, but they didn't seem to do anything. Like some kind of juggernaut, the blonde-haired devil just took the punches and delivered an even more punishing blow. She actually had a large bruise on her stomach where Naruto had managed to strike her good. "Huh, did you people really think you'd be able to beat me just because it's 2-on-1? Naruto laughed at the duo and pointed at himself with a thumb. "It doesn't matter if you fight me 2-on-1 or 200-on-1. No one can defeat the great Uzumaki Naruto. This boy is pretty arrogant," Arthur stated as Naruto made something of a fool of himself. "He's definitely not taking this seriously enough, Kuroko agreed. But we haven't been able to land a clean hit on him either. He's incredibly strong." "True enough," her companion said, "I guess that just means we'll need to put a bit more effort into this battle ourselves." Arthur shifted his stance and readied to begin the fight anew. Seeing this, Naruto stopped gloating and grew serious once again. He didn't know what they had planned, but whatever it was, he would break it and show them how stupid they were for going after the person who would become the most powerful devil in the universe. The tension in the air began to thicken as the three had a classic stare down. Naruto glared at his two opponents, who looked ready to come at him again. He could hear his heart hammering in his chest. Adrenaline coursed through his veins, heightening his senses and making him hyper-aware of his surroundings. Perhaps that's why he felt it when two more people entered the barrier that separated this space from the rest of the world before either Arthur or Kuroko did. "It looks like you two are having problems securing your target," a voice said, causing all three to turn and look at the new arrival. A young-looking man with light-colored hair and dressed in some kind of ancient armor that reminded Naruto of an anime Rias had made him watch stood before them. His left hand settled on the shoulder of a very familiar and very scared young woman, Asuya Argento. "Asia. Naruto ni-san." Asia didn't appear to be harmed in any way, but she was definitely scared. Naruto glared at the man who, oddly enough, reminded Naruto of a monkey. Even his chakra felt playful. "I don't know who the hell you are, but unless you want to receive the most epic ass-kicking of all time, you'll let Asia go right this instant." The man just laughed at Naruto like he'd heard something funny, causing the spiky-headed blonde to grit his teeth. "Don't worry, Blondie. I have every intention of letting your friend here go. Provided you come with us, of course," he said, adding that caveat at the end. "Oh, and for future reference, my name's Baiko. You might want to remember it." He didn't know how this man managed to capture Asia, though that he did suggested he'd either somehow slipped past both Akeno and Issei, or he'd beaten them both, which meant he was strong, especially as he didn't seem to have a scratch on him. Naruto was in a pickle. On the one hand, he didn't want to go with this people who attacked him without provocation because he refused to meet their leader. Yet he couldn't let them harm Asia. Could he reach that man and snatch Asia from him before he hurt her? He didn't know, but simply gauging him based on power levels alone, Naruto didn't think so. He had a lot more chakra than Kuroko and seemed far more wily. And then there was still Kuroko and Arthur to deal with as well. They'd already proven to be capable of holding their own against him, even when he was in sage mode. Given time, Naruto was sure he could beat them, but time had officially turned against him now. In a 3-on-1 battle, Naruto was not sure he could win, not while also rescuing Asia at least. He sighed. There really was only one choice. "Alright, you guys win. I'll go with you, but only if you let Asia go first." "No," Asia shouted, clearly confused by her situational altercation, but aware enough to know that he was giving himself to these people for her. "Don't do this, Ni-san. You can't go with these people." Naruto gave her a sad smile. "There isn't much choice, Asia. I can't let them harm you, and if this is the only way to make sure you're safe, then I'll give myself over to these people." He looked at the three enemies and smirked when both Kuroko and Arthur tensed under his gaze. "Just don't be too disappointed if I end up kicking your asses after I meet your leader." Baiko laughed some more. "What an interesting guy. You're certainly not lacking in confidence. However, how do we know we can trust you? Aren't you supposed to be a ninja or something? I've heard you ninja are known for being good liars. You clearly haven't done your homework on me, have you?" If you did, then you would know that my nindo is that I never give up and never go back on my word. I've given you my word that I'll go with you and meet this leader you people keep talking about, but only if you let Asia go. If you don't let her go, then I'll shove my foot so far up your asses that you'll need to use a bedpan for months. What an unusual ninja you are, Baiko chuckled. Alright then, we'll let the girl go if you promise to come with us. Then we have an accord. Tears pricked at Asia's eyes. But you can't. What about Rias Bushu and the others? You'll have to tell Rias and the others what happened here for me. Let them know I'll be gone for a little while. A clone suddenly came up to Naruto and handed off the bags filled with presents. He then walked up to Baiko and Asia, giving the girl the gift bags and patting her on the head. Be sure to give those to everybody for me, okay? Ni-san. Hey, no crying, Naruto chided the distraught girl, wiping away the tears threatening to fall from her eyes with the tenderness of a big brother. Nothing's going to happen to me. The leader of these people just wants to talk. I'll go with them, find out what their leader wants, then leave, so don't worry, okay? Asia still looked worried despite his reassurances, but she put on a strong front for him and smiled tremulously. Oh okay. Right, now, off you go. Naruto pushed her along the road, even going so far as to pat her on the bum to get her moving. Asia gave him one last sorrowful look before taking off down the road. He watched her go, sighed when she disappeared around a corner, then turned to look at Baiko. I'm ready. All right then, Baiko said, grinning like a loon. Let's get going. Nya, are you sure it was wise to let that girl go? Asked Kuroka as she and a wary Arthur walked up to them. You know she's going to tell the Grimoire group what happened here. So, Baiko shrugged. It's not like they can do anything even if they do know what happened. And it's not like they even know who we are. And besides, I'm loath to kill a girl who has no intention of fighting back. Kuroka shrugged. Your choice, Nya. The world around them began distorting. Naruto watched as the edges of the space surrounding them started to tear, like a tapestry being unwoven as the very fabrics of this dimension was ripped apart at the seams. He'd never seen such an advanced form of space manipulation. A second after the space distorted Arthur, Baiko, Kuroka and Naruto vanished as if they'd never existed, and the barrier surrounding the small suburb broke apart, making it look as if the battle that had taken place never happened. Devil Ninja. Issei was at a loss. His entire body felt numb. He and everyone else had just been told that Naruto had been taken. Kidnapped. He was gone and none of them knew when or even if he would be coming back. They were all inside of the occult research clubroom, the entirety of Rias Bushu's peerage. Kiba leaned against the wall several feet from the center of the room, biting his thumb and looking anxious. Issei understood how he felt. Akeno stood behind her king as always, but her expression was downtrodden. She was no doubt feeling the loss of her favorite verbal sparring partner. However, the worst of the group was Asia, Kaneko, Revel and Rias. Kaneko sat on the couch that she and Naruto always shared, her eyes blank, lips quivering. The mochi she'd been eating lay forgotten on the floor. Revel sat next to her. She didn't seem as bad off as Kaneko, but it was clear to all that she was incredibly worried. In Rias Bushu, his beautiful president and Oni-sama sat in her chair, fingers locked in front of her, hiding her face, which was further concealed by her thick red bangs of hair. He didn't know what she was thinking, but he knew she had to be hurting. And Asia. I'm so sorry. If only I was stronger. If I wasn't so weak I would have been able to fight back. Then maybe. Asia was inconsolable. Issei held the girl in his arms as she cried. Her eyes were red and puffy and there was even liquid running down her nose. He remembered quite clearly when she'd burst into the room just as they were about to have a meeting and told them how Naruto had allowed himself to be taken by a group of suspicious individuals to protect her. Naruto had been taken. The thought sounded so wrong in Issei's head. Naruto taken? What sort of trickery was this? His sensei was strong. He'd never met anyone as strong as Naruto. Even though they were both newly minted devils reincarnated at the same time, Naruto had always seemed so much better than him, wise and powerful and knowledgeable. He always knew what he was talking about and adapted to the changed circumstances in his life like a fish to water. Issei couldn't imagine someone taking Naruto down. But it had happened. Asia couldn't lie if her life depended on it, and she was so distraught that he and the others were forced to believe her. Issei didn't know what to do in a situation like this. What should he say? Should he tell the others not to worry? That Naruto would never let himself be kidnapped? That he was probably just pretending until he was certain Asia was safe and would come barging through those doors with that large grin on his face? He wanted to have faith in the person who helped him get stronger, but how could he show that faith when everyone else acted like Naruto was dead? I can't believe that Naruto-san of all people got kidnapped, Kiba broke the silence. All eyes turned towards him. Out of all the people here, Naruto is the one person I would have never expected this to happen to. He always seemed so strong. I know what you mean, Akeno said, glancing over at Issei. She looked like she wanted nothing more than to go to him, but her duty to her king held her back. Her loyalty to Rias exceeded her desire for personal comfort. Issei admired that about her, even if he wished her side would come out far less. Kitsune-kun has always been a powerful member of our group right from day one, and his strength has only increased by leaps and bounds. For him to be captured is unthinkable. It's all my fault. Asia sobbed in Issei's arms. The sound tore at his heart. This is all my fault. This isn't your fault, Issei said. There wasn't anything you could do. From what you said, that man who took you appeared without warning. Asia looked at him, puffy red eyes blinking. Issei smiled at her, then looked at everybody else, eyes blazing with determination. We can't give up. Those people said they wanted Naruto to come with them so he could meet their leader, right? That means he's still alive, and if he's still alive then there's a chance that he can escape. Even if he can't, that doesn't mean we can't find him and take him back, right? Isn't he a member of our peerage? Isn't he a member of our family? We can't just let some bastards take him from us. Issei's words seemed to inspire those around him. Even Kaneko perked up, her vacant eyes gaining a bit of vibrancy. Issei is right. Rias stood from her chair and slammed her hands on the desk. Her bluish-green eyes had a fire lit within them. We can't just give up hope. We have to believe that Naruto is out there, safe and waiting for us. I want all of you to begin searching for him with your familiars. We'll find those people who took him, take him back, and make the fools who dared to kidnap a member of my family regret ever being born. Issei felt hope rise within him. He didn't have a familiar, so he couldn't help, but surely with all of the familiars Bushu's peerage had they would be able to find him. More eyes meant they would have an easier time tracking him down. The familiars would find him, then Issei and the others would rescue him. Simple. He, along with the other members of Bushu's peerage, stood up and offered her their loudest, "Hi, Bushu." This time it would be Issei's turn to help Naruto. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Things were not looking good. A week had passed since Naruto's kidnapping and not only had they not found him, but their companion didn't appear to be anywhere in the city. Even sending their familiars further out into Japan had availed them nothing, and the peerage of Rias Grimori was forced to come to a startling and sickening conclusion. Naruto was gone. For a time, Rias Grimori tried putting up a strong front for her peerage. As their king she needed to be strong, to be seen as someone who wouldn't grieve and wouldn't give up. However, as the days passed and Naruto still wasn't found, the young woman became more and more reclusive, until she was rarely ever seen outside of the manor she shared with Naruto. Issei Hyudo was at a loss. His friend and sensei was missing. His king had become a sexy, red-headed hermit. Kaneko and Ravel had both stopped talking to everyone else, and Asia kept blaming herself. The only two people who remained strong was Akeno and Kiba, and that's because neither of them were as close to Naruto. Kiba was an occasional sparring partner and Akeno was simply a person the spiky-headed blonde traded barbs with. You seem worried, partner. As Issei walked down the street, ignoring the setting sun at his back, a voice spoke up from his hand. Of course I'm worried, Deedrage. The blonde bastard is missing, Bushu and Kaneko are depressed, and I don't know how to make things better. I see, so even you, a person whose lecherous nature surpasses anything that I have ever seen, can think about something other than breasts. Of course I think about things other than breasts. Issei wasn't sure if Deedrage had just complimented him or insulted him. I think about butts and booties and cooches, too. Butts and booties are the same thing, idiot. And I also think about Akeno Onisama and Asia, and my friends, I think about them, too. And there's also… what is it? Well, there's that thing Sensei talked to me about. You know, how I need to find something important to me, something that can give me more strength than simply thinking about breast scan. I don't really get what he meant, though. He kept going on about the meaning of true strength and weird things like that. I don't understand it. What is true strength? And how does someone go about getting it? I think his meaning was fairly straightforward. Really? How so? You really are an idiot, aren't you? Hey. Listen partner, throughout history people of great power have been driven by something, a goal, a person, an ideal. Do you think all of those insanely powerful people you've heard about just acquired power because they wanted to suck on a pair of nipples? No, each of these people had something they wanted, a goal they wished to accomplish, a place they wished to protect. This desire to accomplish something beyond what most humans could dream of accomplishing, this desire to protect something that meant more to them than their own life, these things gave those people incredible strength and allow them to overcome any obstacle. That is what your blonde sensei was talking about. I see, Issei scratched the back of his head. I still don't get it. All I want to do is become harem king. Is that really all you want out of life? Can you think of nothing else that you want? Issei thought about Draga's question. Well, I also want to help Bushu. She's really hurt right now and I don't like that. And Asia. I really want to help her. I know she blames herself for what happened to Sensei, but there wasn't anything she could do. It's not like she could fight off whoever those people were. Asia's not a fighter, and those people must have been strong if they could fight Sensei. So you want to help Asia. You want to let her know that she's not to blame. Of course I do. Asia's important to me. You want to protect her, then. Protect her from all the people who would seek to do her harm. That's right. I'll protect Asia from anyone and anything. I won't let anybody harm a single hair on her head. For several long seconds, Deedrage remained silent. Issei wondered what the dragon in his gauntlet was thinking. Then. I was right. You really are an idiot. Don't say that without explaining why, damn it. But you're also on the right path. Keep protecting that nun and I'm sure you'll figure out what your blonde sensei was talking about. Sure, okay. Issei didn't know what Deedrage meant, but decided to put it out of his mind as he stepped into the entryway of his home. I'm home. Era, welcome home, eyes. All thoughts about protecting Asia and Naruto's words left him when Akino stepped out from behind the kitchen door dressed in an apron. In nothing but an apron. You foo-foof, Akino giggled demurely as blood trickled down Issei's nose. Then she did a spirited twirl, allowing him to see that she wasn't wearing a single stitch of clothing. Holy crap, Akino Onisama was naked. Nudity. It was the naked apron. This was awesome. Do you like my outfit, eyes? I love your outfit. His nose bleeding by the bucket loads, Issei lifted a hand and gave Akino a thumbs up. Akino Onisama looks incredible as always. You foo-foo-foo, you know just what to say to make a girl smile. Akino walked up to him with a deadly sway to her hips. Issei's could have sworn his mind pinged as it went straight down the gutter. I'm glad to see you like my outfit. It's a little different than what I normally wear for you. Keiku, that's right. Akino normally wore leather whenever she teased him, and she usually knocked him out with drugs and stuff, then tied him to the bed and did eki things to screw with him. And used her whip to hurt him. Oddly enough, he didn't mind that. He must be turning into a masochist. Damn Akino Onisama and her S-mode. She was turning him into a masochist. How could he become harem king if Akino Onisama turned him into an M? Why are you wearing something like that? Issei asked. I mean, it's totally cool that you are. You look fucking hot. I'm just curious to know why, cuz, you know, I've never seen you in something like that. Akino's delicate fingers rubbed gentle circles on Issei's chest as she leaned against him. I suppose you could say this is my way of helping you and Asia-san out. Things are looking pretty bad right now with Kitsune-kun kidnapped by an unknown group of people. Asia-san has been pretty down in the dumps and you're working hard to make her feel better, right? That's why I'm doing this. Asia-san isn't quite ready to join in RS&M yet, so I'm going with something a little lighter tonight. Oh, I see. Issei pressed his right fist into his left palm, nodding. Yeah, that makes sense. Asia's not really the type to do S&M and… Wait, yet. You foo-foo-foo, never mind that. Just come on into the kitchen and sit down. We'll have dinner ready in just a bit. Dinner. He wasn't given an answer as Akino pushed him into the dining room and Issei was given the shock of his life. Oh, Aiz-san, I'm glad you're back. Why don't you sit down? Dinner will be ready in just a moment. Issei stared at Asia as she stood by the stove wearing a pink apron with hearts on it and nothing else. A naked Asia in nothing but an apron. A naked Asia. Asia, naked. Calm. Akino and Asia watched in mute silence as Issei was blown backward by a jet stream of blood flowing from his nose, his back smashing into the wall and then sliding to the floor unconscious. Ah, Aiz-san. As Asia rushed toward her savior, Akino pressed a hand to her cheek and smiled. Era, I knew this was a good idea. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Revel Phoenix sat on the couch in the living room. The TV wasn't turned on, yet still she stared at it with blank eyes. Her mind was locked in turmoil. Naruto was gone. She didn't really understand her feelings for the blonde man all that well. She knew he meant a lot to her, and she admired him greatly after watching him fight against her brother. She admired him even more because she knew he'd done it for another person, just like those people in the stories her mother used to tell her every night before going to sleep. She'd come to the human world in order to learn about what it was she felt for him. That had been her sole reason for asking if she could stay in the human world. That wasn't possible now because Naruto was no longer with them. Revel felt her chest ache at the thought, as if an icy hand had grabbed a hold of her heart, holding it within a vice grip. Just thinking about how he was missing hurt. She could only imagine how Rias felt. Rias. Thinking about the red-haired heiress also caused Revel to feel pretty awful. If she had been hurt by Naruto's disappear, then Rias had been devastated. The redhead had tried putting up a strong front for her peerage, but after a week with no word, not even a hint of his presence, Rias had begun to withdraw. She'd locked herself away in her room and wouldn't come out unless it was to eat, sometimes not even then. It was getting to the point where Revel worried the older devil would waste away. What am I doing here? Revel buried her face in her hands. All I wanted to do was find out how I felt about Naruto-sama. Nothing more. Why does this hurt so much? No one answered her. Not that she expected someone to. For all intents and purposes she was alone in this house. Rias was a non-factor and no one else lived there. She wouldn't be getting any of the answers she sought. Not here. Ding dong. The ringing of the doorbell alerted Revel to the presence of someone at the front door. Wondering who it could be, the blonde devil heiress walked to the entrance and opened the door. Hello, can I? Oh, it's you. Yakitori. What do you want? Revel asked flatly as she stared at the little white-haired girl. Kaneko looked about as bad as Revel felt. Her eyes had bags under them and were slightly bloodshot. She'd obviously been having trouble sleeping. I came to see how you and Rias Bushu were doing. Oh, so she was concerned. Revel was surprised. She didn't think this girl would feel concern over her. It wasn't like they were friends. I'm fine. Liar. You can't hide your feelings from me. I can see it in your eyes and feel it by reading your spirit. Revel looked away, scowling, or at least trying to. Don't go looking at my spirit. And what does that even mean? No, you know. Never mind, I don't want to know. And I am fine. It's not like I mean it's not as if I was really close to Naruto-sama. I barely even know him. And yet that does not stop you from feeling worried and missing him. Revel flinched as that strange fist clutching her heart became unbearable. It did hurt to know that Naruto was missing from her life. Ever since she'd met him he'd been nothing but supportive of her. Well, he'd been supportive after thoroughly creeping her out with their first meeting, but after that he'd been nothing but her staunchest supporter, making sure she was getting along in class, helping put her at ease with his presence and words, and even paying compliments on her cooking and beauty. Now he was gone and all that support she'd been secretly relying on to get through the day had disappeared, and she didn't know what to do. She felt tears sting her eyes but determinedly wiped them away. If you're done pointing out my feelings, perhaps you should just state what you want from me and then leave. What makes you think I want anything from you? Then why are you even talking to me? Revel wasn't sure what sort of answers she'd been expecting from Kaneko, however, head petting was not one of them. It'll be alright, Kaneko said, gently petting her on the head in a manner eerily similar to how Naruto would pet the white-haired girl. Naruto is really strong. I'm sure he's okay, wherever he is. He'll come back to us, so we need to stay strong so that when he does come back, we can greet him with a smile instead of tears. Don't treat me like I'm some kind of dog, Revel muttered, though she did not try to move Kaneko's hand away either. Do you really think Naruto-sama is alright? Yes. There was a certainty in Kaneko's voice that had not been present several days ago. I am sure that he's fine, and I'm sure that he'll come back home eventually. I believe in him, so I know everything will be okay. Revel had to admire Kaneko's certainty, especially since she had been one of those hurt by Naruto's disappearance the most. This girl had clearly done a good deal of soul-searching these past few days, and whatever she had discovered was giving her the strength to carry on. I wish I had your confidence. Once you admit your love for Naruto-senpai, you'll gain the same confidence in him that I have. What? Love? Revel squeaked as her phonex powers over fire went wild, causing her face to burst into flames in a very literal manner. Kaneko quickly removed her hand to avoid being burned. I don't love Naruto-sama. What could possibly make you say something like that? There was no way she could love Naruto-sama. He was just someone that she admired because of his strength and refusal to give up. Even if she did feel something for him, which she didn't, Naruto-sama was dating Rias-sama, and that woman would never let her boyfriend have another woman in his life. Unless that woman was a member of Naruto-sama's peerage. Even if Rias-sama was Naruto-sama's king, even she wouldn't be able to do anything if Naruto-sama decided to take Revel as a member of his peerage. Then she could always remain by Naruto-sama's side. Who knows, he may even take her as a concubine and… No, 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 no. Stop thinking like that, Revel. This isn't why you came here. You only came to ascertain what it was about Naruto-sama that made your heart race. No other reason. You didn't come here to become a member of Naruto-sama's peerage and have him take you as love, concubine. It would never work out anyway. Naruto-sama is in love with Rias-sama and no one else. While Revel reaffirmed her belief that she was not there to become a part of Naruto's as of yet non-existent peerage, Kaneko gave the blonde girl a blank look. If you don't love Naruto-senpai, then why are you here? It's because. It's, political. I'm here for political reasons. Nothing else. Kaneko looked at her for several seconds, then shrugged. If you say so. Anyway, is Rias Bushu home? I was hoping to speak with her. Revel was thrown off by the sudden change in topic. Yes, she is. I don't think she's left her room for at least a few hours. More like a few days, but who was counting the time? Okay. Now get out of my way, Yakitori. Who are you calling Yakitori? Devil Ninja. Rias sat on the bed she shared with Naruto, her knees drawn up to her chest as she thought about the young man she loved and how he was no longer there with her. She knew that, as a king, she needed to be strong, but all she could do was lament the loss of her boyfriend. Some part of her felt weak that she couldn't seem to function without him, but the rest just didn't care. Naruto was gone and she didn't see the point in continuing to put on this charade that everything was okay. Everything was not okay, and it wouldn't be until her love was safely in her arms again. A knock came at the door. Rias Bushu, a familiar voice said from the other side. It's Kaneko. Can I come in? Rias didn't answer. She didn't feel like talking to Kaneko, Akano, Revel or anyone else. She just wanted to be left alone. The door rattled for several seconds as Kaneko tried to open it. When the 15-year Nako devil hybrid realized it was locked, she kicked the door down and stepped inside. Bright yellow eyes with slightly black bags underneath them observed their new surroundings. So this is where you and Naruto-senpai sleep, her rook said. It's really cozy. I'm kinda jealous that you get to sleep in here with Naruto. Rias sighed as she realized her rook wasn't going to leave her alone. Is there something that I can help you with, Kaneko? Kaneko stood in front of Rias and looked down at her, which was a definite change because it was normally Rias looking down at Kaneko due to their height difference. I want to know why you're staying cooped up in here. I don't see why it matters. What I do is my business and no one else's. It does matter. Kaneko's outburst startled Rias into looking up into the normally emotionless eyes of her rook, which currently brimmed with emotion. It matters because what you're doing isn't healthy. You're our king. We need you to be our king, we need you to lead your peerage. No one else can do this, and Naruto-senpai wouldn't want you destroying yourself by becoming a hermit. What would you know? Rias shouted, suddenly angry. Naruto is more than just a member of my peerage. He's also my boyfriend. He meant everything to me and now he's gone. Someone like you could never understand how I feel. Rias knew the moment those words left her mouth that she'd said the wrong thing. She didn't even need to see the tears pricking at Kaneko's eyes to know that. Kaneko, You think that you're the only one who loves Naruto-senpai? Kaneko asked. Reality check, Bushu, just because you're the one dating Naruto doesn't mean you're the only one who loves him. Kaneko placed a hand on her chest, her eyes smoldering with an intensity Rias had never seen from the white-haired girl before. I love Naruto-senpai just as much as you. He means so much to me that I feel lost without him. Just thinking about how I can no longer see him, how he's no longer around to hold me and help me, tears me up inside. Naruto-senpai means the world to me. But I also know that he wouldn't want me to be depressed and incapable of functioning like a normal person whenever he isn't around. He's been training me to be strong, not just in body but in mind too, and I know it's because he realized that he might not always be around to protect me. It's the same with you, isn't it? Hasn't he been doing everything in his power to help you reach your goals of becoming your own person and not just the heiress of Gromori? Well, sometimes being your own person also means not relying on others. Rias stared at Kaneko in shock. Had she ever heard her rook speak so passionately before? No, never. In all the time she'd known Kaneko, the young freshman had never spoken like this. It just went to show Rias how much Naruto's influence had changed her. Kaneko was stronger now than she'd ever been, both physically and mentally, it seemed. You're right, Rias said, reaching up to grab Kaniko's arm and gently pulling the white-haired girl into a hug. Rook returned the hug fiercely. I've grown so used to having Naruto do everything for me that I've forgotten what it means to do things myself. I need to be strong and stop relying on him for everything, that way I can stand by his side as an equal when he comes back. I'm sorry, Kaniko, can you forgive me? That's right. Even though she was Naruto's king, it sometimes felt like their situations were reversed. She knew why. Naruto was a war hero in his old world. He'd already experienced the things she and her peerage were going through and came out on top. That's why she relied on him so much, because he knew what to do, but really, all that did was turn him into her crutch. She'd been using him without even realizing it. I forgive, Rias Bushu. Kaniko's voice was muffled by Rias's bosom, upon which her head rested. Thank you. Silence descended on the room, neither stifling nor awkward. Rias held Kaniko close, marveling at how small and frail the girl seemed despite knowing of her strength. A voice alerted them to the fact that they were no longer alone. Rias and Kaniko turned to see an uncertain Revel standing in the doorway. I just wanted to tell you that the other members of your peerage have come over, Revel said. They're sitting in the living room right now. Did you do this? Rias asked Kaniko, who just looked away, causing her to smile. She then turned to Revel again. Thank you for telling me this. You're welcome. Rias and Kaniko stood up and walked to the door. As she exited, Rias stopped in front of Revel and placed her hands on the younger devil's shoulders. I'm also sorry for the way I treated you. You may not be a member of my peerage, but you are still a guest of this house, and I've been ignoring you. Revel flushed fiercely under the older woman's earnest stare. It's all right. I know that you're going through a hard time right now. Her cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red when Rias gave her a knowing look. I'll bet. As they began walking down the hall toward the living room, Kaniko spoke up. Rias Bushu, you might want to take a shower before meeting the others. Rias looked at her Rook. Why is that? Because you stink. And that was when Rias realized that it had been 2 days since she'd taken a shower. Flushing with embarrassment, the young woman decided to follow Kaniko's advice. Right, okay, so, why don't you two go on ahead while I take a shower, then? Okay. You've got it, Bushu. Devil Ninja. Several days after her talk with Kaniko, Rias sat behind the desk in the occult research clubroom, getting through some of the reports she hadn't done because of her own despondency. There were quite a few, a whole week's worth in fact, and she needed to finish them and send them back to the underworld before her brother realized something was wrong. Fortunately, Sears X was a slacker and enjoyed putting off his own work, so he probably didn't even know her reports had yet to come in. The opening of the door caused her to look up and see Sona and her queen, Tsubaki, walk in. It is good to see you hard at work again, Sona said by way of greeting. Her fellow king stopped in front of the desk, pushing her glasses up her nose. I was pretty worried for a while when you stopped coming to school. Sona, Rias greeted, it's good to see you, too. How are you doing? I'm doing well, all things considered. That's good to hear, you really had me worried. I heard about what happened to Naruto. You have my condolences. Naruto is all right, Riza said, ignoring the ache in her chest. I'm sure that, wherever he is, he's doing just fine and waiting for a chance to return. Sona's smile was small but visible. I'm sure, knowing your servant like I do, he's probably just waiting for the right moment to make his entrance. Then he'll swoop in and cause a big ruckus that will shake the entire campus and cause me a headache. Rias smiled. Yes, that would be just like him, wouldn't it? However, I'm sure you're not here to reminisce with me about my servant. What's up? The smile left Sona's face and a serious demeanor overtook her. We have a bit of a problem. 2 members of the church have recently been spotted in town. They contacted us and wished to request a meeting with you as overseer of this city. Rias focused her full attention on Sona. That is an unusual request. Did they say why they wanted to speak with me? No, only that they needed to talk as soon as possible. I see. In that case I suppose I can meet with them tomorrow. I don't have any training sessions planned, so I should be able to see them. Very well. That will be fine. Be careful when you meet with them, Rias. Rias heard the tone in her friend's voice and looked up in concern. Is something wrong, Sona? You're always serious, but you don't normally sound this grave. This is just a hunch, Sona started, but I believe there is more to these two than meets the eye. They have a strange aura about them that sets me on edge, and the packages they were carrying worries me. They had the same feeling as a holy sword. There were 2 holy sword users here in Ku. If that was the case, then it spelled nothing good for Rias. She didn't let Sona know this, however, and instead responded with a nod. I see. Don't worry, Sona, I'll be careful. I'm pleased to hear that. After exchanging farewells, Sona vacated the room with her queen, leaving Rias alone to her thoughts. It seemed as if things were going to be problematic in the coming days. Naruto, Rias whispered, her hand reaching up to grip the green gem hidden underneath her academy uniform. Wherever you are, please, come back to me. I have a feeling that your strength is going to need it soon. The situation couldn't have been more tense if a cadre of fallen angels walked through the doors right now and declared war on all of devil kind. Nothing seemed out of place in the occult research club room. Everything looked just as it always did. The only difference between now and every other time Rias Grimori and her peerage spent time in this room was the two guests sitting on the couch. Both of them looked like ordinary teenage girls, provided you discount the fact that they wore long tan cloaks and were carrying some kind of holy sword on them. Rias could feel the unusual amount of holy power radiating from the large object resting against the couch next to the girl on the left. It was wrapped in cloth, so she couldn't see anything, but judging from the shape, size and power radiating from it, it couldn't be mistaken for anything other than a holy sword. The one on the right had light brown hair in twin tails tied on either side of her head. Each tail was long, traveling all the way down to her backside. Her eyes were a bright violet and, for reasons that Rias couldn't understand, the girl had an abnormally cheerful disposition. She just sat there, smiling brightly, seemingly unbothered by the fact that she was surrounded by a peerage of devils. The other girl had messy, chin-length blue hair, yellow eyes and fair skin. While the twin-tailed girl's features were clearly of Japanese origin, this girl had the appearance of a European. One thing Rias noticed that seemed odd was the green fringe of hair on the right side of the girl's face. Unlike her companion, this girl was wearing her game face. Her eyes were completely blank, almost empty of all emotions save one, complete and utter confidence in herself and her purpose. Both girls sat across from Rias, her peerage and Revelio who Rias let join them, all of whom were looking at the pair before them with distrust in their eyes. It probably wouldn't have been so bad, this tense situation, if it wasn't for the killing intent pouring off Kiba. Rias was actually worried about him, as the normally cordial blonde man looked ready to leap from behind the couch and attack the two girls. She could only hope he would keep his anger in check. So you are the two members of the Vatican Church who requested to see me. Rias crossed her arms under her chest, presenting the image of a confident young woman. I'm honestly quite surprised. I've never had a member of the church try contacting me before. Circumstances dictated that we have this meeting, the blue-haired one said. Believe me when I say that we would never want to sully ourselves by being in the presence of devils if we could help it, but the situation we find ourselves in is strange. Rias ignored the insult. She knew what this girl was trying to do, baiting her into lashing out in order to gain the upper hand in their talks. It was a common tactic for when two forces of opposing ends underwent negotiations. However, Rias would not allow herself to be put into an unadvantageous situation. Nor would she allow herself to show weakness by letting someone from the church goad her into getting angry. So it seems. However, before this meeting can begin, I would like to know your names. You clearly know mine, which puts us at something of a disadvantage, not to mention it's only proper to give your names after seeking someone out. Ah, that's right. The bubbly girl said, we totally forgot to give our names. I'm Shido Irina, and this is Zenobia. Rias gazed at the cheerful girl, Irina. There was something odd about this girl. No one surrounded by a group of potential enemies should act so cheerful. Either this was just her base personality, or she simply did not feel threatened by the presence of numerous devils. So I see. Very well then, you two have requested this meeting. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? Before we can tell you our request, it would be prudent to inform you of the situation at hand, that way you will have a better understanding of what's going to happen, the one named Zenobia said. As you are probably aware, there are 6 holy swords known as Excalibur in the church's possession. What you probably do not know is that 3 of these swords, one belonging to the Catholic Church, the Protestant Church, and the Eastern Orthodox Church were stolen recently. Rias didn't show how startled she was to hear this, instead choosing to think the situation over. Beside her, Revel also furrowed her brow, and she knew the Phoenix heiress had probably already realized what this meant. The fact that you're coming to us means you've managed to track the thief to this location, Revel determined. Rias had also come to this conclusion. So the thief is here in Ku. And I'm assuming the church sent you two to retrieve the Excaliburs. That is correct. Irina and I were sent by the Vatican to retrieve of the holy swords Excalibur. Hold on. Rias turned her head to Issei, who stood behind her couch with Akino, Asia and Kiba. The young man looked confused. I don't get it. You said holy swords, as in, like, plural, right? I always thought there was only one Excalibur. That is only partly correct, Rias spoke before anyone else. There was only one Excalibur. However, that was a long time ago. Sometime during the war between the three factions, Excalibur was broken. The fragments were then collected and reforged by the church. She turned to the two Vatican members. Isn't that right? Yes, that is correct, Irina said. Excalibur broken was reforged by our alchemist. However, our alchemy wasn't strong enough to reforge Excalibur completely, and so it was forged into 7 different swords. This is my Excalibur. The cloak opened as Irina moved her arm, revealing the skin-tight black bodysuit underneath. Rias absent-mindedly took note of the girl's voluptuous figure and supple muscles, showing that she'd clearly gone through intense physical training. The church-goer then grabbed a small string tied around her right arm. The string lengthened and wiggled as if it was alive, and then it changed shape, straightening, solidifying, hardening, before eventually morphing into a long katana. Rias eyed the weapon warily. She could feel the power it radiated. It was strong, but nothing for her to be concerned about. However, his eyes glanced at her peerage, seeing the different reactions. Asia was clearly as frightened as she was awed. Rias could only imagine that being in the presence of a holy sword brought the former nun-conflicted feelings. Issei was taking care of her, though. He had an arm around her shoulder while Akino had one around them both. Sitting by her side, Kaneko scooted against her. She didn't know if the white-haired Nekosho was afraid, but she clearly sought comfort, and as Naruto wasn't there, Rias happily took his place. Her eyes then turned to Ravel. The girl was shaking. Rias doubted the Phoenix heiress had ever been in the presence of a holy sword before, and it obviously frightened her. Rias reached out and grabbed one of Ravel's hands. The blonde girl did not hesitate to squeeze back. This is Excalibur Mimic. It has the ability to change shape into anything I want it to, so it's really useful to have around. Unlike Xenovia, I can just carry it like this. The sword changed back into a string, which Irina then tied around her arm again. You shouldn't give away your Excalibur's power to a bunch of devils, Irina, Xenovia scolded her companion, only to soon realize that everyone was giving her expectant looks, including Irina. She sighed. This is my Excalibur. Xenovia unwrapped her weapon, revealing what appeared to be a giant sword. Rias knew instantly just from the feelings it produced that this sword was more dangerous than Excalibur Mimic. It's called Excalibur Destruction. It was one of the 2 Excaliburs in possession of the Catholic Church. The Protestant Church and Eastern Orthodox Church also had 2 Excaliburs in their possession. There was a 7th Excalibur, but it was lost sometime after the war. Xenovia wrapped the sword in its cloth. Rias noticed the symbols on the fabric. The holy power that saturated the room disappeared, leading her to believe those symbols sealed away the sword, keeping others from sensing it. That meant it must have incredibly destructive powers. Then again, with a name like Excalibur Destruction, what else should she expect? And you believe the 3 Excaliburs that were stolen are somewhere in Ku, Rias stated. That is correct. We have managed to track the location of the people who stole the Excaliburs to this location. Rias wondered if headaches were going to be the norm for her. First a group of fallen angels invaded her territory, then she had to deal with Riser and his attempt at marrying her, and now she was dealing with 2 people from the church who had come here because 3 powerful holy swords had been stolen. How much more trouble was going to befall her territory? It seems my territory has been full of incidents like this lately. Do you know who stole the holy swords from you? We have reason to believe that they were stolen by members of the Grigori. So the Excaliburs were stolen by the Fallen Angels organization. Rias wanted to rub her forehead to rid herself of the migraine, but she dared not show weakness in front of these 2. It seems like they're causing all kinds of problems recently, and it's definitely something they would do. Devils aren't really interested in holy swords, but the fallen angels, yes, I'm sure they'd love to get their hands on something like that. We already have a suspect who we believe is the main culprit behind the thefts. One of the Grigori leaders, Kokobile. Pensive was the best word to describe how Rias felt. She didn't let anyone know this, however, and instead presented the church-goers with a smirk. So the theft was done by Kokobile, one of the leaders of the Grigori and a survivor of the war between the 3 factions. I suppose it only makes sense that someone like him would be behind the thefts. Kokobile is one of the fallen angels that appear in the Bible, so he must be powerful. No one else would have the power to challenge the church and steal the holy swords. True, Kokobile is definitely capable of doing something like that. We sent several exorcists here in secret to uncover his location, but they kept getting killed. Rias felt a flare of anger. Exorcists were being sent into her territory without her knowledge. How was she unaware of this? If there was something going on in Ku, then she should have known about it long before now. What's more, the church was sending exorcists into her territory without her consent or prior warning. It was an insult to her. They might as well just slap her in the face. At least then she would be able to retaliate. She kept her cool. Rias wouldn't let this get to her. She was the heiress to the House of Grimoire, so it was important to maintain appearances. And what is it you want from me? Zenobia raised an eyebrow. From you? Nothing. We want nothing from you. All we want, our request, our demand is that you stay out of our affairs. What's happening here is between the church and the fallen angels. Devils have no business interfering in this. Okay, now that Rias could not let stand. Let a pair of exorcists with holy swords wander her territory without supervision while chasing after a group of fallen angels being led by a Grigori leader, who just so happened to have stolen 3 holy swords. This girl must be nuts if she thought Rias would just let them do as they please, especially when they had been sending other exorcists into her territory without asking first. You must be awfully worried if you're coming here and trying to make demands of me. Are you worried that I might side with the fallen angels? Perhaps you're thinking that myself and my peerage might be in collaboration with the fallen angels to steal the holy swords Excalibur. Headquarters did not deny the possibility of that being the case, Zenobia said mildly, though Rias could detect the hint of threat in her tone. After all, holy swords are the enemy of your kind. They are one of your greatest weaknesses. The church understands this simple fact and has come to realize that it wouldn't be all that unusual if the fallen angels and devils joined forces. Both sides stand to profit a lot if the holy swords went missing from the church. By now, almost everyone was staring at Zenobia with anger in their gaze. Sans Asia, who was far too kind a person to show resentment in any fashion. She did look shocked, though. And even Irina looked startled by her teammates' words. Hey, Zenobia, that isn't what you. That is why we are here. To deliver a warning. We came to tell you that if you decide to side with the fallen angels and Kokobile, then we won't hesitate to eliminate all of you. Some people would have probably been upset by the blatant disregard Zenobia spoke with when stating she would kill Rias and her peerage, but Rias only felt triumph. Don't make empty threats that we both know you can't keep. Zenobia's eyes hardened into a vitriolic glare. What was that? Do you think I'm stupid? Rias questioned, leaning forward on pinning Zenobia with a glare of her own. It's well known that of the 3 factions to have partaken in the war, the angels suffered the most. Many of them were slain by fallen angels and devils, and even more fell after the war ended. You think I'm unaware of the real reason the church keeps mostly to itself these days? I know the real reason is because you lack the power to fight on par with devils and fallen angels. Even with God on your side, the angels faction is the weakest of the 3 right now. Zenobia hissed and Irina glared. How dare you? No, how dare you? Rias stood up and glared down at the 2, who tensed when she unleashed a small sliver of her devil power, which exceeded those of both the holy swords and the 2's possession by a wide margin. You think you can just waltz into my territory, demand that I stay out of your business while you do who knows what, and then threaten to kill me and my peerage without suffering any kind of consequences? Do you want to start a war? Because that is exactly what will happen if you tried killing me. And you and I both know that restarting the 3 factions war is the last thing the church wants, isn't it? Her brother was Seer's ex-Lucifer, the most powerful Satan, a devil whose power is said to have exceeded all 4 of the original Satans combined. He was also a well-known Siskin. Even the church had to know how protective her brother was of her. If they killed her, then Seer's ex would rain unholy hell down upon the church. He would annihilate it before the angel faction even realized what was happening. The church would be no more. Irina and Zenobia remained silent, and Rias knew she had them. They were trapped and they knew it. Don't make threats you won't be able to back up, Rias warned Zenobia, who merely looked away. Rias sat back down and regained her composure. Now then, you mentioned each church still having 3 Excaliburs, yet I only see 2 with you. Has the last one not been dispatched yet? Zenobia said nothing, obviously miffed from Rias' scathing words, so it was up to Irina to pick up the slack. No, they're staying with the Orthodox Church. They plan on protecting the last Excalibur in case Zenobia and I fail. So it's just the 2 of you, then. Isn't it reckless to send only 2 people to retrieve the stolen Excaliburs? Even if you are holy sword wielders, you're still going after Kokobile, a fallen angel who is one of the leaders of the Grigori. I doubt 2 humans would be able to defeat someone like him, even if they each possess their own Excalibur, especially since he has 3 in his possession. That doesn't matter. We can't allow the Excaliburs to remain in the hands of the Grigori. I don't want to die, but I am prepared to if it means doing God's will. I see the teachings of the Church are as extreme as always. Don't speak ill of the Church, Rias Grimori. We might have gotten off on the wrong foot, but even so, I won't have you saying bad things about our teachings. You're right. I'm sorry, Rias apologized sincerely, which surprised Irina. You are entitled to your beliefs, and I certainly shouldn't insult someone for believing in something. That being said, what if you can't retrieve the holy swords with just the two of you? What then? We would like to retrieve the Excaliburs, of course, but we have been told that, should we be unable to retrieve them, then we should destroy them. Better to have them destroyed than in the hands of the enemy. Our minimum objective is to get the Excaliburs out of fallen angel hands. How that is accomplished will be up to us. Out of the corner of her eye, Rias saw Kiba tense. The look on his face startled her. She knew of his past, of what he'd been through, but she never expected to see such a dark, angry expression on his face. That look of hatred he possessed worried her greatly. Rias decided that she would need to speak with Kiba soon. I don't have a problem with your goals, Rias told the two holy sword users, who relaxed at her words. However they tensed, while I do not disagree with them, you must understand that given what's happening, I cannot allow two members of the Church to run around in my territory unattended. But that's you. Please let me finish. Rias held a hand up, forestalling Irina, who'd been about to speak out. I will allow you to conduct your mission to seek out and reclaim the stolen Excaliburs, but I can't let you do so unattended. Rias smiled when Irina and Zenobia stiffened in their seats. Tell me, do you two have a place to stay? Devil Ninja Tilda. Rias wondered if some part of her had been corrupted by Akino's sadistic nature. There weren't many other reasons she could think of that explained why she was taking mild pleasure in the discomforting expressions of Irina and Zenobia as they sat at her dinner table. After working out the details of their stay in Ku City, it had been decided by Rias that she would take the churchgoers into her home, allowing them to use her mansion as a base of operations while searching for the stolen Excaliburs. The two had tried protesting, claiming that they couldn't spend time in the house of a devil, but Rias refused to back down, telling them that it was either they accept her decision or get out of her town. Which was how they found themselves in their present situation, with Zenobia and Irina sitting at her dinner table, trying not to be unnerved by the bored stare Kaneko gave them. Yes, it definitely amused Rias a great deal to see the two people who tried threatening her into complying with their demands cowed by a 15-year-old girl. It felt almost like winning an all-paid vacation to a luxurious hot spring resort. Rias-sama, Revel called out, I've finished adding all the ingredients. What do I need to do next? Rias turned to Revel. Like her, the young blonde girl was wearing an apron over her academy uniform. Revel's apron was purple on the bottom while the chest piece consisted of a red heart with pink frills. Rias thought it suited the girl. She then looked down at her own apron, which seemed almost plain in comparison. However, that was only to those who didn't know how amazing this apron really was. While its color was plain white and bland, there was a large image of a cutting knife stamped on its chest and the words, I am the bone of my skillet, written underneath the image. It was a gag gift that Naruto bought for her when they celebrated their 1-month anniversary. Just continue stirring for now. How much longer does the pork have? Revel looked at the kitchen timer, which Rias couldn't see because the Phoenix Eris blocked her view. It says we have 5 more minutes. Good. That should be plenty of time to finish with the rest of the food. After Rias snapped out of her funk caused by Naruto's kidnapping, Revel had come asking if she would be willing to teach her how to cook. Rias had been surprised, but soon learned that Revel's only talent in the kitchen was baking desserts. She couldn't cook a decent meal to save her life, thus Rias decided to teach her. It would be a good opportunity to learn more about the younger girl anyway. They worked together in the kitchen, preparing the meal. Revel listened to everything Rias said, hanging off the older woman's words like they were a lifeline. It was really cute to see how eager the girl was to please. She always made up excuses like, I'm only doing this because you accepted me into your house. Or, don't look into it. I'm just helping out because I'm a guest here. It's only right. But Rias knew the real reason, even if Revel refused to admit it. The food was soon prepared. Rias and Revel put all of it on several trays and brought it into the living room. Kaneko's eyes instantly tracked the food as it was brought in. Even Zenobia and Irina were not immune to the scent of the well-prepared meal, and Rias watched in amusement as the two sniffed the air. Was Zenobia drooling? Well, here you two are. I don't know if Japanese cuisine is to your taste since you two live in Europe, but I hope you enjoy it. Itadakimasu. Kaneko didn't even wait for the others before she began eating. She just started digging in. Rias wasn't bothered by that. It was just how the girl was. What bothered her were the two church-goers. They were saying grace. "Oh, Lord, please forgive us for accepting this devil's hospitality and bless this food. Also, please bless the devils who made this food, for even though they are creatures of sin, they have still accepted us into their home." OWCH. Ravel nearly fell off her chair as God's blessing was drilled into her head like a stake. Rias winced, but didn't react otherwise. She still gave the two a dry look, however. "I don't mind if you two pray, but please refrain from asking God to bless us." Zenobia and Irina looked at each other, and then Irina turned a sheepish expression on Rias. "Aha, sorry about that. I forgot that devils can't accept God's praise. It's fine. Now then, why don't we dig in?" They began to eat. Rias maintained her poise and dignity while eating, even though she could feel two sets of eyes on her. The holy sword users kept sending her glances. She ignored them for the moment, knowing they were nervous and wanting to make them sweat some more. She needed them off balance. The more out of sorts they were, the easier it would be to deal with them. After dinner, Rias took their dishes to the sink. Irina actually tried to protest, but Rias would have none of it. "You two are guests in this house," she said, "and I will not be a bad host." Irina had eventually backed down, even though having a devil they'd almost gotten into a row with treating them so kindly had to bother her. Zenobia certainly seemed troubled, as she had barely said two sentences since they arrived. After putting the dishes in the sink and summoning her familiar to wash them, Rias walked back into the living room and clapped her hands. "I hope you two enjoyed the food." "It was very good," Irina said, apparently trying to be a good guest, even though she was clearly bothered by the whole situation. "It's been a long time since I've had traditional Japanese cuisine." "That's right, you grew up with eyes, didn't you?" Rias knew, of course, because Issei told her about what happened when he arrived home one night to find these two at his house. Irina nodded. Aiz-kun and I used to play together a lot. We were really good friends back then, before my parents and I moved. I was pretty surprised to find out that he became a devil." Rias didn't really like the glare being sent her way, but also understood Irina's anger. "If it makes you feel any better, he only became a devil because it was the only way I could save him. You see, before I knew him, Issei ended up getting involved with a fallen angel." What? How? Why? Don't look so shocked. You should know by now that Issei is a holder of the boosted gear, one of the 13 Longinus said to be capable of killing a god. The fallen angels found out and one of them decided to get rid of Issei before he became a problem. This fallen angel, a girl named Rainer, killed him, but I managed to bring him back, reviving him as a devil. "I didn't know that," Irina admitted. "I still don't like how you revived him as a devil, though." Rias shrugged. She didn't really care. Issei was her servant now, a member of her family, and someone important to her queen in Asia. She wouldn't be relinquishing him to anyone. "In either event, you two must be tired from your long journey here, and I doubt you've had much chance to relax. I have a hot spring in the back that you two can use. Irina, I'm sure it's been a long time since you've had the chance to relax in an authentic Japanese hot spring." While Irina almost sparkled at the idea of being able to experience the joys of traditional Japanese bathing in a hot spring, Zenobia looked skeptical. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. "First you confront us like you did during our meeting and now you're treating us with kindness. It doesn't make sense. What are you after?" At her words, Irina went on guard. Rias affected a mock-hurt expression. "Come now, do you really think so little of me? Is there something wrong with me helping two people out of the kindness of my heart?" Zenobia snorted. "What kindness? You're a devil. Everyone knows that devils aren't the kindest of people." Rias's eyes hardened. "You would do well to watch what you say. It is indeed true that not all devils are kind, that some are cruel, however, I won't hear something like that from a member of the church. There is plenty about your group that doesn't show you people in the best light, plenty of dirty little secrets and atrocities that the church has committed in the name of God. You speak of us devils as if we're a bunch of monsters, but I know for a fact that some of the greatest monsters on this planet are human, and some of those monsters are members of your church." Zenobia gritted her teeth while Irina looked worried. Rias relaxed, presenting the two with a smile. "But let us not speak of this anymore. You two are obviously tired, which I'm sure is the reason for your lack of tact. Please accept this small token of my hospitality and enjoy some time bathing in the hot spring. I'm sure you won't regret it. Devil Ninja. It was late at night. The sun had fallen and millions of twinkling stars dotted the twilight sky. Kiba didn't much care for the stars, or the sky, or anything, really. At that moment, the only thing on his mind was what occurred a few hours ago. What was Rias thinking, speaking to those two holy sword users when she should have just told them to leave? Or better yet, told Kiba to kill them. Rias knew about his hatred for holy swords better than anyone, yet she still allowed those two to stay in Ku. Worse still, she was allowing them to spend their time in the city at her residence. It infuriated Kiba. He loved Rias like an older sister, but he couldn't abide by what she was doing, especially not since she knew of his intense hatred for holy swords. Not really knowing what else do, and feeling no desire to return home, Kiba wandered aimlessly. The streets were abandoned. There was barely any light to illuminate his path. A street lamp to his left flickered, emitting an annoying buzzing sound. He ignored it and continued walking on, struggling to maintain a grip on his rage. As he passed by a street sign, a flicker of killing intent shot through his senses. Kiba reacted on nothing more than instinct, summoning his holy eraser sword and spinning around to block the incoming attack. Clang! Sparks flew as his sword was met by another sword. He didn't recognize the make, but he didn't need to. He could feel the holy power coming from it. A holy sword. The wielder of the holy sword leapt back when Kiba pushed the sword away and tried cutting the person in half. That was when he got a good look at who attacked him, and Kiba's eyes widened in shock. You're Fried Selzen. It was, indeed, the exiled priest that he, Issei and Kaneko fought to rescue Asia from the fallen angels. He didn't appear to have changed a bit. He still wore the robes of an exorcist. His white hair remained the same length. His eyes still held the same insane bloodlust as before. Kiba was also disgusted to notice that his tongue still hung from his mouth, as if the thought of battling and killing was causing him to salivate like a dog in the summer heat. Well, hello, shitty devil scum. Fancy running into you here. What are you doing here, Fried? Fried grinned maniacally at him. I'm glad you asked. My boss doesn't need me for anything right now, so I was wandering around looking for something to do. I'm so bored, you know. Any time not spent killing shitty devil scum like you is time wasted. That's why I was out trying to see if I could find one of you guys to play with. I'm glad it's you. I was hoping to have a rematch. I have to pay you back for the humiliating defeat you gave me. Now let's dance. Fried came in fast. Kiba raised his blade and quickly blocked the series of strikes sent at him. Was it just him, or had Fried become even faster than the last time they fought? Clang clang clang. Their blades clashed several times. Kiba backpedaled as Fried slashed away at him with a mad series of blurring strikes. Yes, he noted, the insane priest had definitely become much faster than the last time they fought. It seems you haven't lost your touch. And it seems you're still as insane as ever. Only a person who doesn't understand the definition of insanity would say that. Clang 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 clang. Deciding to go on the offensive, Kiba attacked with several swift strikes. Overhead, underhand, horizontal, vertical. His blade moved as a series of flashes that were met by another blade moving just as fast. Every time he struck, Fried's holy sword was there to meet him, keeping him from skewering the insane priest. It was beginning to infuriate him. They broke apart and Kiba stared at the sword in Fried's hand. That blade. Do you like it? This baby's name is Excalibur rapidly. It's one of the 7 holy swords created from the fragments of the original Excalibur. I've been wanting to test it out on you devils. I want to see how quickly it can kill you. Kiba's anger surged. He charged Fried head-on, attacking and counter-attacking with a ferocity he rarely possessed. Every strike he tried landing was a killing blow. A thrust to the chest. A strike at the neck. An attempt at cutting Fried in half from the waist. Much to his mounting frustration, none of his precisely timed and incredibly swift attacks landed. Fried matched him blow for blow. Oh, you're good. You're so good. Yes, yes. Let's take this up a notch, shall we? The Excalibur ruler in Fried's hand began to glow. And then the unthinkable happened. Shatter. Kiba stared in shock as his holy eraser shattered small fragments. He jumped backwards as a laughing Fried tried taking advantage of his distracted state. The holy sword missed cutting him, embedding itself in the ground where he'd been standing, gouging out a large furrow in the road. Fried pulled the sword out of the ground, grinning. What's the matter, is your shitty little devil ass scared? Kiba began laughing, but there was no mirth to it. His laugh was harsh, dark and grating, nothing at all like Kiba's normal laughter. Scared? No, why would I be scared? You've just given me a great gift. Swords began to appear around Kiba, dozens of them, all of them poised to attack Fried at the slightest provocation. Here I was upset because I had an Excalibur right in front of me and couldn't destroy it, and now you're here, carrying another Excalibur. It must be my lucky day. You see, I've made it my goal to destroy Excalibur, and now that you've appeared before me, I can do just that. Kiba's cold smile was met with an insane one from the exiled priest. Now that's the spirit. This is the fight I've been waiting for. Let's see which is greater, your shitty-ass demonic swords. Or my Excalibur rapidly. Kiba didn't hesitate to take the invitation offered. Several dozen demonic swords were launched at Freed, who began destroying them with Excalibur rapidly. The battle was on. Devil Ninja tilde. Irina sighed in content as she slowly lowered her body into the hot spring. She sank in until only the top of her breasts floated above the water's surface, then leaned back against the warm stones that made up the spring. It felt so nice, the warm waters lapping at her body, relieving the aches and pains from spending several hours on a plane and then several more walking. She decided right then that few things were better than a soak in a hot spring. I know this is the first time you've had a chance to experience these hot springs, Irina, but try not to let your guard down. Don't forget that we're currently in the middle of devil territory, you in Rias Grimori's home no less. We can't afford to become complacent. Irina pouted at her partner for this mission. Xenovia was her friend, but sometimes their personalities had a tendency to clash. While she always tried remaining bright and cheerful, the wielder of Excalibur destruction remained serious at all times. It kind of bothered her. I know that, Xenovia. Do you? Of course I do. I understand that we can't trust devils. You certainly don't act like it. That was uncalled for. I'm just trying to keep the peace. In case you haven't realized it, we're at a disadvantage here. We can't start a fight with the Grimori group, we're outnumbered here, and that Rias Grimori is a powerful opponent. Surely you felt the power she released during our meeting. Xenovia hesitated. It was only for a second, but Irina could see the small flash of worry that crossed her partner's eyes. I did. Then you know why we can't afford to fight with them. I'm not too thrilled about being forced into living here and having the eyes of a devil peerage on us either, but I also want to accomplish our mission. If we die fighting the devils, then we can't retrieve the stolen Excaliburs. I know that, Xenovia mumbled, and Irina knew she'd won this round. It wasn't like she didn't understand Xenovia's concerns, but they had to look at the bigger picture. If they ended up fighting the devils and dying, then they would fail in their mission before they could even start. They couldn't allow that to happen. The sound of a door sliding open caused them to look up. Rias walked into the hot spring wearing nothing but a towel. Behind and on either side of her were the equally naked Kaneko and Ravel, whose blonde locks had been let down from their usual drills. What are you doing here? Xenovia asked suspiciously. Rias Grimori gave the Excalibur Destruction's wielder an amused smile. Relax, I simply decided to also take a bath in the hot spring. After all, this is my house. TCH. Irina wondered if it was wrong of her to feel slight envy as she watched Rias wade into the steam-covered waters. She knew that she was quite well endowed, but the Destruction Princess's bust was astonishing. Her breasts were so large they were actually floating as she sat next to them. Let me wash your hair, Yakitori. Stop calling me Yakitori. I'm not Yakitori. Would you prefer it if I called you KFC? SSS, shut up, you stupid cat. Irina's eyes were drawn to Kaneko and Ravel. The Phoenix heiress was sitting on a stool. Kaneko sat behind her, rubbing shampoo into the other girl's hair. Ravel was pouting, her cheeks flushed and pink. She looked oddly conflicted, like she wanted to be there but at the same time didn't. What an unusual pair. So how is it? Excuse me. This is the first time you've been in a hot spring in a while, right? Rias's disarming smile put Irina on guard. How does it feel? It's nice, Irina admitted slowly. She knew that they couldn't afford to let their guard down around this woman. At the same time, she didn't know what to think about one Rias Grimori. The little sister of the Seer's ex Lucifer confused her greatly. I'm glad. Rias looked around at the hot spring, and for just a second, an expression of melancholy flickered across her face. It's been a while since I've actually been in here. Irina's curiosity was piqued. Why is that? Because I usually spend time in this hot spring with Naruto, and without him here, this place just feels empty. Naruto. I'm sorry, I forgot you don't know anyone in my peerage besides Eyes. Naruto is another member of my peerage and also my boyfriend. This house was actually where his apartment used to be before my brother rebuilt it into this mansion. I see. Irina didn't know what to make of that. Her brother demolished an apartment complex to make this mansion. Seriously, what kind of people were these Grimoris? So, you said Naruto isn't here with you. Why is that? Because he's missing. Missing. Rias sighed. Since I'm keeping you two here, I suppose it's only fair that I tell you. Naruto was kidnapped by a group of unknown people a little over 2 weeks ago. We don't know why they wanted him, but he hasn't returned yet. Irina didn't know why she felt pity for the devil before her. Maybe it was simply because of her religion. God always mentioned how you should show compassion to others, even your enemies. I'm sorry. Don't be. Rias shook her head. I'm positive that Naruto is okay and that he has a reason for not returning yet. Her smile returned, holding a hint of mischief. Trust me on this, Naruto isn't the type of person to just let himself be taken. If he's still missing, then it's not because he's being held captive but because he decided not to return yet. Now it's my turn. Huh, how do you like that? Once again, everyone looked at Revel and Kaneko. They had traded places. Now it was Finek's girl washing the Nekosho's hair. She was scrubbing really hard, as if she was trying to dig her fingernails into Kaneko's head. Kaneko yawned. You need to try harder than that, Yakitori. Why you grr? I'll show you. TCH. That feels annoying. You're not very good at washing hair, are you, Yakitori Haim? Why you? I'll fry you. Try it and I'll make KFC out of you. Do those two always fight like that? Asked Irina. Rias continued watching the two for a second, her amused smile showing what she thought of the pair's antics. Not always. They're actually really good friends. This is just their way of messing around. Die. I think. You seem to have a lot of faith in this Naruto guy, Zenobia said, bringing attention back to their original conversation. It sounds to me like he was pretty weak, getting himself captured by a group of people. Rias glared at Zenobia. Irina wanted to groan. While she actually agreed with her partner, it really wasn't a good idea to state their opinions so blatantly like that, especially since Rias and this Naruto character were apparently dating. Knowing Naruto-senpai, the reason he probably hasn't returned yet is because he's found a really cute girl and wants to pamper her. All eyes turned to Kaneko. At some point she and Revel had made their way into the hot spring. The Nekosho made her way to Rias and sat down, then crossed her arms and swelled her cheeks up in a pout that even Irina couldn't help but find cute. I'm the only one he should be pampering. Rias placed a hand on the Nekosho's head and began petting. Don't worry, Kaneko. I'm sure Naruto isn't pampering some girl he just met because she's cute. Somewhere in an undisclosed location, Naruto sneezed. I bet Naruto-sama is just gathering information on those people who kidnapped him, Revel added her own input. He's a ninja, right? Every good ninja knows that accurate intelligence is the key to taking down the enemy. I'm positive that's the reason for his prolonged absence. You know an awful lot about ninja, Rias said. That's because you. It's because she was always talking to Naruto-senpai whenever you weren't spending time with him, Kaneko said. I sometimes saw them sitting together during lunch and he would regale her with tales of his time as a ninja. I don't want to hear that out of you, Ms. I love getting my head pet by Naruto-sama. A red-faced Ravenel shouted. And don't make it sound like I was the only one monopolizing Naruto-sama's time. You were always with us. Better to have my head pet than waste time fawning over someone who already has 2 women in his life. What was that? Naruto-senpai belongs to me and Rias. Whatever. Like care for that really kind I mean really stupid blonde devil. Are you talking about yourself? Irina wasn't sure if the way Revel's face turned red was due to the water or Kaneko's words. Given that her head spontaneously combusted despite how they were in a hot spring, Irina was inclined to believe it was the latter. Rias turned back to Zenobia. Of course I have faith in him. Naruto is the strongest member of my peerage and my boyfriend. He's also one of the most amazing people I know, always helping others, always doing what's right even at personal cost to himself. You won't find a person better than him. You make it sound like he's some kind of saint instead of a devil. It might be hard for you to swallow, but not all devils are evil, you know. I'll admit, we're greedy. Unlike the angels, we devils live according to our desires. We don't deny ourselves what we want. When we want something, we strive to claim it for ourselves. However, greed isn't always a bad thing. Zenobia snorted, clearly not believing a word Rias said. Irina didn't either, but now she was curious. How can you say something like that? Greed is one of the 7 deadly sins. Allowing your greed to get the better of you is one of the worst sins a person can commit. I'm a devil, so greed doesn't affect me the way it does you humans. What did that mean? Irina wondered. Were devils somehow immune to the corrupting effects of greed? Well, they were devils, so they were already corrupted. Maybe that's what Rias meant. So how do you two have a plan for retrieving the stolen Excaliburs? Asked Rias, drawing attention to herself again. Irina and Zenobia looked at each other, silently debating the merits of telling Rias their plan. In the end, they decided to go with the truth. Not like it mattered since Rias would be having someone watch them for the duration of this mission anyway. We were just planning on wandering the city during the night where the attacks took place, Irina said. Ravel, whose head stopped combusting when Kaneko dunked her under the water, you trying to put the fire out, she claimed. You sent one last glare at the Nekosho between the strands of blonde hair stuck to her face, then looked at Irina. So you're basically trying to lure him out by visiting the places that the other exorcists were killed. I bet you two were hoping to lure him out by using yourselves as bait, weren't you? Ravel's almost smug look caused Irina to feel embarrassed. Had their plan really been that easy to see through? She'd thought it was a rather good plan, but if a 15-year-old girl could see through it so easily, maybe they needed to rethink their plans. The smug expression on Ravel's face was soon wiped off when Kaneko pushed her head back underneath the water. Don't look so smug, Yakitori. A flurry of bubbles as Ravel superheated the waters was the answer Kaneko received. The Nekosho jumped back as the water exploded in a spray of steam. An angry Ravel leapt out from the white smokescreen, lunging at the other girl, who dodged to the side. Irina, Rias and Zenobia watched in mute silence as the Phoenix heiress chased Kaneko around the hot spring. Ravel's head was on fire. Irina wondered if the reason was because she wasn't a mature devil. Were her powers not fully under her control yet? Well, Rias stood up and smiled at the two. I don't know about you two, but I think I'm gonna get out. Irina looked from Rias to the other two devils. Get back here. No. She looked back at Rias, and then stood up. I think I'm going to follow your example. Rias's answering smile was strangely relaxing. Irina knew she couldn't let her guard down, but for some reason, seeing that genuine smile made her feel at ease. It bothered her a great deal. Zenobia also decided to follow their example and leave. Irina imagined that her friend just didn't want to be alone with two devils, even if they were acting like immature children at the moment. As the three walked out of the hot spring, they could hear the continued splashing and angry shouting behind them. Stop running. Don't wanna. I'm gonna fry you. You can try, Yakitori. Stop calling me that. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. The next morning Rias called Sona and informed Ku Academy's Kaichu that she and her peerage would not be attending school for a while. Her best friend seemed curious, but accepted her words and said that she would let the teachers know. She did ask how long Rias and her peerage planned on being absent, however, and the ruined princess had been forced to admit that she didn't know. Sona reluctantly agreed after that. That morning breakfast was served.